Council members, please come to order. So we're beginning this morning receiving our SSC report in full. After the report, we will begin public testimony on C2. There are a couple people who have to testify today, about 4 people. We'll be taking those people first and then starting with our list as provided on the e-agenda. So welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, I'm Ian Stewart. I'm here with my co-chairs of the SSC, Dr. Sherry Dressel and Dr. Jason Gasper, and we'll be presenting the balance of the SSC report this morning. Right, so the SSC began its meeting with a brief executive session. We re-elected the 3 of us as co-chairs for 2026. As we did in this meeting, we'll be sharing duties across meetings during 2026, as well as sharing items within meetings. We also are happy to report that the SSC re-elected Allison Whitman to serve as vice chair, so we will retain the same SSC leadership this year as we had last year. Our first discussion of the meeting was our administrative discussion. We received a presentation from Diana Evans providing the following items. We were alerted that Anna Henry has started as North Pacific Fishery Management Council Deputy Director. The SSC welcomes Anna to this role and looks forward to working with her. We were also briefed on relevant B report items, as well as the upcoming schedule of meetings for 2026 and 2027. You've already heard 2 of the items from our agenda, so we will go straight to Cook Inlet salmon. In terms of general comments, I realize you haven't received the presentation yet on this item, so a brief introduction. The SSC reviewed the SAFE report for Cook Inlet salmon fisheries. This is only the 3rd time we've been through this SAFE, so it is still a relatively new process. It consists of 2 Tier 1 stocks, the Kenai River Late Run and the Kasselhoff River Sockeye, as well as actually 5 Tier 3 aggregate stock complexes, other sockeye, Chinook, coho, chum, and pink. The SSC wanted to highlight its appreciation for the work by the SAFE team. There was a considerable amount of work done in the off-season this year, as has been the case for the last 2 of these assessments, and especially their responsiveness to SSC recommendations from previous processes. The SSC recognizes that a lot of progress has been made over the last 3 years. And however, this continues to be an iterative process with an evolution in the information that's available for this SAFE document, the methods that are being applied to these stocks, as well as our understanding of this entire process of stock assessment for Cook Inlet salmon stocks. If you're following along in the report, you'll note that I'm going to present the harvest specifications first, and then put the research recommendations toward the end. So you'll find those research recommendations a little higher up in the report. In terms of the harvest specifications or the status determination criteria for last year, for 2025, these are of course preliminary because some of these data sets are not final. However, the SSC found that no salmon stocks were subject to overfishing pending final harvest and escapement data, and that no stocks were overfished, also pending final information. However, we note that for coho, chum, and pink salmon stocks, an overfish status isn't possible. The SSC recommended the tier designations and the harvest specifications for 2026. And this next slide shows you all of these tier designations and harvest specifications. I'll step through each of these in a moment, but this slide highlights the 3 places where the SSC made a recommendation for an ABC buffer and therefore an ABC that differed from that of the SAFE team. And those were the Kenai River, the Kasselhoff River, and for the aggregate coho complex, which is a tier 3. So again, those were the 3 places where the SSC differed from the SAFE recommendations this year. Moving then into the harvest specifications for the Tier 1 stocks, there were several technical methods improvements that were made this year, and the SSC endorses all of those for the Tier 1 salmon stocks. The SSC again notes that there is a challenge in reviewing the safe methods at the same time that we're setting harvest specifications. So in the case of these methods, they were recommended by us in the previous process, but we hadn't yet seen the results until we got to this meeting when we were actually trying to use them in this specification process. So this is an ongoing challenge for Cook Inlet. For the 2026 specifications, we continue to support using MSY-based calculations for status determination criteria, as well as the OFL and ABC calculations. The SAFE team provided us with a median symmetric accuracy statistic, a measurement of the forecast error in this process, and we also recommended that they use that. For this year, the SAFE team also provided analysis of the probability of exceeding the OFL across a wide range of ABC buffers. This was new information. The SSC found this extremely useful in its deliberations. The SAFE team cited as a basis for interpreting this information research that's been done on the West Coast, which has indicated that ABC buffers where the risk of exceeding the OFL was in the range of 0.33 to 0.35 should be considered risk averse, and the SSC took this into consideration during their deliberations. A bit more on that. As I mentioned, the SSC recognizes that this type of information is new to this analysis and is not something that we see often in specification setting processes. And so because of that, the SSC wanted to highlight for the Council that we welcome further guidance from the Council on the level of precaution that might be considered appropriate for the management of EEZ salmon, noting that this is the type of information that may be built into fishery management plans, and it can represent input in other places. It's a component that councils may weigh in on to provide guidance as those plans are being built. So the SSC also wanted to note that the Tier 1 process for salmon relies on preseason forecasts of run size, and this produces a major source of uncertainty. In particular, the autoregressive models that are used to make these preseason forecasts can operate poorly when there's a very large deviation from the previous year's run size, and this actually occurred in 2025, so this was part of our deliberation on the Tier 1 stocks.
Dr. Stewart, we have a question for you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. I did have a question about the new analyses of the probability of exceeding the OFL. And I think you said, and it's on the previous slide, this is new in this Cook Inlet EEZ salmon safe, but are these analyses used in the West Coast, and that's sort of what the SAFE team modeled this new analyses in the SAFE on? Or I'm not familiar with those, so I'm asking for a little more background on if those are done in other areas, as you mentioned.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, these types of analysis are done for other stocks and other species beyond just salmon. The particular work that was referenced by the SAFE document and picked up by the SSC was actually a research paper from the West Coast. So it was providing guidance, but we weren't specifically referencing the management system on the West Coast.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, I'm just really not at all familiar, and unfortunately I missed the SSC discussion of this. And so in terms of the second bullet on this slide, the council providing further guidance on the level of precaution considered, I wouldn't know how to do that sitting here, and I appreciate the SSC welcoming it, but did you have any further discussion of what that might look like, how we would become educated on a reasonable way to do that, or was it just a notice? I could also read that, like you said earlier, this is only our third year doing this, and maybe we're all figuring this out. I guess, was there more specific discussion on how it might work for the council to provide that further guidance?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Thank you for the question. No, the SSC didn't look into or didn't discuss exactly what form that guidance might come in. We really just wanted to flag that this was new information, it was available, and it's the type of information that could be used in this process.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, my co-chairs will have to help me with this because I'm not a salmon stock assessment scientist, but thinking about the context with which we welcome further guidance. So the probability of exceeding the OFL, my understanding is that's also termed as P-star in other places. And so council members might have heard that, although that's not a transparent term necessarily. But at the National SSC meeting, last August, maybe it was longer ago than that, we talked about the structure of different councils. And one of the things that what other councils in the United States do is they name a P-star, which is how risk averse they want to be for a particular stock. And that is actually incorporated into, so the SSC or scientists will estimate what the uncertainty is for a stock. The council will name a level of precaution that they're comfortable with. Those are combined to get the ABC. Our council does not do that. We do the uncertainty piece in the ABC, and then the council sets a TAC, which other councils around the United States don't do. But in this case, with a component in this sort of calculation of a buffer, the council could specify a level of precaution they're comfortable with. And so I guess if types of guidance, I obviously, I don't have that necessarily, but that may be something that you could reference other councils or look at how other councils do it to get an idea of the ways in which that's done.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I guess I'd add one more thing maybe that we had discussion about in regard to salmon, because it's such a different situation than crab and groundfish and other species. Unlike those species, salmon, we know postseason what the true OFL essentially is, which we don't really understand that for crab and groundfish. So we're able to sort of measure that probability of exceeding the OFL differently for salmon in a way that's much more accurate. So that's just an additional piece of information that as we get into this process, I think we'll have a better understanding of that forecast error.
So continuing on with the Tier 1 stocks, the first of these was the Kenai River late run sockeye. The SSC supported the SAFE team's recommendation for the Tier 1 designation, and we support the methods that were used to forecast the 2026 run size and also the estimated harvest rate in state waters. We did differ on the buffer, and we recommended multiplying the accuracy by 0.5, which is essentially equivalent to multiplying the buffer by 0.5, which resulted in a buffer of 27% for this stock. And we noted, based on the information provided that we've been discussing here, that this produces a probability of exceeding the OFL of approximately 0.38. And based on the research that was referenced for us, this approach is broadly consistent with the work on uncertainty buffers for West Coast salmon stocks. The second of the Tier 1 stocks is the Castle River sockeye. Again, here we agreed with the SAFE team, we accepted the methods, and we applied the same approach to the buffer, multiplying by 0.5, and that yielded an ABC buffer of 20.6%, which resulted in a probability of exceeding the OFL of 0.34. Again, in that range that's been found to be appropriate for a risk-averse approach for these types of stocks. So we applied essentially the same rationale and method to get to the buffers for the two Tier 1 stocks. Moving then into the Tier 3 stocks, we support the tier designation for other sockeye, Chinook, coho, chum, and pink salmon as Tier 3. And we also support the assessment methods, noting that there was a change in those methods this year in that for status determination, the overfish definition omits years in which, or indicator stocks for years with missing or incomplete escapement data. This was an issue in the previous SAFE document that we made a recommendation on, and the authors made that change. We also noted that we appreciate having a defined period for calculating the OFL and the preseason OFL for these species. Both of those quantities depend on the years over which the calculation is being done. And we noted that this, for these stocks, this includes the most recent years, which means that we could also, that we are extending that time series as we go, and also noted that we may want to reconsider the time frame over which those calculations are done as the current management system continues to develop. In addition, for the Tier 3 stocks, the SAFE team recommended the ABC buffers for each of the Tier 3 stocks, and we agreed with the SAFE team for other sockeye, which received a buffer of 15%, Chinook at 30%, Chum at 20%, and pink salmon at 10%. The stock that we had the most discussion on was the coho stock complex. And the SSC had a pretty broad-ranging discussion of the information available and the concerns or risks that are there for this stock. This discussion included noting that we have incomplete escapement data for the indicator stocks in recent years. We now have 2 years in a row where we don't have complete indicator escapement information. The SSC noted that coho are vulnerable to drift gill nets, but can't be selectively avoided, at least while they're present in the fishery. We noted that in general, there's an imprecise understanding of trends in Upper Cook Inlet coho salmon. We were also presented this year with a draft risk table for coho, and that risk table indicated no increased concerns for the assessment or population dynamics category, and a level 2, or the first step up in increased concerns for the ecosystem and fishery-informed stock considerations. We had some discussion and actually a comment about the fishery-informed stock considerations, which may lead that to actually look more like a 1 than a 2. We also noted in general, and this was part of our ongoing process in this, in evaluating this set of assessments, comparing across stocks, we noted that coho populations in general are more robust than Chinook populations, and we considered that in comparing the buffers for these stock complexes. Finally, we also received testimony that some Upper Cook Inlet coho stocks are in fact meeting escapement goals.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. And Dr. Dressel and Dr. Casper. I do have a question about this. I'm again back on buffers, and appreciate you. The previous slide actually is probably where I'm going to be focusing for coho salmon, the coho salmon aggregate complex, and just appreciating the conversation we just had about this is a difficult exercise in terms of the buffers. But as I read the considerations here, information available and concerns for the aggregate coho stock complex, I am seeing a lot of, uncertainty, imprecise information. And so it seems like, and I really want you to let me know if this is not right, was the recommendation to essentially reduce the SAFE team's recommendation for the coho buffer, really mostly driven by probably your discussion of the risk table scores and how to balance those, and then what you just mentioned, Dr. Stewart, in terms of coho populations generally being more robust, because it seems like the incomplete escapement data and the imprecise understanding generally, to me, supported the SAFE team recommendations, but I'm wondering if you can help me a little bit how you ended up with the 60% buffer rather than the 75%.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. I think our discussion covered all of these topics. The draft risk table, we can highlight that because that was new information this year. We didn't have that in front of us last year. As I mentioned, this entire process of assessing Cook Inlet salmon stocks is still evolving. And I'm not sure that we necessarily I think that we were discussing the buffer both in the context of the buffer from the previous year, but also just in general about what appropriate buffers would be for Tier 3 stocks. And we actually had some discussion about what a default buffer would be and whether we needed to move all of these stocks back to a default buffer and then sort of reconsider how we would adjust from that default appropriately for each stock. And we did that to some degree, although not stepping through for each stock. So I think it was a challenging discussion, and while we did have some new information, including a second year of catch estimates from the EEZ fishery itself, which we didn't have a couple of years ago when we started, as well as seeing another year with missing index data. Those were the factors that we included in our discussion. I don't know if either of you wanted to add anything.
Oh, no. You're doing research recommendations at least.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to just follow up on this buffers discussion a little bit. So I noted for the Tier 1 stocks, the Kenai and Kasilov stocks, the recommendations for the ABC buffer are down to a decimal point, 27.0, 20.6%. And I wonder if you could just speak to that. How should the council view the differences between your recommendations for the Tier 1 and Tier 3 stocks? Is there really a different level of precision there, or is there a reason for that?
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, thank you for the question. Decimal points are a challenging thing. The discussion, the delineation that I think is important there is that in the case of the Tier 1 stocks, we were actually working from a quantitative framework. So the analysts were calculating a metric and basing the buffer on an actual quantitative calculation, and that was being provided to us. So we then applied what is realistically a subjective choice to multiply that by 0.5. So I think we were attempting to maintain some of the quantitative nature of that discussion, but the buffers for Tier 1 are still subjective as the buffers were for Tier 3. In Tier 3, of course, we didn't have anything quite so quantitative as we did for Tier 1.
So am I hearing you to understand this is kind of an artifact of the inputs that went into it, and we shouldn't read too much into a distinction in precision there? Is that fair?
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, I think that's probably safe to say.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, so as we've already noted, the result of that discussion for aggregate coho was that the SSC recommended a 60% buffer, and the SSC did acknowledge that buffer it results in an increased risk relative to that was recommended by the SAFE document, which was 75% being the buffer that was used last year. In terms of general comments spanning both the Tier 1 and Tier 3 stock assessments, the SSC wanted to bring this process more in line with the approach that we use for crab and groundfish. And in that regard, we requested that when analysts make changes to the methods, they bring last year's models with the new data as well as the new model or new methods forward so that we can compare to them. This is a standard practice for our crab and groundfish. And I think it will give us some additional it will help this process because we won't be faced with just a single new quantity to review and a choice of whether to take it or not with nothing to use as a backup. The SSC did note that there was a review workshop held in May of last year to review the new assessment methods. The SAFE authors reported that this was helpful to them. The SSC did not, however, see an immediate need for additional workshops at this time. The SSC did note that if important changes in methods are planned, we requested that the SAFE team try to coordinate with council staff to ensure that there's an opportunity for technical review before those methods are brought forward. And that could take many forms, the simple of which might be just creating some time between the development of those methods and the final review, which could be different meetings or even one meeting to the following year. So this doesn't necessarily require a major change in the process. The SSC had a number of other detailed recommendations. I won't go through them all, but highlight a few. We did request risk tables be produced for the 2 Tier 1 stocks. We received some public testimony about the potential for additional indicator stocks, and we requested that the SAFE team explore whether there could be some other indicator stocks for Cook Inlet coho. We requested ongoing genetic sampling, and I believe that our request included sockeye, Chinook, and coho. That would be helpful for the management of these and the understanding of the harvests and where those harvests might be affecting these stocks. We recommended an evaluation of correlations among run sizes as well as state harvest rates as a method for improving the projections that I mentioned earlier for the 2 Tier 1 stocks. And we found it a bit challenging to determine which of the inputs to all of these analyses were final and which were still preliminary, and then looking back to the previous year, which had been updated and which hadn't. So we asked for more clarity on those inputs as well. The SSC also asked for some additional contextual information, particularly for the Tier 3 stocks, including harvest and other fisheries, proportional representation in the total harvest of the EEZ fishery, and locations of these other harvests in relation to the EEZ. And we're trying to get a better overall picture of how this fishery performs especially with regard to these Tier 3 stocks. And again, there were other technical recommendations that you'll find in our report that I won't list out here. Finally, the last section of our review included an appendix of socioeconomic information. This was the first time we've seen this information, and the SSC had asked for it and supports the continued inclusion and development of community, economic, and fisheries performance information in the SAFE to address the national standards. The SSC finds that because this federal fishery is still in the early stages, it's only 3 years old, this presents a critical opportunity to establish a baseline socioeconomic information to support tracking change over time, before and after, as well as an early development of this fishery in response to management and environmental variability. We also recommended the development of time series information for key socioeconomic indicators. We asked the analysts to consider relevant metrics used in the ESPs, or economic and social profiles, as well as the annual community engagement and participation overview, as these would be appropriate to the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP. We also suggested collaboration across sectors and user groups, including processing sector data, tracking participation dynamics across user groups, as well as engagement with tribal fisheries initiatives. And finally, on a technical level, the SSC recommended clearly distinguishing between revenue and profit and discussing costs within the context only of profit. And that concludes our slides for Cook Inlet salmon. I'll pause there in case there are questions.
Thank you. Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the overview here, Dr. Stewart. I've got a question that'll give me just a moment. It'll get to coho. Earlier in the presentation, you talked about for West Coast salmon, the probability of exceeding OFL when you apply the ABC buffer, try to shoot for around 0.33 to 0.35. And then you all ran that probability for Kasilof sockeye at 0.34 and 0.35 for Kenai sockeye. For the aggregate coho for Cook Inlet, the buffer is proposed to be dropped from 75% to 60%. Did you calculate the probability of exceeding the OFL? And did that change in reducing the buffer still stay within that guidance of 0.33 to 0.35 of a probability of exceeding OFL?
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin, unfortunately, the tier 3 calculations, I believe, do not allow for the same type of calculation, quantitative calculation of the probability of exceeding the OFL. And so we really didn't have the ability to compare directly across those. The tier 3 calculation for salmon is much more analogous to the tier 6 calculation for groundfish. It's just based on historical performance of the fishery in terms of maximum catch for the over a generation for the OFL and average catch over a generation for the ABC. And so it really just doesn't have the same analog.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I had a question on the socioeconomic appendix. I'm glad that SSC recognized this is such initial information. It's a good time to kind of form what that looks like. And I think that SSC's role, as we've stated, that information wouldn't come into development of an OFL or ABC, but it's definitely the SSC's role to tell us whether that information is the most appropriate and relevant for the council to consider under TAC. And so I was reading through the bullets, but I still wasn't getting a good sense of whether you thought these were appropriate types of information or data, or whether it was really lacking in indicators. And I guess I ask in part because there seems to be direction to look at the indicators that we have for groundfish in other ESPs and the ASEPO work. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense of whether what was provided seems like the right type of information for the council to see in the future, or whether you really thought it was lacking and we needed to build that up in a different way.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this is the first time we've seen the socioeconomic appendix, and it was largely drawn from the EA. And so I think it was not necessarily fully fleshed out in this case for a safe document application. And so we did have a number of ways in which we thought it could be expanded. But as it was the first go round, I think we didn't really comment on whether it was sufficient in its current form, just tried to provide guidance on how to develop it from here. You remembered things differently.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I think that I think I'm echoing what Dr. Stewart said. They did have suggestions for ways to go forward, and I think one of the primary suggestions that I heard was looking at time series. So I think that, and seeing how it's changed, and so I think that that will likely be fundamental to this. But there wasn't an evaluation of, is this sufficient or not? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I guess I just add one more thing. It's already been said, but this is still in development, so we're still sort of developing how this safe economic social and community should look. And they did, in the minutes, there is a discussion about priority in terms of what should be developed. And the first priority was tracking revenue and landings by community over time. So I think that just speaks to just trying to develop this out.
Thank you. And Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Stewart, thank you for the report here. I'm curious on bullet number 3 of your last slide. You mentioned further engagement with tribal fisheries initiatives. Were there specific initiatives that SSC discussed relative to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, I don't recall us having anything more specific than just noting that these initiatives were present and that the analysts should reach out and include that in this process. I don't recall us discussing any more specifics than that. Thank you. I'll now hand off to Dr. Dressel for the balance of our report.
All right, we received a few other agenda items at this meeting. One of them was the Alaska Fisheries Science Center report. This is the one that was originally scheduled, I believe, both for the council and the SSC in October. I believe that you heard it in December. And so this was our chance to see what Dr. Foy was going to describe. So on each of these slides at the top, I give you some idea of what the presentation said to orient you, since this is not on your agenda now, and then give you a couple of suggestions below. So the presentation described a planning framework to support stable fisheries management with changing staffing and budget resources, and also under changing environmental conditions. And so the presentation described plans on how to align surveys, assessments, ecosystem science, marine mammals, all of the different components at the center. The SSC supports the priority planning and the efforts to communicate the trade-offs between science and management consequences in a transparent way to the council and council bodies. The SSC found it our task was to provide feedback on that, and we struggled a bit in the presentation because sometimes there wasn't enough detail in a presentation for us to really understand sort of how the prioritization was happening in a biological statistical way. And so we asked if there were plans for anything written that we could read that might give us a chance to provide better feedback in the future. And the answer that we received from staff was, yes, that is something that they can do. And so the recommendation was for clearer documentation of this, the framework, the criteria, weighting, decision rules, and with explicit links to management, risk, and performance, so that we could do more in-depth review in the future. For survey prioritization, the presentation described tracking surveys, like I believe that the FSC has done in the past, talk about the completed, the partial, the missed ones, and highlight constraints that led to these changes and that affect the survey execution. So the SSC supports the continued look across all of these surveys, and in order to provide transparency and planning, and also what we also supported was indicating how these surveys what implications changes in survey frequency would have for assessment and management in a clear way. The SSC also recommended prioritizing, this is not new, but prioritizing the continuity of core surveys and biological sampling to maintain the integrity of data coming in so that we can detect rapid stock changes and ask for clear documentation why reductions occur and their expected consequences. The presentation described linking stock importance, and this is for groundfish assessments. So stock importance to assessment frequency, the tiers, the products, to provide efficiency, because there are limited resources, changing amounts of resources. So the SSC supports the efforts to tailor these assessment products under these changing resources as necessary to the stock priorities. But we did say, provided that management performance and the scientific defensibility are maintained. The SSC recommends having a clear link between a priority category and an assessment product, and that is including what's the minimum data requirements for something in an assessment, what are the impacts and the impacts to uncertainty estimation and the harvest specifications. When talking about how to prioritize stocks and complexes, the presentation described a risk value framework and indices to rank stocks and complexes to prioritize surveys and assessments. And the request for the SSC was to provide feedback on these indices. And the indices included both biological indices, like what is happening with recruitment or natural mortality, how is that changing over time, and how does that affect sort of the risk value, but it also looked at socioeconomic indices. So the SSC supported continuing to develop and refine indices to support decision-making and to test these, the sensitivity, the generality, and the performance before applying them broadly. The SSC recommended that whatever indices are used, that they are reviewable so we can see what they are, and that they have clear definitions, clear on the data sources, scaling, weighting, uncertainty, and then again, transparent in looking at the link between the indices and what changes they lead to in assessment or monitoring. The results of the prioritization is AFSC identified high-risk, high-value stocks, and these were Pacific cod and crab, and they flagged potential reductions in assessment frequency. So there were 11 for that, or tier changes, 14 of those for lower priority stocks, and this would have implications on surveys and management performance. The SSC supported focusing limited resources on stocks where surveys and assessments most strongly influence management outcomes. And the SSC recommends explicitly evaluating how proposed reductions will affect choke species, the risk PSC management, and the ability to track changes and clearly communicate impacts on harvest specifications. There were a number of other.
Excuse me, Dr. Dressel, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm getting caught. Apparently, I didn't do my homework enough on this. And Dr. Dressel, thank you. It's possible I'm not remembering, but I think, yes, the council received an overview from Dr. Foy in December, but this gets into new territory that I do not remember the council receiving, which I could be wrong about. So my question, I'm hoping it's simple, and appreciate you walking through this. And I haven't had a chance to look at the SSC agenda. Did you have additional material other than a slide presentation, or was it the slide presentation that I thought I saw early on the SSC agenda to support your review of this prioritization process that the Science Center has undertaken?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, no, what we received was the presentation slides and the description from Dr. Foy.
Through the
Ms.
chair.
Kimball. Sorry, Dr. Stewart, go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair. I believe there was actually some new material in the PowerPoint when compared to the specific presentation that was made back in December.
And through the chair, this was a very rich section of our minutes, and trying to put together the slides pretty quickly. And so my recollection, and co-chairs can help me with this, is my recollection is that the AFSC identified 11 stocks for frequency and tier stocks, but there wasn't detail as to how those were chosen, what it was based on. And so that's part of the clear documentation that we were asking for. So my second bullet does not mean that the SSC supports those 11 stocks and those 14 stocks. We just support, if there's limited resources, you focus them on ones that most influence management, but we didn't have the information, which is why we asked for more detail on that first bullet of how that came about or how those recommendations were derived.
Enthusiastic question from Ms. Kimball.
Apologize. Thank you for this. And through the chair, I mean, we are also, I don't know if you heard that in our B reports, being asked to try to contribute to this high risk, high value stock matrix. And I think we're all a little bit stumped on how to do that. So this slide is really helpful to me. And I just wanted to hear one more time. I know we've heard about the potential for doing assessments on at a lower frequency for those stocks, 11 stocks, and then reducing the tier level for those 14. And we've heard that before. But are you saying that you didn't get any sense of how those fell into this matrix of whether that was a maybe I'm focused on the value part, the high value stocks. As I start to see more of these presentations, I'm starting to think it's underutilization is kind of driving the high value, not just like what it's worth on the market. But did you have a discussion about that? Because I think that's where we're really torn on how to contribute when everything is a high value to somebody. So I really appreciate the other bullets in terms of like, how can we focus our resources on where it makes the most difference to have an assessment on a higher frequency or have a survey on a higher frequency. But I need to know, I guess, if that is inconsistent with where you think this risk value matrix is going. And maybe you didn't get enough information for that, but we have to deal with this again in staff tasking at this meeting, which is why I think this is important to hear what the SSC said.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I may need help on this one as well. We were presented with the high risk, high value matrix, but we weren't asked to evaluate that. We weren't asked even to comment on it. And I don't recall, and this could just be my memory, I don't recall a great amount of detail on sort of how that was done. And so no, I don't recall the definition of how high value was determined. Those were all things that sort of fell in my mind into the clearer documentation so that we understand how these were divided piece. So I'm not sure that we can help I don't think our discussion will help you much there.
Through the chair, I appreciate that response. At least we're all consistent in the ways that we still have questions on this. And I want to be clear that the council didn't develop this or have any hand in developing it either. So we're all kind of working through it together from the agency. Thank you.
There were a few more categories here, so I do have a few more slides on this. For ecosystem science, the presentation described prioritizing ecosystem science by linking metrics that come out of that to assessments, and then also looking at the data availability scoring for this ecosystem science, also when determining prioritization. And so the SSC supported a flexible system, which will need to be iterative to balance sort of the decision relevant indicators that come out of that with the ability to essentially approach that balances the decision relevant indicators with also the ability to explore emerging drivers and uncertainty. So in other words, we supported the process about linking this to assessments, but we also supported having some flexibility because ecosystem information at this point is still evolving, and to keep on top of it and do it in an effective way, there would need to be some flexibility to continue exploring sort of like research track assessments. The SSC does recommend clearly defining what criteria are used to describe data availability and linking the prioritized ecosystem metrics to, again, decision-making and risk. The next category was salmon science prioritization, and the presentation described the proposed method for prioritizing salmon science, supporting the Magnuson-Stevens Act management, Pacific Salmon Treaty obligations, including bycatch monitoring, genetics, AEQ forecasting tools. The SSC supports the continued coordination with partners and transparent communication of forecast uncertainty to help inform management. The SSC recommends identifying what's the minimum viability sampling and analysis that's needed to sustain reliable salmon bycatch and assessment products under constrained resources. And the SSC recommended clarifying how salmon products are envisioned to be prioritized relative to core groundfish assessment obligations when trade-offs are required. For marine mammals, the presentation described how to prioritize marine mammal stocks and assessment topics based on fisheries interactions, their role in the ecosystem and subsistence importance. So the SSC supports the integration of the prioritization for marine mammals into fisheries risk discussions at scales that are relevant to the management decisions you'll be making. The SSC recommended transparent documentation of how interaction and prey consumption rankings are calculated and how the uncertainty is handled. And then we have a few general comments at the end of our section of minutes. We recognize the importance of this prioritization because this prioritization under constrained resources is expected to lead to changes in the surveys, the assessments, and monitoring across multiple programs. And so the SSC supports the continued iterative development of the frameworks that we've been talking about with SSC involvement as they are refined and implemented. I think we also manage interaction with other council bodies. I limited this to the SSC since that's really what we're talking about here. The SSC recommends that proposed changes be transparent, reproducible, and explicitly tied to the impacts on stock status determination and harvest specifications. The next agenda item that we took up was the Essential Fish Habitat 5-year review work plan, and then descriptions of what's going to be done for components 1 and 2. The EFH team presented their proposed work plan for the next 5-year EFH review to be completed in 2028 and 2029. I recognize you don't have that on your agenda at this meeting either. I am aware that you took this up in December. The SSC, as did the council, supports in your December motion, supports the proposed scope of the work plan for 2028, the 5-year review. The SSC supports the EFH team's decision to focus their efforts predominantly on the components 1 and 2 and on a core subset of species. Those are listed here. The SSC recognizes the value of the work that's done in this program and the value of this review, and recommended that the team highlighted that the team document the range of council-related projects that include EFH materials. This is something I think we mentioned in our last review, and it'll just show the sort of expanse of the information in this program. The SSC recommends exploring the use of alternative data sources for distributional maps. These could be fishery-independent surveys, fishery-dependent data, and the possibility of using case studies. We were trying to balance SSC interest in using information beyond just summer bottom trawl data with the fact that there's limited time to do this. And so these were a couple suggestions of how ways to focus that a little bit for the staff. The SSC supports the development of the spatio-temporal models that they described and recommends additional description would be helpful, I think, to describe the benefits and the limitations of these models, to describe how these will be used for EFH and other uses, because there are a number of uses that were discussed at the SSC. And also we had statistical recommendations that I'm not going to go through here, but you can find in our report.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about this exploring the use of alternative data sources. And specifically, I saw in some of the comments that the SSC received under EFH that there was talk of incorporating different data sources on particularly long-lived coral and sponge species and some new genetics work. And there was talk about reevaluating the recovery parameterization to better address some of these slow recovering habitat features, and then addressing some of the genetically distinct information we're starting to learn about with crab species. And I didn't know if there was a discussion among the SSC and if that's folded into this exploring the use of alternative data.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, we did receive public testimony, and As far as the Coral and Sponge Initiative, I think that we mentioned that that is a valuable resource. I do not recall if that, I hope that's in our minutes. I can't remember if it was. I remember that being discussed briefly. We did discuss, though, we did have discussion of crab stocks. There were some examples that we mentioned because summer trawl surveys may not fit, say, golden king crab species. And so the general recommendations that we made of incorporating different types of surveys, whether that's juvenile surveys, whether that's fishery dependent data to try to get at additionally areas where the trawl may not get. I'm not certain we specified it exactly how it was in the public testimony, but we did include those concepts in our discussions, and I believe that they fit into that type of a recommendation. But we did not prescribe for the EFH team that they had to do certain things. We gave examples of general concepts that we thought was important, and then suggested they incorporate that as they're able, recognizing that there's limited resources.
Thank you for that. And a quick follow-up. I saw also mention of requesting a CIE review, and I don't know who requests CIE reviews, and has that ever happened for essential fish habitat and the fishing effects model?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I think I remember talking about that in our meeting. I don't recall if that is in here. The CIE reviews are frequently done at the Science Center for their stock assessments. I'm not personally aware if there's been a CIE review for, there hasn't there? Here, I'll pass it over to my co-chair who may be more familiar.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Goen. I don't have it in front of me whether we discussed that specifically at this meeting in the CIE review. I know in the past it's been a discussion topic for EFH. So unfortunately, I don't have much more on that in the minutes.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, at this point, I'm afraid we're going to have to go back to and just rely on what was written in our minutes. The SSC also heard about the fishing effects model and changes that are going to be made with that. And the SSC requested an opportunity to review the updated gear parameters and any updates to the model habitat recovery parameters when authors get to that point. For Component 7, the SSC suggested collaborating with forage fish authors, NOAA Diet and the NOAA Diet program, and I believe we had a couple of others in our discussion, but generally reaching out to other groups when developing that. And the SSC recommends the authors actively engage in the Council's next research priorities process with regard to Component 9 information needs. And that's what I had for the EFH review. The next agenda item was D4, the harvest control rule development. This is something that I know that staff are developing a paper at discussion, I believe it's a discussion paper for, how's this? We received updates on the development of the climate resilient harvest control rules and the planned June 2026 white paper. And this builds on the harvest control rule workshop in June 2025. And also since the SSC last looked at this, it also has had the review of the groundfish plan team and the crab plan team. The SSC supports the refined harvest control rule sets, and they happen to be 1, 7, and 9, and highlights the need to develop, especially under Harvest Control Rule 1. Harvest Control Rule 1 is the the status quo, what is currently done. I mean, that includes the harvest control rules as well as the risk tables. And the SSC highlighted the need to develop that one in particular in the context of federal and state management process for crabs, which is a little bit more complicated. The SSC supports evaluating these, both looking at retrospective analyses of how alternative harvest controls may have performed in the past, as well as looking forward into closed loop simulations. I will say that two of those, one is more sort of effort intensive than the other, but they give different types of information. The SSC also supported the case study species, cod, pollock, sablefish, Pacific Ocean perch, snow crab, and king crab, to describe potential outcomes across stock groupings. The SSC agreed that transparency, credibility, and operability are going to be essential objectives, and any proposed approach should be clear and explainable to the public and operationally feasible within the management process. So we had a number of times where we discussed trying to be transparent in this process, and that was part of it. The SSC recommends within the 2026 paper that the analysts consider options for exploring the harvest control rule performance under alternative levels of uncertainty in the data inputs and stock assessments. So we asked a question, and the author said that the current harvest control rules are looking at the same data availability that we currently have. Recognizing that that is changing and will be changing, we asked to consider options. I believe that's going to be a considerable load of work. And so I think we also mentioned possibly looking at case studies or something to try to make it manageable, but at the same time, do some look into changing resources. The SSC requested clearer description of climate perturbations, changes, and what processes like recruitment, mortality, growth, and maturity are going to be linked to the environmental change. We recommended clear communication of the scientific basis, and also looking at a range of climate scenarios. So what is the likely climate scenario versus what is the bracketing the most extreme versus least extreme climate scenarios. For the environmentally linked harvest control rule, this was Harvest Control Rule 7, the SSC supports the importance of evaluating risk from time varying or uncertain species and environment relationships, as well as relationships that may be biased or misspecified, I'll also say poorly estimated. The SSC suggested clearer naming conventions for the harvest control alternatives, and this wasn't meant to be a light suggestion. We actually were trying to look at ways to get transparency, because when you say harvest control 1, 5, and 7, you can't know exactly. And so if there's a way to name them so that it's more clear to everybody as we talk, that was one. And we also looked at different statistical tools. It's not statistical, it's almost like a viewing tool that could improve transparency for the council and the public. And the SSC recommends also that the June document describe trade-offs when climate resilient strategies are applied in assessment models, harvest control rules, or tax setting. In the closed loop simulations, and those are ones where you model what a population does, you model what an assessment model will say or how well it does, you apply a harvest control rule, and then you run it again. So it's a circular closed loop simulation. It's like a management strategy simulation. The SSC recommends consideration of timeframes that are relevant to near-term community impacts, as well as long-term projections. The SSC did highlight when we were looking at indices and what indices would be helpful to use, the SSC highlights the need to explicitly articulate the range of council objectives, as well as distinguishing between high priority and low priority ones. when you're identifying the performance metrics, because defining appropriate performance metrics will depend on what your objectives are. The SSC suggests if a future FMP amendment is considered down the line to allow flexibility for stock-specific harvest control rules, and that's something that can be looked at through this process. And that's what I've got for the presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Mr. Ritchie, then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I guess my question's on this last slide here. The SSC highlights the need to explicitly articulate the full range of council objectives. This seems really important, and I just want to make sure I understand the process here. Would it be that the council would specify objectives, and I guess I'm speaking mostly to socioeconomic objectives. The council would specify or set a range of objectives that we're interested in looking into, and then you would evaluate which ones are the most measurable, and then we would use that information and make a determination on which HGR we would be interested in using in the future. Just if you could help me understand the process there for that. How the SSC, what your role would be in evaluating our objectives that we are curious to looking into.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, generally in these types of simulations, the way this process is an iterative process, but the way this works is that the council would specify objectives, and then the analysts and perhaps with input from the SSC could then create a list of performance objectives or performance metrics that would represent measurable quantities related to each objective. And then from that, when we see then the results of the simulations, you could clearly see in comparison to your objectives, how are these things ranking based on performance, and clearly tie those individual performance metrics back to the objectives.
Dr. Dressel.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, the other thing I want to highlight is the word iterative. It's difficult to identify objectives until you know what's possible, but it's hard to know what to do until you know what an objective is. And so I just wanted to highlight that it's not clear always how to come to the objectives. And I think that the iterative process, or as you work with this group to develop this, I think the iterative process will be necessary to try to get a handle on the objectives. And so we didn't speak to that necessarily, but it sounds so easy when we say we need to fully articulate those, but I think that the process is definitely iterative to come to what those might be and how they can be explored.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And through the chair, I mean, first I want to preface this, and I know that the council asked you to do this. We were trying to look at alternatives to our current harvest control rules to support climate resilience, knowing that we're in a very dynamic system right now with ecosystem changes. But I guess, did the SSC have a discussion? I feel like you're trying to work your way through this, but I'm really having a hard time with the sticking point about the uncertainty that we have with the data inputs. So in one of your other presentations, we talked about how to prioritize surveys and looking at different survey frequency. And in that was also ecosystem surveys and whether they're going to continue to be prioritized by the agency. Those surveys it seems like being prioritized based right now by the agency on how they contribute to stock assessments, not our future ability of how they contribute to stock assessments or harvest control rules. So I'm really having trouble seeing how we move through this exercise on getting more climate resilient harvest control rules with that level of uncertainty around surveys and survey frequency. And so is this a big part, or am I making too big a deal about this portion of it? And then I have one more question after that. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll take a shot,
but I may ask for a second and more thoughts on that. I think that the SSC naming, looking at this in the context of changing resources, is incredibly relevant, but I think it will also be quite intensive, like I mentioned. So I don't think you're making too big of a deal of things, because the question of how your resources is going to change completely affects how you model this in these and how responsive the harvest control rules will be. I'm not completely familiar with what the analyst capability and with what their current construct is, but when I think of things, there may be able to be examples, like we were talking about case studies where you take a certain species and say, okay, if the survey is biennial or every 2 years or every 4 years instead of a single year, I think it's possible that you can put it in, see how well you estimate or how much uncertainty there is then for your population estimate, and then you can see what is the impact with your harvest control rules and how successful they are. So, but that's a pretty intensive look, which is why we mentioned a case study. And so it may be something where authors, I don't know that they could put bounds on it and say this is the minimum and maximum performance of this harvest control rule, but they may be able to give an example for a particular species of, does this harvest control rule really fail if you don't have data every year and incredibly data intensive? Does another harvest control rule possibly work better? And I'd like to go, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I would love to go to Dr. Stewart and see, he's run more of those type of things, and if I'm on target or if I'm suggesting too much.
No, I think you're right on target there. I guess to sum it up, it was not lost on the SSC that we were simultaneously evaluating reductions in data while talking about the development of harvest control rules that would be even more data intensive. And I think that's represented in our recommendation that we really need to think about this moving forward.
Second question, and it is all in light of, are we asking the SSC and the plan teams to do things that are just kind of impossible right now based on our resources? But my second question is just pretty basic. Like, do we know enough, even for a few stocks, on the relationship between these kind of environmental factors or indicators that we might be collecting through ecosystem surveys, and then their relationship to the species? Like, do we know enough about the relationship to recruitment? Do we know enough about the relationship to natural mortality? Are there species where we really are able to see that we could understand that relationship enough for this to make a difference? Or are we still in a really kind of low state of knowledge about those relationships?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimple, you're definitely on target that we don't have environmental relationships, say, for recruitment indices for all species. I think, though, that there may be examples of species that we have that may, I think of, we may have examples of species where you can look at environmental variability on, and I guess I'm thinking of biological parameters. But I think it would be in a sense of an example rather than looking across all species.
Through the chair, just to add to that, we don't have, as Dr. Dressel stated, we don't have a lot of cases where we're already including these relationships in assessments. So I think that reflects our level of current understanding. However, it's a slightly different question in a simulation context, because we're more asking the question, what if this relationship were there? Would our harvest control rules still be robust to this? And so in that case, we don't necessarily need to know that it is the case. We just want to make sure it's in the envelope of things that might be plausible and then determine the performance. So we're not necessarily stopped at this level because we don't have these relationships, but it is a slightly different question.
And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the other thing that I want to say is that I'm a little bit cautious about my word of using a couple examples because I'm talking about ones that, like were already implemented in stock assessments. I think that the agency and the council's support in gathering ecosystem information, I feel like we are light years ahead of many other regions as far as the ecosystem status reports in linking environmental indicators to species. So I just want to make sure that my example of saying there's only a couple doesn't minimize all the linkages and all the ESR work as well. And other people may have a better idea of how to do that than I can.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, my question's back on EFH. So if other council members have questions on harvest control rules, I can wait.
Doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. My question's on your last slide on the EFH review. And I see there that you're requesting an opportunity to review the updated gear parameters and updates to the fishing effects model for the habitat recovery parameters, where I was just mentioning the request to look at some of these more slow recovering habitats. And I guess it's a process question. Are you requesting that review come back through SSC and council in like a year, or what's the process for getting that review or that opportunity to review what's being done in the fishing effects model before we get to the final, this 5-year review?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, in the SSC discussion, I don't believe that we touched on exact timelines or bodies for review. The authors presented a proposed timeline, and we were mostly looking at the scope here, and we did not put specific meetings or anything in our recommendations.
Thanks, that's helpful. And Madam Chair, I think I'm just trying to figure out process since we made a motion back in December, and if we need to provide any further guidance to the SSC or the EFH team and how we would go about doing that.
Thank you. Ms. Goen, we talk about scheduling typically during staff tasking, so I think we would defer until that time.
Okay,
Circle
that's
back on
helpful.
this.
Thanks.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you so much for the report and for all of your work this week. Appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to our public testimony on our C2 Chum Salmon Bycatch agenda item. So looking at the e-agenda, we have 187 people signed up. We will go through the list in order with a few limited exceptions for unavoidable conflicts. If you're not present when your name is called, I'll circle back one time to call your name at the end of the afternoon session, during which you missed the testimony call. Once I've called your name a second time, you'll be removed from the testimony list. If you have difficulties, please use the Q&A feature on Zoom to contact our administrative team or email them at support@npfmc.org. Regarding testimony limits, there's a timer on the projected screen. Individuals and companies will have 3 minutes. Organizations and associations will have 6 minutes. If your time is up, I'll ask you for a concluding statement. For those testifying remotely, you'll be unmuted when it's your turn to speak. So please make sure you're in a quiet space with good internet connection so that we have the best chance of hearing you. With that 187 person list, that equates to about 4 times as many testifiers as the AP received. So we're guessing that's going to take us about 3.5 days if we're able to get through 55 to 60 people a day. And I know a lot of people have spent a lot of time and resources getting here, and we want to make sure we hear from everyone. So would really appreciate the public's assistance in time management. We also want to make sure we have time for some dialogue with testifiers. So would ask council members to be judicious about their questions. I won't put additional limit at this time beyond our 2 limit per question. Obviously, we won't be able to accommodate that for every council member, but I may need to reassess at the end of today and providing additional limitations on the number of questions. So appreciate everyone's understanding and really look forward to hearing from everyone. We will begin our testimony with Chief Brian Ridley, followed by Mike Jones.
Can you hear me? Okay. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank the chair and the council for giving me this opportunity to advocate and accommodating my schedule, because over the last 2 years, I now represent the entire state of Alaska at the National Congress of American Indians, where I'll be flying all night and in a board meeting tomorrow. So thank you for that. My name's Brian Ridley. I'm a tribal member of the Native Village of Eagle, which is on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. That's important because most of my Native family is in Canada, where they haven't been able to fish for over 2 decades. Additionally, this fall, our fall chum that we depend on, only 6,000 fall chum made it past Eagle. I've had the honor of being the chief chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference for the last 4 years. TCC is a tribal consortium that serves 42 tribal communities, including 37 federally recognized tribes and more than 18,000 Alaska Native people in interior Alaska whose health and well-being depend on the salmon stocks of the Yukon and Kuskokwim River drainages. It's a fact that Western Alaska chum salmon are in crisis. These fish spend most of their lives in the Bering Sea waters managed by this council. Yet current management and voluntary industry measures have failed to ensure their long-term survival. The council is legally obligated to support fishing communities, yet ours have lost subsistence harvests, suffered severe economic impacts, and endured multi-species, multi-year salmon collapses. The purpose here is clear: to control what we can, human-caused bycatch in federal fisheries, so more chum salmon make their way to Western Alaska spawning grounds. For decades, offshore bycatch continues with little restrictions, while its cumulative impacts on salmon runs are minimized. Every salmon taken is one that never returns to our rivers. Meanwhile, subsistence needs go unmet, and our fishing has been reduced to closures and extreme restrictions. During the same time, the Pollock fleet relied on voluntary measures to reduce their bycatch, while this council only increased their harvest limit and has taken no meaningful action. Industry often claims that OIK-bound chum are only 1% of the Pollock catch, but that number is misleading. Comparing individual salmon to millions of tons of pollock tells us nothing about conservation. The real question is how many Western Alaska salmon that should be returning to our rivers are in your nets. The adult equivalent analysis shows that pollock bycatch removes an average of 44,000 Western Alaska chum annually. That's 66 million eggs lost that never entered our rivers each year. In low-run years, bycatch has accounted for up to 7.7% of Western Alaska chum removals and nearly 5% of the Yukon fall chum run. These are not small numbers. They are tens of thousands of salmon that need to reach spawning grounds. So when you hear only 1%, remember that statistic hides the true biological impact. We're told that bycatch limits would devastate the pollock industry, but the DEIS shows otherwise. The pollock fishery generates about 1.6 billion a year, and under the 50,000 fish corridor cap, only about 157 million, or roughly 10%, is at stake. Meanwhile, Yukon River communities have endured 100% loss of our salmon economy since 2020. At the same time, over 320 million in USDA buyouts have been sent to the pollock industry in the last 4 years. filling the gap created by the industry's overharvest and the Council's failure to manage cumulative impacts on the Bering Sea fisheries. If the government must buy surplus pollock, then current catch levels are not realistic or supported by actual market demand. While the pollock sector receives immediate federal bailouts, Western Alaska fisheries are left with slow disaster declaration processes, only about 42 million since 2009, often years late and never enough. The contrast is stark. Hundreds of millions in rapid support for the fleet versus delayed inadequate relief for Yukon communities living with closures, food insecurity, starvation, diabetes, cancer, and cultural loss. With declining chum runs, shrinking pollock, and falling demand, sustainability now requires real behavior change from the pollock industry. This fishery cannot continue harvesting at levels the market won't support and the ecosystem can't sustain while the salmon and tribal members on our rivers bear the cost. We also hear industry say the real problem is Area M. Area M interception is a problem just as much as the Bering Sea bycatch, and tribes across Western Alaska are pressing the state for reduced interceptions, more conservative harvest, stronger accountability, and real-time management, just as we are here. Reducing Bering Sea bycatch and Area M interceptions must happen together. Pointing fingers at another fishery does nothing for our salmon. We invite the pollock fleet to join these efforts instead of deflecting responsibility. True recovery requires action by all intercepting fisheries. Alternative 4 and voluntary fleet measures represent status quo, not meaningful conservation. The fleet even agreed verbally the last few years to keep chum bycatch below 200,000 fish, and they still met all pollock quotas. This proves a regulatory cap is possible. It shows that changes in fishing behavior are achievable and have been demonstrated when the fleet chooses to act. Let me be clear, we're not asking to shut down the pollock fishery. We're asking for the first real step in sharing the burden of conservation, the same step Yukon fishers began taking decades ago. Our communities have carried the burden alone for more than 20 years. Today, we're asking the pollock fleet to finally share the burden. TCC urges the Council to adopt the most protective package, Alternative 2, with 100,000 fish Bering Sea-wide cap. Alternative 4, but only as a supplement, not as a substitute, because Alternative 4 alone is status quo. Alternative 5, Option 1, with a 50,000 fish corridor cap. This is a balanced, science-based approach. It does not shut the fishery down. It simply asks the pollock fleet to take the same first step in conservation that our people were forced to take. Yes, stronger limits may affect industry profits, but we're not asking them to stop fishing. We're asking them to help protect Alaska's future. Alternatives 2, 4, and 5 Option 1 support a viable pollock fishery and protect the salmon economies of Western Alaska. A healthy ocean requires both. For over 20 years, the Yukon River communities have sacrificed everything. Our commercial fisheries, our subsistence harvests, our gear, our seasons, and our way of life. Now it's time for the pollock fleet to finally share the burden. Thank you. Masicho.
Thank you for your testimony, Chief Ridley. I'll ask council members if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Ridley, for coming. My question is on your January 5th letter, and it's at the bottom of page 4, top of page 5, in your opposition to alternative to option 5, the industry approach to the corridor. And you noted allowing industry to select closure areas risks excluding known high bycatch areas undermines transparency and reduces predictability for subsistence dependent communities. I wasn't clear what you meant by how that undermines transparency. Can you clarify that for me?
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can call a lifeline. I've got fish experts here. So I was gonna see if Crystal could help me out with that one.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So as we went through the analysis and looked at the most conservation forward methods, we really looked at everything holistically. Excuse me, this thing has some feedback. There we go. And so when we were looking at industry imposed measures, we were looking at all of the testimony and everything that's gone through this council and through the AP of what industry has already done voluntarily without regulation. And what we were kind of looking for is that equitable regulation. We have tons of regulation in river, and we are also looking for regulation within industry, not just promises. So that's kind of why we had opposed those types of alternatives, is we're looking for concrete, measurable accountability versus promises.
You have a follow-up?
Thank you, Ms. Lapp. I guess I didn't understand how that answered my question, how that undermines transparency, that particular approach.
That ties into a lot of the other points that I put into that that letter about transparency. So again, it's all voluntary measures through the IPAs and through industry, which does not regulate or mandate transparency. So it's something that I would be happy to have a side conversation with you today, but it's a complicated thing. I've made multiple points in that. Again, happy to have a one-on-one conversation about that to go into it further.
I think, if I may, I think in the point that I had made previously, what really frustrates me is the industry saying over the last couple of years, hey, trust us, we're going to stay under this 200,000 cap. And they were able to catch their limit as proposed by all of you and do that. Yet when the conversation came up at this meeting, they're saying we can't possibly be held to that cap. That's what's, I guess, is so frustrating to me. If they've been able to do it the last couple of years, then why not be able to agree to it now? It seems to be a lack of control, that they don't want to be forced or told to do that. And that's, I guess, what worries me the most.
You are. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Ridley, for the testimony and for being here today. Really appreciate it. Early in your testimony, you spoke to what 1% represents for the tribes and that it's tens of thousands of fish. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the benefits of that 1% to the area.
Yes, as I explained, we started years ago saying every fish counts because, like I said, only 6,000 fall chum made it to Eagle. So every single fish that comes with all the eggs and everything else is so important to us to bring it back. And that's why you see our people so frustrated with the thousands and thousands of bycatch that are out there. Because we're doing everything we can to get those fish to bounce back. And I guess it's hard when we stand down our fishing that we've known for over 10,000 years, and we're trying to do everything we can to have the fish numbers bounce back, and then just to see all of the waste out there. In our areas, those things are referred to as wanton waste, but out there, it's just thousands and thousands of bycatch that I worry people don't seem to want to put a cap on. And that's what we're looking for here is real action. I talk about the 10,500 years because that's, at least in our area, I believe the oldest recorded fish camp that we've found so far. So we are truly fish people. We're very dependent on that. And I believe largely over these last few decades, because we have a lack of fish, like I said, we've got elders that are showing up with signs of starvation. and increased diabetes, and I feel like to some extent increased cancer. And that's really concerning as I represent a region the size of the state of Texas and 20,000 people. I've got to do the best I can for them. And that's why we're fighting so hard to try to get our fish back.
Thank you. Ms. Goen, follow up, and then Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, it's a second question actually, and I'm wondering if you can clarify for me in your testimony. I really appreciate that you mentioned that you don't want to shut down the pollock fishery. And you spoke to this voluntary 200,000 cap that they've been able to stay under. But then in your recommendation, you're asking for 100,000 hard cap. So I'm wondering if you can help me understand the discrepancy there and if you think they can still fish under 100,000 hard cap.
We want the most restrictive, lowest caps possible, to be quite honest. And I guess what really worries me here is we want low. I assume they want high. And normally there'd be some sort of let's come to an agreement. But what I saw 3 years ago, that doesn't take place here is what concerns me. And so I've been worried that the industry is going to say, oh, 500,000 or more, or no cap at all. And that may be what happens here. And that does nothing for us. We need real action by this group to try to help get our salmon back before we're talking extinction and all those problems that nobody wants to talk about. We're doing everything we can to bring our fish back. But we need action here, and we need your help.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Ridley, for your presentation. And also thank you for your representation at NCAI. You mentioned in your testimony that other takes of Western Alaska chum salmon. Should I interpret that mention as the action in front of the North Pacific Council at this point as being a piece of the puzzle and not the entire maybe solution to the woes that we have on our Western Alaska salmon populations?
Yes, as I said 3 years ago, we're fully aware that there's a lot of different factors in this, and I would admit that. But what's the old prayer? Lord, help me control the things I can control. That's what we're looking for here. There's a lot of parts and pieces that maybe we don't have control over or immediate control, and we're asking you all to help us with that. Now, related, I think, to that question is the talk of Area M. I was very frustrated 3 years ago. There was one of your council members who was also on Board of Fish, and that same council member at Board of Fish pointed at this council, and when he was here was pointing at Area M. And those types of things are so frustrating to me. But like I said, we'll be with Board of Fish here in, 2 weeks or so. And we'll be fighting the fight there just like we are here. So as I learned, that was 3 years ago, was my first introduction to all of this, is we need our fish to get around Area M, and then they got to run the gauntlet through the waters that you all oversee. And we're just trying to do anything we can to get our fish, as many of them, through there as possible.
Thank you. And Mr. Cicada.
Yes, and thank you for your testimony. One of the concerns that I have, kind of the unintended consequences, is that by setting a very conservative cap on all chums, not just Western Alaska chums, as we tried to in the purpose and need statement, is that once a very low number is set, we know already that the Russian hatchery production has been increasing. Are you at all concerned that other foreign countries may release more hatchery fish? Not only would it benefit them with higher returns, but it would benefit them that it could cause the American fishery industry to hit their cap. But more importantly, it would be more food competition, which the science has shown is one of the leading causes of that. It seems like there may be a potential for unintended consequences that this low cap may generate more intensive food competition in the Bering Sea. Have you considered that, or is that something that you think is even a possibility?
I may need some help from my fish expert here, but I would go back to the help me control the things we can control. I can't control Asia or Russia or all those things. I know those play a factor into everything that we're talking about here, but I have to focus in on the things that you all can control with those numbers to try to help us. And so, like I said, I'm pushing for the lowest possible, but I'm not pushing for full closure. So I'm just asking, work with us and let's figure out what cap number would work. My concern, well, really my concern 3 years ago, but my concern today, which is still very valid, is if you set it, so you're talking low, but I'm worried about the high side. If you guys come in and say 500,000 or 550 or whatever, that'll never come into play. And to me, that's more status quo of just, fish away and overfish and all those kinds of things. And that's what really concerns me. Is anything to add?
No, Chief, I think you put that exactly how I would.
You. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So we'll take Isaiah Ivanoff and Jacob Ivanoff next, and then we'll go back to the main list, starting with Mike Jones.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I know I had gotten a question. I had put my name twice as a personal testimony and NEC and NVU testimony, so I'll just go ahead and use the NVU and NEC testimony for myself. And my son Isaiah will be testifying after me. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jacob Ivanoff. I am the environmental coordinator for the native village of Unalakleet and oversee all environmental issues within our community. I also work for the Nome Eskimo community as their fisheries advocate. I've got to serve on the NOAA Alaska Salmon Research Task Force, and I've also worked for NCDC for 13 years as their senior crew leader in the Fisheries Research and Development Department. I've sat on the Southern Norton Sound Advisory Committee, I don't even know how many years now, but I was the chair for that committee since 2015. I've worked in salmon enumeration projects as early as 2002 and the distribution with the Chums and the coho with the Department of Fish and Game as an NVU employee in 2004, 5, and 6. And so I've worked in fisheries research for many years. And that's where I am at now for Nome Eskimo as our fisheries advocate. And I want to ask, should I go ahead and do my NEC first or personal testimony first? Or do I just do one?
If your comment, you stated earlier that you're commenting on behalf of your organization.
Yeah, both the organizations and myself.
Okay, well, we can give you a combined 6 minutes for that then, since you're representing an organization. So however you would like to manage that, feel free. And then we'll give your son 3 minutes. So because you're up together. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and start with and why I was interested to do the fisheries advocate is that within my years of experience working in the fisheries, I've had the chance to observe all the issues that we're experiencing on the Unalakleet River and in the marine waters, seeing that there's been a lot of impacts with the current temperatures in the marine ecosystem, starting with the 2016 heat blob that was out in the Barents Sea and the 2019 heat wave that we had with the high temperatures. And I'm sure you guys remember that with the ones in Alaska, where we had pink salmon and chum salmon floating belly up due to the heat and loss of oxygen in the water. And then just a decrease in the high protein diet that the salmon have out in the marine waters is also causing a decline. And in 2022, there was an Alexandrium cantella bloom, which causes paralytical shellfish poisoning. And the lowest cell count that they had in that research was 30,000 cells per liter of Alexandriums, and the highest cell count that they recorded was over 187,000 cells per liter. And with this specific saxitoxin in the East Coast, they shut down any clam fisheries when there's 3,000 cells per liter. And I've done further research, and I know we can't really use it in the US because it was done in Chile, where they had 3 tanks with Alexandriums in different cell amounts. One tank had 250 cells per liter, another one had 500 cells per liter, and another one had 1,000 cells per liter. And in the 250 cells per liter tank, there was a 24% mortality within 24 hours. And when they had 1,000 in the 1,000 cell per liter, it was 100% mortality of the Atlantic juvenile salmon out of the Chile, because they were having a decline with their hatchery juvenile salmons. So that just indicated that and it showed that the Alexandrium is connecting and sticking to their keels, suffocating the fish. And this past summer, the Knik tribe got a red sockeye salmon that had 1,400 cells or milligrams per unit, and with this juvenile salmon, and it was found deceased along the river system. So somehow they're getting into the river system. So we're having a lot of issues in the marine waters with these things, but we've been doing studies in the Eastern Norton Sound that shows that we're still getting high counts just 2 miles off the coast. We were collecting water samples, and just 2 miles off the coast of Unalakleet, we were finding that there was nearly 2,000 cells per liter in a 3-minute drag. So, and with the in-river systems, and with the 2019 having a detriment to our river system, is that my recollection is when I would go out moose hunting in the fall time, the river was loaded with mayflies, and nearly every bend that I'd come around, I'd have to pretty much have glasses on because it was so thick. And now you don't even have to worry about mayflies as you're driving the river system. So there's a lot of issues that we're having within our freshwater and marine ecosystem that are causing issues to our salmon right now. And one thing that's concerning to me is that this past summer, I saw maybe 1 or 2% of the normal amount of salmon fries that I've seen within our river system. It's very alarming. And that goes to show why the percentages or the amount of chum salmon harvested in the trawling has gone down, is because we don't have any fish in our river system. And I agree with everybody is that we all have to carry the burden of conservation in through all sectors of the salmon runs. And so that's why, sorry, not that's why, but I also pushed, and if I get some time, I know I'm running low on time, I kind of want to read the last few sections of our joint resolution that the Nome, Eskimo, and Native Village of Unalakleet had. It states, whereas the North Pacific must ensure that its recommendations are consistent with the 10 national standards adopted by Congress in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, since those standards include consideration of the health and well-being of fishing communities, including Nome and other fishing communities in the Norton Sound region, striving to attain optimum yield from the fisheries for the benefit of the U.S. as a whole, which provides critical importance economic benefits to Nome and other CDQ villages of the region, and equally provides the conservation and recovery of the Norton Sound chum salmon. Adoptions of measures to minimize bycatch levels, And whereas the North Pacific has adopted an ecosystem policy that commits the NPF to goals that recognize the importance of subsistence, uses knowledge of the natural resource of the region held of the indigenous people, and the need for the precautionary transparency, inclusiveness, management of all which are understood by the NEC and NVU, and to request that the North Pacific will ensure that our recommendations to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch, both now and the future, will be inclusive of the goals with the objectives of NEC and NVU. Be it further resolved that the Nome Eskimo Tribal Council and the Native Village of Unalakleet Tribal Council has determined that the scientific information compiled by the North Pacific and the input they receive from the agencies, tribal bodies, and the public is sufficient to provide the council with the foundation necessary to formulate recommendations that are consistent with the requirements of MSA and the objective of the council ecosystem policy. I'm just going to go ahead, now that I'm running over, I'm going to go for be it further resolved, the Nome Eskimo Community Tribal Council and the Native Village of Unalakleet Tribal Council supports Alternative 5, Option 1, with language from Alternative 3, Option 1. And I'm going to say that as the editor as it is, I had an error in including Alternative 2 with a cap limit, with so within that language. To provide the closed corridors to reduce trawl fishing when the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Norton Sound rivers are restricted. These measures will protect the migratory corridors for whack chum and therefore request North Pacific to consider the timing and area closures to minimize the amount of whack chum salmon bycatch during bee season. Reducing the chum bycatch will recover the whack salmon. The tribal councils are concerned that the ecological impacts of the large numbers of Asian hatchery chums in the Eastern Barents Sea ecosystem and support all measures that will reduce their numbers. The NEC and the NVU expect the North Pacific to be supportive of the leadership role of NEC and NVU in managing the region's natural resource and to remain informed of the status of the chum recovery. And if I may add one more thing.
Mr. Ivanoff, I'm really sorry I let you go over a little bit. I really appreciate your testimony and hate to interrupt, but I'm sure there will probably be some questions too. So if we could move on to your son's testimony and then circle back to see if there are questions, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, it's loud. I'm Isaac Ivanoff, and I'm from the Unalakleet community in Nome region and Norton Sound. I like to go fishing a lot down there, but recently I realized in the past years that 2024 had more salmon than 2025, really, because the pink salmon population had gone down a lot, and during 2024 I went down to the ocean and I'd see salmon fry going through the cracks entering the river, and that was when it was melting season, so they were making their way up, but I believe the tomcods that were in the cracks were starting to eat some of them, because I would see them start popping out from the darker parts of the ocean and like going back down. And then me and my brother had gone up last year to Salyuk and we fished, and the silvers up there wasn't really a lot like all those other times. And so we caught one grayling and then a red silver. And it was a pretty big one, but it was a male. And one of them was scarred by a river seal, I believe. And then with that, we only saw like 3 other silvers come for our hooks, and that was it. And there's one spot that the silvers were more safe in than the other parts in the river, because there's one area they were staying in and not going anywhere else, and it was a little creek next to one of the fishing, I forgot, but they take people out to go fishing. It's one of those fishing companies. But also with last year, there were more like a higher amount of humpies, and there weren't really a lot last year. Because last year there was a really small population of pink salmon, so. Then we haven't really had much kings there either, so the king population there, there's only one red that someone caught last year, and that was the only red that got caught. And then we have like really no kings.
Thank you very much. Isaiah, is this your first time testifying?
Yes.
You did a really nice job. Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thanks. Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, and thank you for both of your testimony. Sounds like we have a great traditional and local knowledge expert in the making. So thank you for your testimony. The quick question I have is that you had mentioned that the lack of the mayflies and salmon flies in your river, and I'm a kind of an avid fly fisherman. For me, those are critical bioindicators of a river system's health, typically highly sensitive to things like pollution, low oxygen, and high sedimentation. What do you believe is the cause of the decline in the mayflies and the salmon flies in the area that you have expertise in?
I believe that it had to do with the heat wave that we had in 2019. That was very detrimental to the fish and the bugs. I mean, there were some readings that I was getting the temperature of 84 degrees Fahrenheit in the river system itself. So the river head was really warm, and so that is my number one gut feeling, is that it came from that heat wave in 2019. And so that's how I feel that population of mayflies has really gone down from that. And if I may add earlier, is that with the chum and all the other species with the Chinook, the spawning season, we're seeing a greater abundance of rain during that season. And in June, it's more of a dry part now, and we're having the inconsistency that we used to have with the amount of rain that we were getting during the summer. And it comes down during the end of July, August, and September. We're just getting flooded. Our river systems are getting flooded, and we don't know the negative impacts that it's having on the natural spawning with the increase of turbidity of the river systems as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. I had a question. You spent a lot of time talking about the harmful algal blooms, and so I'm wondering, through your research, is there a good predictor that you're seeing in your region for when those would form, other than just temperature? Or is temperature really the main one that would allow us to see we should be prepared now this is going to occur?
That's a possibility, that it is the timing and the temperature plays a big role in the Alexandrium bloom. A study done by the World Woods Hole Institute had found that between the Bering Sea and Chukchi connections, in that strait area, that is the largest cysbed of Alexandrium anywhere in the world. And so just having that information. So what happens with the saxitoxin is that when they become active, they'll float up and they'll mate and they'll join together. And when they become dormant, they'll go straight down to the bottom of the sand and stay down there until the timing is right. And they haven't found a cyst deposit at the size in the Bering Sea and Chukchi.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to you both for your testimony, especially Izzy. I appreciate you sharing your observations with us, and I hope you'll continue to do that. And thank you, Mr. Ivanoff. My question is I want to make sure I understand your clarification about recommended action for this council. And I think I understood, please correct me if I'm wrong, that your organization's recommendation for council action on Chum salmon bycatch is alternative 5, option 1, but with the abundance index that we're looking at under alternative 3, rather than the one we have currently under alternative 5?
Yes, that's kind of correct, is that the recommendation is to have option 5 or alternative 5, option 1 with language from alternative 3 using the indices of the Cusco, Yukon, and Orton Sound runs. And that would be based upon the parent year, the brood year of 4 years prior, with language from alternative 2 with having a hard cap just within clusters in 1 and 2, the corridor. But it also could be that it could also include timing. And the reason why I say timing is that from the opening time of June 10th to July, that's the time that our chum are migrating through those corridors to get back to our river system. And by the end of June, beginning of July, the chum salmon have returned to the mouth of our river system. We start getting our chums in the beginning of July, and I've heard of some areas along the Yukon getting them at the end of June. And we feel that the reason why the Cusco has been able to meet their escapement goals is because they're moving into the river systems earlier than ours, and so they're not lingering far, and they're probably staying closer along the shorelines and not in those areas. So if there was a timing closing, because you can look at the 2021 area M harvest, which I believe had the biggest impact on our chum, because in the June fisheries, they harvested 1.7 million chums alone in 2021, and 68% of those were bound for coastal Western Alaska, which comes out to 667,000 chums bound for coastal Western Alaska were harvested during the Area M fisheries. And you look at the 2021 harvest of the chums in the trawl industry, it was what, 527,000? So that brings up, they harvested 140,000 chums bound for coastal Western Alaska, more than the trawl industries with the hatchery fish and coastal Western Alaska salmon combined.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank both of you for your testimony. Mr. Shikata asked my question. I was real curious about the mayflies as well. But so this question goes to the young Mr. Ivanoff, if you could. In your testimony, Mr. Ivanoff, you mentioned you caught a silver, I believe, in the river or lake or something that had scars, and you mentioned it might have been from maybe a river seal or something. Do you see that often?
Yes, I've seen this a lot actually, because we'd set our nets in the other years and we'd pull up some of the silvers, and some of those silvers had seal cuts from the river, or they were coming from out of the ocean, because when they were coming from out of the ocean, they were still in their glowing early silver stage and coming out of the river ocean. So some of the time, yes, they would be scarred, and some of the time they wouldn't.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. Not seeing any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Mike Jones, followed by Elizabeth Akivak. Is Mike Jones in the room? Okay. I'm not seeing Mike. We will put his name on the list and we'll do one more call back at the end of the day. So Elizabeth Akivak. Is Elizabeth in the room? Is Elizabeth in the room? Before that, I called Mike Jones. Okay, Elizabeth's online. But she's not online. She's not with us. Okay. We will call back Elizabeth at the end of the day as well. So Ernie Weiss is next, followed by James Sherman.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I serve as Natural Resources Director for the Aleutians East Borough. I have a long history with the borough, having lived in a borough community for 25 years, taught in the borough school district, served on the assembly, raised a family and crew, and was crew on family fishing vessels, but I currently reside in Anchorage. Aleutians East Borough includes the communities of Acatan, False Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Cold Bay, Sandpoint, and King Cove. Several members of the council have been to our communities, but attached to my testimony sign-up is a document with pictures of all our communities, just for fun. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the C2 Chum Salmon Bycatch action. This action will directly impact all Aleutians East Borough communities, as we are dependent on pollock deliveries to our shore-based plants, in particular Acatan. The borough levies a tax on all raw fish delivered to our ports, and pollock deliveries are a main source of borough fish tax. Annually, pollock processed in borough ports accounts for anywhere from 30% to a high of 54% in 2024 of our fish tax revenue. Other main sources of our fish tax revenue are Pacific cod and salmon. The loss of Bering sea crab processing, the loss of processors in King Cove and Port Moller, and some recent tough salmon seasons have increased our dependence on pollock processing. Continued pollock processing in borough communities allows processors to accept deliveries of other species throughout the year and provide much needed markets for our local small boat fishermen. The fish tax revenue from pollock deliveries help fund education in schools in the borough, infrastructure projects, including ports and harbors that serve residents and non-residents, and bond debt service on those projects. Aleutians East Borough communities have always been salmon fishing communities, and we are very sympathetic to Western Alaska communities impacted by the declining salmon runs. I recently attended the Board of Fish AYK Finfish meeting in Fairbanks, and through conversations there and hearing testimony on this action, I definitely feel for the people experiencing those impacts. Our salmon fishermen have recently experienced lower harvest, in part due to their voluntary efforts to reduce all chum salmon harvests in June. We support those efforts and also support continued genetic testing to help refine those efforts. As you know, the analysis notes that the majority of chum bycatch in the pollock fishery is of East Asian origin, and the analysis also recognizes the major cause of declining Western Alaska chum runs are climate and environmental conditions, not bycatch in the pollock fishery. The Aleutians East Borough supports best practices by the pollock fleet and the lowest possible bycatch in the fishery. We support alternative 4 and continued use of genetic testing to avoid Western Alaska chum salmon. We do not support alternatives and options that would potentially close the pollock fishery. Pollock fleet is doing all they can to avoid all chum salmon, and I don't believe a hard cap on chum bycatch would be productive. Thanks again for taking my testimony. I can answer or take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for your testimony, and I appreciate the photos that you provided. I think that's helpful. I I wanted to just better understand kind of the size of these communities and the number of fishermen that reside. Do you have that available to you?
I can tell you on the 2020 census, the borough population was about 3,400, and King Cove in particular was 750. But I'm sure if you looked at it now, those numbers have gone down as depressed fishing opportunities have, people have left the communities. As far as, I mean, all the boats in Sandpoint and King Cove are all 58 foot and under because they're basically salmon fishing vessels, but they also do state water fisheries. But we take big boat deliveries of pollock, of course, in Academ, if that's helpful.
Thank you. And a follow-up on your statement about King Cove. I mean, is there something you can provide to the council on kind of context about what does King Cove do after the loss of a processor? What is their plan?
Continuing to try to find somebody to open up the cannery there, and also in Port Moller. It's been a struggle, but another processor has, or two processors have stepped up to take market, to provide markets for salmon and other fisheries. But it's definitely been a struggle for the community of King Cove, personal for me, having lived there for a long time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is James Sherman, Preston Rookok, and Wes Jones, followed by Carrie Harris. And there will be no questions after this testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. My name is James Sherman. I am a board member of Norton Sound Economical Development. I'm a resident of Nome. I'm here on behalf of CDQ and represent the Norton Sound region.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Kaya takpasinga honga sibu ngamengo nga sibu kamang pingo nga yam sekayo takpasinga ako naga nakapsigo dakan kami. Madam Chair, I'm Preston Rookok. I'm from Sibunga, St. Lawrence Island, in the Bering Sea. I also want to recognize my fellow and supportive NSCDC board members from throughout the Norton Sound region who has approved this testimony and are here this week. Frank Kachatak from Unalakleet, Milton Chimuk from St. Michael, Joe Garney from Teller, Ron Daniels from Elam, Charles Swanson from Quayak, Wilfred Kachiak from Stebbins, Anna Oxrock from Wales, Dean Peterson from Galvin, Rebecca Ozena from Diomede, and Frieda Southall from Breivik Mission.
Madam Chair, I'm Wes Jones. I'm NSCDC's quota manager. And prior to this role, I served as the Norton Sound Fisheries Research and Development Director for NSCDC. Prior to coming to work for NSCDC in 2006, I worked for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as a fisheries technician in the Bristol Bay region, crab management program in Dutch Harbor, and was the assistant area manager biologist for Norton Sound in Nome. I'm originally from Dillingham, but have been in Unalakleet for nearly 20 years. I'm also a Norton Sound subsistence and commercial salmon fisherman. We continue to strongly believe that this action should be focused on protecting Western Alaska chum salmon, as it is critical that the council ensure the action it takes and designed with that goal in mind. The council has heard a lot about the very real salmon crisis in Western Alaska throughout the Yukon River, and there is a lot of hope and faith that this somehow will remedy it. Unfortunately, even a zero bycatch approach would not result in anything resembling a recovery. Mother Nature needs to step in to do that. We implore you to ensure an action you take will consider and strive to anticipate its impacts both from the standpoint of inadvertently protecting foreign hatchery fish and the cost it will afflict on the pollock fishery, which 30% is owned by Western Alaska. As you're aware, NSCDC is one of 6 CDQ groups whose mission is to provide benefits to our member communities. We do this through a number of different means. We offer $3,500 scholarships to residents for each semester of college or vocational training. We issue electric utility subsidies annually to each household to help combat the high cost of living. We organize and finance bulk fuel shipments to our member communities to help bring down the cost of gas and heating oil for our nearly 9,000 residents. We sponsor wellness activities through the communities and invest tens of millions of dollars in specialized infrastructure programs and water and sewer programs. I'll leave you with the statement that in the last 30 years since the CDQ program was created, NSCDC has become the first place a majority of our residents and regional organizations think of when funding needs arise. And as been stated in testimony, in past testimony, the CDQ program has become to Western Alaska what oil production to the North Slope became for that region and the rest of the state. Our ability to do this work largely depends on our strong connection to the pollock fishery. We have relied on it since the inception of the CDQ program through allocations provided to us through this council and have strengthened our benefits from the investments in the pollock fishery as envisioned. With our allocations and investments, NSCDC owns nearly 10% of the Bering Sea fishery on behalf of our 15 member communities. It is critical that the council fully consider the importance of pollock to Western Alaska and not unintentionally harm our ability to do our work in order to inadvertently save Asian and Russian hatchery fish. An SCDC representative has testified previously. A constraining cap on the total number of chum taken in the pollock fishery does not make sense, even if the concept is well-intentioned. Once we start forcing captains to simply consider the total number of chum on the grounds, that's where they will focus. A low hard cap would absolutely be effective in forcing behavior. But if the conditions are such that areas with low numbers of chum salmon are where the Western Alaska chums are more strongly concentrated, all it will do is save Asian and Russian hatchery fish while focusing the fleet on Western Alaska fish. This is not what the council set out to do when taking up this issue. There are a lot of people hurting from the decline of salmon runs, and it is really easy to point fingers and not focus the facts. You as managers of the resource, however, have a record and a mandate to use the robust science provided to you in balancing the national standards. We have a record as owners in the pollock industry of improving bycatch performance in our fleets, and that is what is best for our communities. We want to protect Western Alaska salmon for our residents. We are those residents. Russian hatchery managers certainly are not looking out for us in their pollock fisheries, and we need to do that. The incentive plan agreements we fished under now have real and actual mechanisms to mandate that vessels move from areas with high chum rates. The best tool available to save Western Alaska chums without simply closing the pollock fishery is to focus the actions in those agreements to require vessels to move out of areas of high rates of Western Alaska chum. The great development work of BBSRI that has been shared with us over the last year has shown this to be possible. It won't be without cost to the industry and CDQ groups, but the fact that it will be prioritizing saving Western Alaska fish and not hatchery fish will mean it is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. So our next testifier is Carrie Harris, and she'll be joining us remotely. After Carrie, we'll take our mid-morning break, and then we'll reconvene with Richard Peterson. Is Carrie online? She's not online. Okay, we'll circle back to Carrie. We'll see. Is Richard online? Richard Peterson? Okay, is Martin Andrew and Terese Vicente here? Is Terese here? Is Terese Vicente here? No. Good morning.
Are you ready? Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Martin Andrew, and I am from Queequeg, Alaska, a remote community on the Kuskokwim River. In 2025, I was elected as the chair of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, on whose behalf I am testifying today.
And good morning, all. For the record, my name is Terese Vicente. I'm the Policy and Programs Director with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission.
The Kuskokwim Fish Commission recommends that you select the following suite of alternatives as your preferred alternatives for final action on Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch management. Alternative 2, an annual Bering Sea white cap at 100,000 chum. Alternative 4, additional regulatory measures for the industry's incentive plan agreements in its entirety. And alternative 5, option 1, to set the largest in-season corridor for Western Alaska chum salmon at a cap of 50,000 chum. To describe our rationale for these preferred alternatives, we thought it would be helpful to share a few key claims from and facts about the pollock industry and the impacts of trawl bycatch on chum salmon and salmon-dependent communities. Bycatch in the pollock trawl fishery has a negligible impact on chum salmon sustainability. The Fish Commission is the last to say that bycatch is the only factor contributing to salmon declines. But it is an important one and one that we can control. Calling bycatch meaningless ignores the fact that small percentages or rates of bycatch can mean massive removals of numbers of fish. Since 2011, there have been 615,000 Western Alaska chum given no opportunity to try to spawn because they have instead been removed in this fishery. The visuals we have attached to our show that are consistent trends in areas where these fish are taken, and the analysis shows there are consistent trends in times of Western Alaska bycatch. Think of rebuilding salmon like investing money. The earlier you invest, hopefully, the more your return will be. There are always volatile market conditions, but if you don't put any money in, all you're going to do is lose. It is the same with sustaining and restoring salmon. If you don't put any eggs in the gravel, you're not going to get any fish back. And this fishery has been part of the failure to invest eggs in the gravel for decades. I also want to note that the average of 1.75% removals of AEQ, coastal Western Alaska chum, has increased to 6% in the most recent 3 years reported, which are the first 3 years of our current declines, meaning impacts of this fishery increase as salmon decrease. This comparison of AEQ removals to Western Alaska commercial and chum harvest is also harmful and incorrect. It compares apples to oranges. Finally, how does this claim balance the science of traditional knowledge that says wasting a single salmon is an offense that contributes to its decline? Traditional knowledge must be seen as an equal to mathematically driven numbers under National Standard 2. Climate change, hatchery outputs, and Area M are the real culprits of Western Alaska chum salmon declines. As I said earlier, we will be the first to note that there are many factors cumulatively contributing to salmon declines. The Fish Commission is working to address these other impacts like Area M harvest and hatchery outputs. But this council also needs to do what it can for its piece of the puzzle. That is part of the gravel-to-gravel management and restoration of salmon that is so desperately needed. Additionally, precautionary management principles would dictate that management actions be conservative in the face of uncertainty. There is uncertainty in the AEQ analysis and impact rate. There is uncertainty in truly real-time knowledge of the stock of origin of salmon. These uncertainties indicate a need for precaution, including a recognition that the impacts of bycatch could be much higher than what is reported in the models, and that any chum caught could be from Western Alaska, especially in times and areas of heightened encounters with these fish, which are in their migratory pathway. Our recommendation will not bring back salmon, but it will bring cascading devastation to pollock companies and pollock communities. Alternative 4 is the only option. The analysis shows that this to be incorrect, as does recent performance of the fleet. They have demonstrated that they can function under a low cap when utilizing the IPA tools in Alternative 4. But prior to 2022, they have not demonstrated that we can rely on IPAs alone to reduce chum in Western Alaska chum bycatch. Table 4.2 shows the industry has had no issue meeting its total allowable catch while functionally operating under a low PSC limit. And Table 1.5 shows that revenue losses due to the corridor closures are minimal compared to gross revenue. Fishermen and their support sectors are always adapting to new circumstances and regulations. We have had to do so in the Kuskokwim to try to sustain salmon. We are asking for the possibility of slight adaptation of the fleet for the sustainability of salmon. If American subsistence users in an area of Alaska with disproportionately high levels of poverty, unemployment, and food insecurity can bear financial burdens of fishery adaptation, so can the highest volume fishery in the United States. This council has a moral and legal obligation to take meaningful action at this meeting to sustain salmon and our fishing community's way of life. We urge you to act upon our recommendation. Oyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Vicente and Mr. Andrew, from being in Bethel myself and living there, I understand that the commercial fishery for chum on the Kuskokwim was focused on roe that was sold to Japanese buyers. And correct me if I'm wrong there. And you still see the ships that are there in the Bethel area, like a graveyard, the commercial buying ships that were kind of discarded along the shoreline. It leads me to assume that those buyers that were there on the Kuskokwim that bought chum just maybe used up the market and then pulled out and just left their ships behind. With your local knowledge of the situation, especially Mr. Andrew, is that true, or did they move to another area to buy chum somewhere else?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Well, and you're right, back in the early days, that's when it all started, when the Japanese ships came into our region and they targeted salmon roe. And I believe that was when it all first started on the species of declining, leading all up to these years. And in regards to the chum fishery, years ago, I grew up fishing on the river, both subsistence and commercially. I started fishing on the river commercially while I was 5 years old. So I've got nearly 45 plus years of fishing, nearly 50 years of fishing on the river on the Kuskokwim. And in regards to the commercial fisheries, back about a decade or so back, when the commercial fisheries were sustainable in our region, there used to be some opportunities for commercial fishing for folks on the river, but unfortunately, from what I gathered back then, the quality of the chum, especially on the Kuskokwim, wasn't as like the fat content wasn't as fat like the Yukon stock. So those buyers, right when the chum stocks were starting to show a decline, they pulled out of that fishery on the Kuskokwim. And I hope I answered your question.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here today. And thank you, Mr. Andrew, for your testimony. And I have a question, whoever's best suited to answer. I appreciated, Mr. Andrew, the portion of your testimony urging the council or providing additional context in terms of the potential impacts of chum salmon bycatch on, particularly Western Alaska chum salmon stocks. And we usually talk about our impact rate or the removals, the percentage removals as estimated by AEQ, like you cited in your testimony. And I appreciate that. I took away a couple of different points. I think I'm clear on the first in that the average doesn't tell the whole story. It's important to look at the annual and particularly more recent information. My question is the second part of it. I think you were also urging us to consider more than just those numbers and those quantitative estimates, but I just want to make sure that the traditional knowledge and additional information, I think you were urging us to consider along with that is the information in section 4432 of our analysis and then expanded on in appendix 8. Am I correct about that?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. This is Terese for the record. Yes, I have two answers to your question, or I guess two parts to my answer to your question. So I think there's been a lot of weight placed on the numbers in this analysis that are driven by mathematical models like the AEQ and the impact rate. There has not been a lot of recognition about the uncertainties in those models and what those uncertainties might mean for what those numbers actually are in reality. So I think that's part of it. Meanwhile, we have worked really hard as a cooperating agency to bring forward the indigenous science from the people on our rivers about what a single salmon can do in terms of providing potential benefit to Western Alaska salmon-dependent communities. A single fish carries immense reproductive potential, and right now, in our era of climate change, it carries climate resilience, and we really need those climate-resilient genetics in future salmon stocks to be able to withstand climate change that is undoubtedly affecting fish and all fish in the North Pacific ecosystem. So that's one part of it, and it does seem that in these conversations that indigenous science and data is not held to the same standard, or it's, I suppose, maybe not given the same weight as the numbers in these uncertain mathematical models. So that's one part. Another thing my chair said is that the comparison of AEQ removals to directed commercial and salmon fisheries, which are in Western Alaska rivers, this is table 333 in the analysis, it's not really a fair comparison when you look at it because, I think we all agree that the bycatch of Western Alaska fish it's not supposed to be happening. The goal is zero bycatch. I've heard that stated from industry members too. We'd all love to see that. Meanwhile, subsistence fisheries are supposed to be happening in rivers. They have been happening since 9500 BC, if not prior to that. And commercial fisheries in rivers directly benefit people in Western Alaska communities. Those benefits stay there. The financial benefits drawn from commercial fishery income, how that commercial fishery income can then support subsistence activities and fishing and hunting, harvesting. So really a more fair comparison would be to look at, again, knowing these models are uncertain, AEQ removals of Western Alaska fish and the Bering Sea pollock fishery to, say, other intercept type fisheries like the state-directed Area M fishery, which is not included in that comparison or in those models. And I think this is a point that we continue to try to drive home, and it's why my chair and I will be back here in the Egan Center in a week and a half when the Alaska Board of Fisheries meets and talks about Area M, is because, both of these intercept fisheries are having an impact on migrating Western Alaska chum salmon. That much is clear. The science, both indigenous and Western, supports that. It's been happening for decades. So I think that's the other point my chair was trying to make, is that, you can't really compare AEQ removals to fisheries in river that are supposed to be happening and that have direct benefits. If you want to be comparing impacts, you need to look at the other fisheries, and you'll see that both of them do play a role in the cumulative decline of Western Alaska chum salmon. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony, and I appreciate the verbal testimony, but my question is actually on the handout that was provided, if that's okay. You provided this figure of showing Western Alaska chum bycatch in the cluster 1 and 2 areas, so that's related to your support of alternative 5. I'm curious on, you put the numbers of fish in here, and there's been a discussion about rates versus number of fish. And I just want to understand if you're kind of highlighting those important areas in terms of a potential closure is really based on numbers of fish over time, Western Alaska, or it's based in part or also on your local or traditional knowledge that that is the area where we would see or understand Western Alaska salmon to frequent. And I ask that because I think, and I apologize, I'll try to be more concise in the future, because sometimes we see a lot of effort in those dark red boxes because it's the cleanest area, so the numbers go up. And so I need to understand what's driving your advocacy on those areas being most important for closure, and then what the most important timing for that closure might be, if you can answer that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. So, you asked a lot there. I'm just pausing for a moment. No, it's good. It's a really good. No, I'll answer all of it. So, I think for decades, knowledge holders in Western Alaska have known that chum salmon that come back to the Kuskokwim swim through the Alaska Peninsula, and they're intercepted by, as I just said, the Area M fishery on the south side, and then the Bering Sea pollock trawl fishery and other trawl fisheries in Bering Sea on the north side. I think the data that we've provided in this map verify that, so to speak, through Western scientific data collection. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've been talking with people about this difference between numbers of salmon removals and rates of salmon removals. And I do understand why the industry looks at rates to try to determine clean fishing. But I keep coming back to the fact that relying on rates of chum to pollock, or relying on, say, proportions of Western Alaska fish to all chum salmon bycatch removals, can really obscure how many numbers of fish are being removed from the ecosystem. And the analysis is really clear that, as I said, a single chum salmon taken negates its opportunity to return, to try to spawn, to try to feed a family. And I really think the crux of this action that is before this council is about, are we trying to get as many Western Alaska chum salmon spawners back to rivers? Are we trying to give them the best opportunity possible to return and try to rebuild stocks, while also, balancing the needs of the pollock fishery? We align ourselves with Tanana Chiefs Conference. We're not trying to shut the fishery down, just trying to balance this. And we're trying to make sure that there's a gravel to gravel effort to restore salmon from the time their eggs in the gravel all through the oceans until they return and lay their own eggs. So I think the point we're trying to make with this visual is there are known areas of high impact to Western Alaska salmon. You can see those across the time period for which we have the data for, but our elders have known that for decades. They also are really productive feeding grounds for pollock because they're preying upon the same thing and they're preying upon one another. So, I understand these are high use areas for the trawl fishery as well. But if the goal here is to try to get as high a number of Western Alaska chum salmon back to the rivers or give them the best chance, I think it comes down to numbers, not rates and not proportions. Does that help?
It does. Thanks for that explanation. The second part of that question was really whether there was any more definitive timing, like in the Unalakleet region, we really heard about June and July, or if this full period is the most important period.
Yeah, thank you for that. The full period that you all and that the analysis has looked at for alternative 5 is June 10, the start of the bee season, through August. I think that is a really key time for Western Alaska chum if you're trying to look at where the majority of Western Alaska chum are. We find them swimming through the South Alaska Peninsula fishery in June. There's always early fish. There's always early fish on our river. There's fish that come up early. So that means there are fish in the Bering Sea pollock grounds in June. And then they do continue through August. And frankly, they continue afterwards. There's some really powerful traditional knowledge coming out of the advisory panel about how Yukon fall chum salmon, they continue to return to that river into late September. They're swimming up in the mouth. So that, looking at average chum run timing, that would mean, they're still swimming through this part of the Bering Sea that we're looking at in September, after this corridor closure. I do think that full June to August time period may have the maximum impact for trying to protect migrating Western Alaska chum, and protecting, both the fish that are swimming through there as they return to rivers, but then also swimming through there and eating the really productive food sources in that region and kind of milling about before they make their journey back to the Gulf of Alaska in the winter. So hopefully that helps clarify things.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, so thank you very much for your testimony and through the chair. I'm still struggling a little bit with the rate versus the number of fish. I fully agree with you that our goal here is to try to get as many of these fish into the river system so that they can spawn. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it in my mind, but let's take two scenarios, A and B. Ground A has a low rate, maybe 1 chum in it per tow. Area B has 100 chums per tow. And we know this, so 100% of the fleet fishes where it's the cleanest. It almost seems like the area with the highest bycatch would be the area that would produce the least amount of overall fish. If you start restricting those areas, wouldn't you be forced into fishing at an area that's a higher rate, and therefore eventually the overall number would actually be higher, contradictory to all of our goals? Or am I missing something here? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Through the chair, this is something I've started to investigate more, and I've started to look at figure 336 that has pollock harvest and rates of Western Alaska chum, specifically to pollock harvest, because I think it is an important thing to consider. But I also wonder, just thinking mathematically, if a rate in one region seems high, but it may be because trawl effort is a little bit lower. If you increase the trawl effort and increase the pollock harvest, that would drive the rate lower, as I understand it, because they have a more inverse relationship. So I think this is the point we're trying to drive home, is that there can be areas that have magnificent Western Alaska chum removals, but then the amount of pollock taken from those same areas is even more astronomical. And so it looks like a small ratio. That's how I'm understanding it. So if if the fleet was, say, pushed into an area that had a higher rate because it was less used, but then it became more used, it could potentially end up having a lower rate and then look like clean fishing. So it really continues to come back to numbers of fish removed and trying to track these areas where we know these Western Alaska fish are swimming and they're being encountered, and they could continue to be encountered if fishing effort changes. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm still trying to think through this, and I'd be really glad to connect with you and anyone else to discuss this further and try to look at some of these data in a spatial way.
Mr. Sukato.
Just a quick follow-up. Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. But I think, okay, I'll try to catch you later. But I struggle with the assumption that increasing effort, increasing the pollock harvest would somehow lower the rate. The best available information is that that rate would continue. So anyway, I will catch you later. I think it's a very interesting point and something that people struggle over.
Thank you. Yeah, and I also agree that we could all probably benefit from side conversations on this. You made some really good points. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. My questions are also on your attached handout, and I appreciate that you included socioeconomic data for the region as well. That's helpful, but my question's on the bycatch map and table. So what I'm trying to understand is potential interannual variability and how that's getting averaged over this 2011 through 2023 timeframe. And it looks like when you look at the table you have on your second page of your handout, there's still some key areas that stand out that even interannually, they tend to have consistently high numbers of chum bycatch. I was wondering if you could speak to that just briefly.
Sure thing. Thank you, Ms. Goen, through the chair. And I think maybe this might help Mr. Sukata's question too, just as I've been trying to wrap my head around this more. You may recall in our comment to both the agency and then this council, we've honed in on stat area 655-430 as the stat area with both the highest annual average Western Alaska chum salmon removals and then the highest Western Alaska cumulative chum salmon removals. But I started to dive into that more because, as we just talked about also with AEQ removals, an average doesn't share the whole picture. So that's what this table is trying to show is, looking each year between 2011 to 2023 at the highest impact stat areas, I suppose, to Western Alaska removals by numbers of fish that year. And you can see there's some interannual variability like that. That's true. And the industry has testified to that. I don't doubt that because animals adapt to changing conditions just like we do. But there are consistent trends as well. So the color coding, I think, really helps elucidate that, there are some of these stat areas, including 655-430, that do have really high numbers of Western Alaska chum salmon removals year over year, but that's not the only one. And it doesn't always hold true year to year, but it continues to have a disproportionately high impact compared to other stat areas in the corridor being proposed. So I think it's kind of a both and situation. There are consistent trends. There's also some variability. And I think there is a way to balance that while, allowing the fleet to continue fishing and allowing Western Alaska chum to get through. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your testimony. Mr. Andrew, I believe I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, a reference to restoration projects that you have, I believe, under the gravel to gravel potentially. If you can give me a few examples or correct me if I heard your testimony wrong, and a few examples of what you're referring to there. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Thanks for the question, Mr. Mueller. Yeah, we've got the gravel to gravel management and restoration project at Creek, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, along with TCC, our sister organizations, and we've been working very closely and together in trying to address our gravel-to-gravel management, knowing that the life cycle of the salmon is a 7-year cycle. And it's very challenging, I know, during these times, especially with the, with the stock showing a little decline, and both fisheries have a take on some numbers annually, and we just like to, we wanted to address that gravel-to-gravel management, so we'd be able to get hopefully any salmon up to the gravel, to their spawning grounds, to lay their eggs and hopefully keep the cycle going throughout the cycle of the salmon, and keep returning year after that. So, and Mrs. Vicente could elaborate on that a little more if she'd like. Thank you.
Is that okay? Okay. Thanks to my chair and thanks to Chair Drobnica as well. So, I mean, I think, Mr. Moeller, what you bring forward really is that there's gravel to gravel restoration needed. It's not just in-river habitat restoration that's needed. And our in-river habitat in the Kuskokwim, I mean, we have the longest free-flowing river in the United States, if not in North America, as far as I've heard. There's no dams, there's no bridges, nothing crosses our river. Our habitat is really pristine and it really needs the salmon. So, I mean, we've been looking at these gravel to gravel impacts that are affecting salmon in a cumulative way. And we discussed this in Appendix 8. And so some of these things, I mean, there's things that happen in river. There's pike predation, for example. Local knowledge holders are saying there's been an explosion of pike. We're trying to figure out how to monitor their abundance and what they're doing to our salmon. In the ocean, we're looking at hatchery outputs of chum salmon, of pink salmon, which directly compete with chum salmon too. And something our knowledge holders often bring up as well is the habitat impacts in the ocean of trawl fishing activities and what that's doing to fish habitat, to salmon habitat, to food webs. I don't think that's something that's been fully integrated into this conversation. But when I talk with knowledge holders, and they're thinking about their observations and their data that they've collected and what they've learned, that's something that almost always comes up. So I don't think we can really hone in on, one part of restoration of habitat or alleviation of impacts to salmon. It really does need to be in a rivers to sea way, and that's what our Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative is trying to do. So hopefully that adds just a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification. I just wasn't sure that there was something else going on in the river system that I wasn't aware of, so thank you for that.
And thank you both for your testimony. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So let's take our mid-morning break and come back at 11:10, and we'll resume public testimony with Nels, Alexie, and John McIntyre. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Before we continue our public testimony, it sounds like there was a lost phone. So if anyone has lost a phone, it's at the help desk. You can go get it there. So we're resuming public testimony on our C2 agenda item, beginning with Nels, Alexie, and John McIntyre, followed by Thad Tikiun. And we'll mark 6 minutes for this testimony because I believe we'll be using a translator. Thank you.
Good. We atgekastet Nels Alexie. Ganna imach bichput. Aplagata miskamko. Itreaktuakamchtu igera ugasat. Atokoloku imach asam imach bigmuktailret. Itlachtut kattumun imach bigmun. Kuyukumung uking chakachtukoloting. Iknewe muknun ayak pailigmung. Yut kannot lasrit kutimach big kus kuigatlu. Mennunaki piskluki. Nakaput tammanir kuyuhtlata. Tawam. Pereakunaku miskak. Pingayugut ikiagat. Attavjik ugasani. Aipa kuskok fimbaingani. Pingayot kuigum kangani. Nangnakok tauna asigulranun. Doten hangutam. Kannochi malashukut. Chaktagas knaku. Kanna imachpim mishkara. Kangyasu kuigum. Nakat igneagat. Patkapehuk. Taukuk. Binritski laput. Chalisu. Mishkakhuk. Prikuni. Priklukupikumta. Iknilrachtaiskan hukpikani. Ikniwigmi. Shamakhuk. Imachkangangaitok kana mishkak. Tamkhuk mennunaku. Manasukuik. Tumiaka tikneach tukuluting. Pikilaut. Attauche makyukumak kan kakatahta kalang sasakamak. Kan ruchi mashunga. Nakat Muritskiki. Muritskhan kannakat attauchik kamanak mekuyuk ngalran iwitalra. Katskakaluni ayaktok. Doan taukas hunga. Doan su jattilitni utaktok. Utaksansu taukut nakat pukngaksuting. Katskarangaksuteng suhukpikavat. Ikniwimuk nunang namun ayakatakaluting. Tamuk. Kannut hukikutsari. Naksukovat, naksukena. Espetaulu kahkahpanek arouchirif knaklu htahkamak. Hatan pitakaluko. Amtangat kan to kanilait kassatun mumiksikay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is John McIntyre. I'm the Cultural and Traditional Knowledge Liaison of the Association of Village Council Presidents. I'm also a tribal member of the native village of Eek at the mouth of the Kuskokwim River. Our traditional chief, Nels Alexie, talked about the Bering Sea and how the Bering Sea provides our food. It's mentioned that the Bering Sea is our bowl where the sea feeds our people. And there's three throats that are fed that feeds the Bering Sea and fills the bowl of our fish. And there's a throat in the Aleutian chain. There's a throat at the mouth of the Kuskokwim River and a throat on the Yukon River. There's many other throats that are fed by these pathways that our fish come through. And so one of the things that Nels said was do not overtake. It's like scraping the bowl. And if you scrape the bowl, it will remain empty to feed our people all along the river systems. And one of the other things that he talked about was of a man who was sat down to watch the fish when they came up the river. And he watched them, and he was told to sit there until he saw and witnessed what happened. And there was fish milling in an eddy. And he watched as one of them jumped over the waterfall and left. And the fish kept on milling in the eddy. And that fish went up the river, one fish. 3 days later, that same fish came back. As soon as he jumped back down, the milling fish started moving. They were being told, because in our culture, everything has a spirit. And even the water, the air, the land has spirits. And so we believe that our fish have spirits too. And this fish came back and told them about the spawning grounds, and that the spawning grounds were ready for them. And our people are told that to keep our oceans and our spawning grounds clean, and not to waste anything that we take off this land. And, you know, in our culture, in the Yupik language, there's no such word as bycatch. There's word for waste, but, you know, we Yupik people don't go out and go hunting or fishing with the intention to waste, and that's bycatch. And so Nels's testimony talked about how we need to take care of the ocean as well as our rivers to feed our people and the next generation. Guyan.
Thank you both very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. Thad Tikiun is next, followed by Julia Dorris. And there will be no questions during this or after this testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Thad Tikiun, a member of my native tribe, Rookok Native Council. I'm also the chairman for the Association of Village Council Presidents, but we do have a designated speaker that'll be speaking later on some of the issues that for the organization. I live in Bethel, which is located about 60 miles upriver from the mouth of the Kuskokwim River, just shy of the CDQ boundary. I and many others do not benefit off profits made by the pollock industry. Every year, I and many people in my community and surrounding villages prep in anticipation of salmon returns, mending, hanging nets, cleaning fish camps, and gathering smokewood. We don't have a set quota which can be raised every few years, nor do we have a season A or B. My season is based off a minimal escapement of salmon that must pass a sonar. Unless that goal is reached, or the authorities estimate it can be reached, only does my net get set. Measures have already been implemented in our areas: shorter fishing windows, reduced mess size, enforcement patrols by both air and boats. We are being enforced just like a commercial fishery, just for our subsistence needs. It really should be the other way around. Subsistence first, then the surplus, sold with enough escapement to spawn in numbers. We are barely making escapement goals for the salmon entering our rivers, and in some cases are below the line. The impacts of the bycatch of the Bering Sea pollock trawl fisheries not only affects one river system, but much of Western Alaska, and has also reached into another country and the treaty with their salmon. I am sure when the Magnuson-Stevens Act was first sponsored, the late Ted Stevens did not intend to exclude anyone. He fought for the people of his state. That being said, and after talking with others about the 5 alternatives and what effects they would have for my region of Western Alaska, I am in support of what I believe would be the best solution, not only for my region, but for others in Western Alaska. And in this case, for me, it would be alternate 2 with a cap of 100,000. Alternate 4, alternate 5 with option 1, a cap of 50,000. And in closing, I ask the board, in evaluating the alternatives, to choose a alternative or alternatives and options that sincerely address the current conditions for the subsistence users and needs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Julia Dorris is up next, followed by Christina Changsak. And there will be no questions after this testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I'm Julia Dorris, and I live in the Middle Kuskokwim. I'm a tribal member of Kalskag. That's my village I'm from. And I have three important issues that I would like to share with you today. One is food security, and the next is regulation and fairness. Our Creator blessed us with our land, rivers, lakes, and sea to make sure we are provided for our food security. Our people subsist our meat from the moose, black bear, excuse me, beaver. We used to see caribou herds come in our area, but past few years, we have not seen them migrating toward our area. From the Kuskokwim River, tributaries and lakes, we have our fish, and I'll name you all the fish besides our precious salmon that we do harvest also. We have blackfish, rainbow trout, whitefish, sheefish, pike, grayling, burbot, we call lush, smelts, and lamprey, which we call eels. And then we also have our waterfowl, and we have spruce chickens and ptarmigan. These are all important to us, but the main staple we depend on is salmon. All because of higher grocery prices and freight prices, we are relying more on those that I named to you, our subsistence foods. All my life, I eat fish. I fished with my dad. We filled our smoke house and fished only for what we needed, only what we needed. In the regulation part on subsistence users, one summer, we were told we couldn't fish on certain days. I know this worried my dad. He had to comply because we couldn't afford to have our boats and our motors and our nets taken away by fish and game. And it was stressful. It caused our people to have conflict for the fishing spots, causing anger among peaceful people who had to learn aggression. My dad had a dog team. Because of less chum and restrictions, he no longer had his team and had to get rid of all the dogs. It was heartbreaking to see a strong person quietly fading. Today I fish with my husband along with my son and nephew, and we are still regulated, heavily regulated. We don't live in our fish camp anymore. We have our fish camp, little smokehouse behind our house in the village. We dry our fish in smaller we do have to ration out how we process our fish. There used to be commercial fishing, you know, in the rivers. They too were affected by regulations, and there's no more people commercial fishing in the river. So my last issue is fairness. Our rivers always are heavily regulated by limitations for net and mesh size and by the number of days and hours we fish. Number of years ago, I asked, do trawlers have a cap? Are they regulated to help escapement as we are? No. We all depend on fish whether it be pollock, salmon, we should work together and find ways that will protect and sustain our fish. Also have more tribal representation from rural communities added to council and consultation with tribes and subsistence users. Excuse me. I urge council to adopt an alternative to the least cap possible and to monitor trawling and salmon bycatch. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Dorris. The next up is Christina Changsak, followed by William Ikaruk.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Christina Changsak. I'm from a small village on the Yukon called Russian Mission. You know, we haven't been fishing for quite a while due to the 7-year moratorium, and before that we were limited. A lot of us on the Yukon were pretty much subsistence users. We go by the season. Summer we fish. Towards the fall we berry pick, moose hunt. Winter time they do trapping. So we really rely on our subsistence way of life. And with all the high cost of living, there's a lot of people in our rural villages that are relying on subsistence because of hardly any jobs, and you know, a lot of people can't afford all that stuff from the store and high cost of gas prices. So I feel like that we, the people of Alaska, are not being treated equal. And in my opinion, I feel like why do we need to pick options when no one ever listens to what we wanna select? If we are shut down, it should be fair for everyone to put in their efforts also. I think the options we select, that no matter what our choices, it don't matter in the end, we still lose. If I had to pick, I would really like to see no bycatch. Just think, with all the bycatch you all suggest and all the fish that were wasted, think of all the families that could have been fed. Who's gonna stand up for all of us that does subsistence fishing on the Yukon when we're always being shut down? And you know, I'm a subsistence user. I fish during summer and I try to teach my grandkids to keep letting the generation pass down. And then I teach them how to put away the meat, how to take care of their berries, and tend to their fish when they're drying, and how to take care of them to put them away. So we'll have all that food security during winter. And with Yukon being shut down, I have no way of teaching my grandkids until we're reopen again. And then I know with all the other fish in the past that they said we can rely on, the king salmon have that oil that our body needs. And I just feel like, you know, us on the Yukon aren't being heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is William Icaruk, followed by Vivian Korthuis. Is William in the room? Okay, we'll circle back to William at the end of the day. Vivian Korthuis, followed by Frank Kelty.
Thank you. Can you hear me good? Okay. Good morning. My name is Vivian Korthuis. I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I am Yupik and a member of the Ivanoff tribe. Thank you first for continuing to hold these public meetings and allowing us time to comment on Chum salmon bycatch. This has been a significant focus at these meetings for the last 3 years. We are hopeful that we will get closer to a good resolution at the end of this meeting. I want to thank and recognize our consortium tribes on the YK Delta and the AVCP Executive Board Subsistence Committee who are here to testify. AVCP represents 56 tribes recognized by the federal government on the Yukon, Kuskokwim Delta, and Bering Sea coast. Subsistence is our way of life. We have relied on salmon since the beginning of time. We are here today because we want to protect our fish for the generations to come. Today, I will address a few topics. I will share with you what chum salmon means to us and to our villages and discuss the proposed alternatives. Concerning the challenges in our villages we are facing today. In the Yukon-Kuskokwim region, we have 56 tribes living in 48 communities. We, as you have heard, are salmon people. Salmon is our identity, both culturally and spiritually. We rely on the salmon in the rivers of the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and in the Bering Sea for food. We have relied on these natural resources since, again, from the beginning of time. To say it plainly, we are salmon people and salmon is our way of life. Every single salmon counts. We depend on salmon to sustain us and our whole communities. Right now, because of many factors, our identity as a people is under attack. We are living in a rapidly changing environment. These changes we see and feel every day on our lands and our waters. The management system that remains in effect is out of balance. The harm to our communities is real, ongoing, and hitting us directly. Our way of life is being pushed aside in favor of profit. This is unacceptable. We are here today to stand up and say out loud that our people, our food, our security, and our survival is directly impacted by the decision you make as the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. What counts is you act as a body, not individuals. Our situation is dire. I've said this before and I'll keep on saying it. We are witnessing a humanitarian crisis in the state of Alaska. So, like in the past, we are here at this meeting to ask for your help. We need your help in every single one of our villages. It is important that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council recognize its responsibilities in our region and across the state. We are calling on the council to make bold and decisive actions for our people. I ask you to weigh your decisions and help us. Concerning the draft EIS, there is no surprise that many comments were submitted to you on the draft EIS. The analysis points out risks that our villages cannot continue to absorb. Our families, elders, and especially children cannot sustain more years of salmon decline. One thing is very clear: status quo is not an option. Our position is and has always been very clear. For our communities to thrive, bycatch must be close to zero as possible. If zero cannot be adopted, then the lowest cap available must be put in place. Our ecosystem is changing and our way of life is changing. So I am asking you directly, why is Chum bycatch management not changing? Our communities need you to choose the alternative or set of alternatives that will reduce bycatch immediately and meaningfully. Please don't put commercial economies over people and the survival of our tribes. Alternative 2 provides an overall safeguard at the lowest cap possible. Alternative 4 provides industry flexibility, and Alternative 5 caps at 50,000 cap provides protection as our salmon migrate home. We know that the salmon come from our gravel sandbars and they go out to the ocean and then they return. We know this because you've heard the traditional knowledge by our elder, Nels Alexie. The council must choose to implement protections for our salmon. In closing, as a council, I am asking you to really listen to what our people are saying. Please listen to the smallest voices in the room, that of our children. Please listen to tribal leaders that have traveled here to speak from the most remote villages in the state. One of my observations, ironically, is that tribes have not transferred any percentage of our inherent and traditional right to salmon, including chum, to anyone. Yet tribes have ended up with basically 0% harvest by our people on the Yukon River and Kuskokwim River. That's not a fair trade. Additionally, it is unbelievable to me that today in the United States, we are facing a potential salmon extinction on the Yukon River. That just really is unacceptable. The Yukon River is the third largest river in the country, and it is the backdrop of a modern-day humanitarian crisis in the United States. The evidence of this humanitarian crisis will not be found in the success and in the pockets of the pollock industry. It is manifesting in the empty smokehouses and the empty freezers of villages along the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. As a council, You will take final action on Chum Bycatch here at this meeting. I trust you will consider and remember the testimonies over the last 3 years from tribal leaders and consider them in your decision. And then the last comment I have is, I have a empty bag that I brought here in 2021. This is my original bag with no salmon in it. It's a symbol of what's happening to our people. Last night I got empty bags and I wrote down 2026 Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta salmon crash, and I gave that to the chair so that this committee can use it as a way of remembering the people on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim rivers who are critically in a position where you have to help us. You have to. You don't have a choice. Otherwise, our continued survival will not happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Frank Kelty is up next, followed by Matt Upton.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty, and with me today is Mayor Tutiakoff. Just a little bit of background. I worked in the Alaska seafood industry for about 35 years in Unalaska. I lived in Unalaska for 50 years and recently went to a retirement place. I've served as mayor in the community for many years, on the city council, school board president, and was involved with everything in the community for 50 years. Mayor, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Vince Tutiakoff. I'm the mayor for Unalaska, have been for the last 7 years. I was a board member of our village corporation, chairman of that board for almost 20 years, retired from that position to take on more responsibility as being the mayor in the community of Unalaska. I'm also the tribal chief for the tribe of Kawalingan tribe of Unalaska, have been for almost 10 years. I really understand some of the heartfelt issues that are sitting on the table, but I have a responsibility to a community. And that community is, part of that is the fishing industry. We have other industries other than fish, but fish is a priority for our tax base to get various jobs and support for our people in Unalaska. So I'll let Frank continue with his report.
Okay, in your packet, you have City of Unalaska Resolution 2606 that was passed unanimously by the Unalaska City Council last month. You also have Mayor Tutiakoff's letter, and we support what the AP did yesterday by a vote of 13-4, supporting Alternative 4. The pollock fishery, as we all know, is the economic engine of Unalaska and other fishery-dependent communities in the Bering Sea region, including the 6 CDQ groups. A closed or reduced pollock season is devastating. You got to understand, like Unalaska, we're a one-horse town. The fishing industry is our only industry. If it gets impacted in any sector of it, the pollock fishery or the crab fishery, we have impacts throughout the community. If you have reduced or closed seasons, you see impacts throughout the community. The population reduces, employment at the plants goes away, the school population drops, clinic, it's just a bad situation. Just as a quick example, this season in September and October, the catcher vessel sector faced problems. We had a herring savings area closure, and this happened late in September and October. And the catcher vessel sector left 100 million pounds of pollock unharvested because they also had to try and avoid salmon bycatch issues. And so the catcher vessel sector, they can't go up where the CPs fish that far north because you have quality issues by the time the pollock gets back. But so we left 100 million pounds unharvested. That impact our plants, the employment in the plants. I think we had testimony at the AP that many of the plants had only fished 2 or 3 days a week. And basically, in October, most of the catcher vessels had to tie up. And that was, a $13 million impact to their ex-vessel value, about $40 million impact to the first wholesale value on pollock. So it's a bad situation. The pollock season is also more important now because recently we've had tremendous crash in our crab fisheries. And so the pollock, a strong, sustainable pollock fishery has helped offset the losses that we've had there. We've also faced 9 or 10% annual reductions of the Pacific cod fishery, which is our second most groundfish fishery to the community of Unalaska. You look at some of the economics. I think the analysis points out the strong dependence Unalaska has on that. Just to give you a couple of ballpark figures, fish taxes for the local fish tax and the state shares taxes on pollock for Unalaska is about 25% of our general fund budget. We have sales taxes, which is driven by the sale of fuel to the shore plants, the community, and the harvesters. That's another almost 23% or 24% of revenue for the community. You have the tremendous amount of buildings in the community. Property taxes is driven by the investment by our support sector businesses in the community and the size of the plants. So it's all very important. When you look at the analysis further, on alternative 2, alternative 3, the bycatch reductions they're talking about of 100,000, and then in sub option 1 and alternative 5, 50,000, that would be devastating to Unalaska. So we can't support that. Those type of alternatives or those types of hard caps, they'd be very, very difficult for our fleet to continue. And like I said, if the pollock fishery is reduced, then we have tremendous impacts to our community. In your packet, you have letters of support from the Cowlingan Tribe, our local tribal group, the Unalaska Native Corporation in town, which is the largest landowner in the community and works with many of the support sector businesses on leasing land for the container companies, things like that. The Port of Dutch Harbor is a major port in the Aleutian region, not just for what goes on in Unalaska and on the offshore fleet, but also stuff that comes in to be transshipped from Bristol Bay, from the Alaska Peninsula, comes in and gets put on container ships. We have 350 longshoremen in our community. You got 2 letters in your packet from the ILW Longshoremen Group. There's 350 of them. Many of them are homeowners in our community and are really, really important part of our community. You have letters from Matson Transportation, Linden, Delta Western Fuel. So it's all very important. I see I'm almost out of time, but we support alternative 4, and we believe that we need to spend more money on research. The research part of it is very important. In Unalaska now, you have the scale sample lab that's up and running. That's really a critical part of getting real-time information, especially for the catcher vessel sector. Basically, right now, they can only work off the stuff that comes into the local shore plants. So we support that. And we know there's federal legislation pending that could get more money for bee research on bycatch reduction and technology for the harvesters. And the city of Unalaska strongly supports operations of our Alaska pollock industry. It's critical to importance to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Tutiakoff and Mr. Kelty, for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your testimony here. I've got a question for the mayor. So if I heard your testimony correct, you're not only the mayor, you also sit or the president of your local tribe in Unalaska. So my question is this, is how do you balance the industrial commercial fishing industry that is obviously pretty important to the community there with your tribal subsistence members? And how do you make that balance in your community?
Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, we balance this very carefully because being a subsistence user all my life, I understand what's happening. We have a trilateral group in our community that includes the city of Unalaska, the Cowlingan tribe, and the Unalaska Corporation. We make decisions based on what the trilateral gets input from the various groups, and we support what we can agree to. Many times there are conflicts, but that's the remedy of what we do is the trilateral. Being a tribal member, I have to take my hat off and put a different one on. It's very hard to do because you want to make sure you're taking care of your tribal members as much as you're taking care of the community as a whole. And right now, my primary job is to work with them, work with this group, and come to an agreement on how we're going to balance it. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Blahovde.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure, sorry, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kelty, thanks for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure that there's not a typo. In your letter to the council, you said you support alternative 4, but then you said you also realize that some parts of alternative 5, chum, salmon, corridor caps, and then there's a period. So is there something missing there?
Well, we put that when we drafted that letter. That was before I saw some of the sub-option 1, 50,000. I don't think we can be supportive of alternative 5, especially if a very reduced bycatch amount. But when we were focused on that, we didn't understand the size of the potential cap amounts that could be tied into the corridor. So that's basically why I didn't say anything publicly about it. I spent a long time listening to the AP, the analysis at the AP, and realized that alternative 5 would be pretty dangerous to our industry.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
So Matt Upton is next, and I think after Mr. Upton, we will break for lunch.
Good morning, Matt Upton with Great West Seafoods. We're a family-owned and operated small business that manages pollock catcher boats. The purpose and need here is focused on minimizing Western Alaskan chum bycatch. At final action, we need to think what alternatives are responsive to that, balance national standards, and what's practicable. Unlike Chinook, the chum bycatch in the pollock fishery is a mixed stock that's primarily not Western Alaskan chum, including even in genetic clusters 1 and 2, where the catcher boats fish. A chum cap is not responsive to directly minimizing Western Alaskan chum. We're seeing billions of hatchery chum released annually, and in 2025, less than 1 in 10 chum were Western Alaskan chum. A cap is not practicable. We want to be focused on minimizing Western Alaskan chum, not hatchery chum. Chum caps that trigger these fixed time and area closures will make it harder for the co-ops to avoid Western Alaskan chum by limiting the fishing areas that they need to do that and lead to higher levels of Chinook bycatch. The focus should be on the time and area closures that are directly tied to avoiding Western Alaskan chum based on when they're on the grounds. That's what alternative does by putting that into regulation. It creates the corridors that we're hearing a lot of advocacy for, and it's able to increasingly use genetics. Caps don't use the tools that BBRSI is working on and make them less effective. Even at a 350,000 cap, catcher boats will be shut down by an amount of chum they catch in a single tow. and co-ops can be shut down by a few toes. Hatchery chum can show up in huge numbers suddenly, like the 38,500 hit you heard about happening in 2025. That was hatchery fish. Hatchery fish are going to cause these fisheries to shut down, and that's not what we should be focused on. As the caps shut down the boats, the co-ops, and the areas, the fishery gets further compressed into a few spots, regardless of whether there's better fishing with less Western Alaskan chum in the closed areas. When you compress the fishing, you limit the benefits of the rolling hotspots because you have less data as boats are shut down, increasing the risk that you're going to run into Western Alaskan chum or Chinook. We shouldn't be closing areas based on historical averages instead of the best available data from genetics and what's happening in the fishery. One of the things I heard calls for was to close area 65543, and that's an example of what will happen if you focus on just looking at total chum numbers and not rates. If you were to close that area, you would likely double the Western Alaskan chum because you would shift that area to where it's not as able to avoid it. And so that's the big thing people got to think about here. These caps are not going to have the intended outcome that people want. We want to be focused on Western Alaskan chum. The rolling hot spots are how we do that. That's in regulation. That's public. We're putting that information out there, and I think that's what we should really be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Upton, for your testimony. And I really, there's been previous conversation about the issue you brought up relative to the specific stat area 655430, and I think it's really pretty critical to what some of us are grappling with. I think help me understand how closing or restricting fishing in that area for a specific time period that Western Alaska chum salmon have typically been found in high proportions might actually result in more Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch if with a hard cap.
Through the chair. So what I see happening is that if you were to close that area, for example, its entire stat area for a month, as I've heard some advocacy for earlier, what that would mean is that would be kind of off the options where we could go fishing. And so all the effort that was in that area would then shift to areas that are not as productive. And in terms of productive, what that means is where you can catch pollock with as little Western Alaska chum as possible. And how we're able to kind of focus on the Western Alaskan chum is using some of the genetics that we heard about yesterday. And so instead of using genetics and closing just the parts of that area when Western Alaskan chum might be moving through, if you close that entire area, you shift all the pollock fishing to another area where you're going to catch more Western Alaskan chum with every toe of pollock that you get. And that's one of the things I've been speaking with Terese a lot and just chatting with other Western Alaskan folks is that we have the same goals. We want to catch as little Western Alaskan chum as possible. How we do it is by using rates to try and figure out the areas where we can do that. And with these kind of fixed time and area closures based on overall chum, it changes what you're able to focus on. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Maybe it's a follow-up on that through the chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Upton. So there is an option in the alternative 5 scenario to use, at least to change the areas that are closed as a result of hitting a cap on an annual basis. And so is that a use of the BBSRI data that you're talking about, or are you talking about you need to use in-season data from BBSRI to close areas in season, which is not exactly what's on the table, but probably in the scope?
Through the chair, I think this would all be a lot easier if the Western Alaskan chum were where they were the year before at specific times, but we all know that that's not what happens. And so with those options that I believe you're talking about, option 2, what that would do is potentially have some of these different areas that would remain open. But the big thing I want people to understand is that when you only have a few of those sub areas open, you limit where boats can go to try and avoid Western Alaskan chum, because there are times when that area has Western Alaskan chum and we have rolling hotspots that will close it and shift area out. But that's based on the in-season genetics working with Sea State. I don't see under Alternative 5 a way to actually use as effectively as what we're doing right now in regulation, the in-season genetic works. I view it as actually negating and making those genetics not as effective.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Upton, for your testimony. I'm going to pose, normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to pose a hypothetical kind of here. You mentioned that huge hit of chum salmon that happened in 2025, and I think it's also, well, that was predominantly hatchery chum. I think it's also important to note that that was the stat week with the highest amount of Western Alaskan chum in 2025 as well. At one point in time, this council was considering an alternative potentially that would have had a Western Alaskan chum cap. If something like that was in place and you did see something like you saw in that huge hit in 2025, what do you think, and this may be an unfair question, so you don't have to answer it, but if that did happen, what do you think would be the fleet response? Can you help me understand that?
Through the chair, if there was a Western Alaska chum cap as like similar to like a Chinook cap, I think that's the key difference I think that people should take away between the Chinook cap that we have and the chum cap is that under consideration here is it's not a Western Alaska chum cap. So I think that in general, when you don't have a cap that's going to be actually focused on the fish that you're trying to avoid, you're not going to get the response to the cap that you're looking for. I think another thing with caps is that people always are thinking of caps as like a backstop, but from the industry perspective, we're focused on getting as little as possible. And you never actually hit these caps because there's penalties and you incur all the cost and avoidance way before that. But what you're really focusing on is minimizing it as much as you can. And that's why I think because we don't have the ability to do what you're proposing, we just need to stick with what we seem to think is promising, which are these different rolling hotspots that can use some genetics. I hear you throwing out a hypothetical, but we don't have the ability to have an in-season Western Alaskan chum cap. So the best we can do is, I think, working with the rolling hotspots and putting those in regulation.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned several times the genetic work that we were briefed on earlier in our meeting and had discussions about it. Give me your opinion. Do you believe it's reached a point where it truly is ready for prime time, if you will, to be able to be used successfully on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? I mean, is it? I know there's a lot there, but what's your belief on whether it's ready to really be used on a daily basis, real-time basis, I guess is a better way for me to say it.
Through the chair, I think what's going on right now, and from chatting with Jordan about this and listening to different presentations over the years, that we're using that information as much as we can. I think there's still about a 48-hour lag till you can actually get it. But I think the biggest thing that it can tell us is kind of where some of the fish may be less Western Alaskan chum and primarily hatchery chum. And I think that's kind of where we want to be focusing our effort, obviously. And so I think to the extent it can help us, I think we're going to do everything we can to try and focus on that. Because I really see that's actually the tool that's going to move us forward. A lot of the caps discussion feels like management that is kind of not able to take advantage of that. So I think in terms of prime time, yeah, we're going to use as much as we can. And I'm sure it will be influencing kind of daily operations because fishermen want to avoid Western Alaskan chum, and they're going to use whatever data is available to do that. It's just when you have an overall chum cap, that's that's going to create a lot of problems.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
No.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned several times the effort by the fleet to keep Western Alaska chum low through the IPA agreements. And I'm wondering if those include, or could they include, a cap that you all put amongst yourselves using the in-season genetic data?
Through the chair. So in terms of a cap, there's lots of talk about how we've been operating under some kind of like voluntary 200,000 chum cap. And that's not accurate. I mean, what we're trying to do is have as little Western Alaskan chum as possible. And so I just think in terms of like a specific target, I mean, that we're not focused on trying to like not exceed something. We're focused on trying to get as low as possible. And so that's really the focus. And I think what's misleading about that, and what I don't want people from Western Alaska to take away from this meeting, is if you potentially throw out a cap, that gives the impression that all those fish are going to be taken by the pollock industry. And I think that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to catch the pollock with as little Western Alaskan chum as possible. Like our target really, as folks said, is like as close to zero as we can get. That's what's within what's practicable. But you also need to understand that we're trying to catch pollock as well too.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Upton.
Thanks.
Okay, let's break for lunch and come back at 1:25, and we'll begin testimony with Thomas Tilden.
Excuse me, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? For the elders in the group, I'm originally from Barrow, Alaska. I'm a co-captain of a whaling crew. I brought some bowhead whale here to share with some of the elders here in this room. So if you want a bite of some bowhead whale, muktuk, I've got some here in my bag with me.
Council members, please come back to order. So we are resuming public testimony on C2. Just a reminder to the public, individuals and organizations will have 3 minutes. Or individuals and companies, organizations and associations, 6 minutes. There's a timer on the screen. And when your time is up, you'll see the box turn red and there'll be a little beep. We still, we're not quite on my targeted schedule as far as the number of testifiers per day. So just another request to the public and council members to do their best to assist with time management. And we will begin with Thomas Tilden, followed by Tom Enlow, and then Paul Cleveland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Thomas Tilden. I'm a fisherman. I fish in the Nushiak River. I built and designed my own boat to fish. I've fished in the past for herring, longlined, I've seined, and gill-netted herring. But I grew up on the Nushiak River outside of Dillingham, and I'm a subsistence fisherman first, and a commercial fisherman second. We have basically very strong culturally and religious ties to our salmon. And when I say that, I think of December 21 as a date that is really important to us. On December 21 is the equinox, and the salmon that have left our bays in our river systems and that have swam out into the Bering Sea stop swimming outward, but actually turn around and start swimming back home. And that was given to us by a scientist from Japan who at a North Pacific Management Council meeting when it first began gave that testimony. And the other religious day for us is January 19. All along the river systems, we bless our waters and our lakes because we know that it has significance to us in our culture. We know what it's like to be without salmon because prior to the 200-mile limit, the Japanese fished off of our shores and we could see them because there was only a 3-mile limit then. And we used to be able to see their nets and their floats and watch them fish with that tangle web. And so the 200-mile limit gave us a huge boost in fishing in 1977 when we saw the first results of the 200-mile limit. And it was incredible. And we really felt as though that something has been accomplished. Our neighbors to the north, along the Yukon, Kuskokwim river systems, that are watching their system fail, watching are unable to catch any fish, is very depressing. I know the power of the first fish. In our culture, the first fish that we catch, we look forward to it basically because of the fact that it gives us life. We give that first fish to our elders. We give that first fish to the people that are sick. We give that first fish to the widows because we know it gives them power and their strength to continue and something to look forward to. It's very powerful to be able to do that. And I can't imagine what those folks are going through. No first fish, no fish. Has to be very damaging. And where I live, we are the majority in our area that benefit from the resources that we have. But we are the minority when it comes to making decisions on how it's distributed or whether or not we could even catch it. Because that all comes from outside. You have to travel to Anchorage or elsewhere to talk to decision makers. And hopefully that they understand the things that you say and what is important to you. I have experienced hunger in my time, in my community, in my village. And I tell you, it's very hard to experience that. Hunger is something that is really hard to deal with. But the decisions that you guys are going to make are going to decide that for a lot of folks along the Yukon-Kuskokwim area. And I really hope that you make the right decision. I really hope that you listen to them and make a decision that would benefit them and not the pocketbook of somebody else, but fill their tummies so that they don't feel hunger. I think I ran out of time here, but I want to finalize by saying that I really appreciate the fact that you are having this hearing and that you are able to hear the concerns of the people and listen to them and make the decision that is right, not only for them, for the state of Alaska, for all of us, because we'll all benefit by the right decision. And I really, truly believe that the cap that they're requesting is a move in the right direction. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you. So next up is Tom Enlow, followed by Paul Cleveland.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today and for taking me out of order and accommodating my schedule. I appreciate that. I frankly don't know why I'm nervous. You would think that a guy that has learned over the years how to deal, not be nervous when dealing with Fred Yeck could face any kind of pressure situation and be comfortable, but here I am. For the record, my name is Tom Enlow, and I'm the president and CEO of Unicy. Unicy is a multi-species shore-based processor that has operated for over 50 years in Alaska. And while we do significant amounts of cod and crab, pollock is really the backbone of our business. Any given year, all the pounds from all the species that run through our factory, over 90% of that is pollock delivered from the catcher vessels in our co-op. So, my comments today will just build on the written testimony that I provided last week on behalf of Unicy. I'm not going to weigh into the technical merits of the alternatives and analysis before you. I'll let people much smarter than me talk to you about that. Instead, what I want to do is focus on what I know best, and that's the economic realities facing the Alaska pollock producers. In Alaska, for the past several years, processors have struggled, particularly on the short side, processors have struggled to be profitable. And there's a couple main reasons for that. One is we are still operating under the pandemic era inflationary costs that have not subsided. And second, and probably more significantly, we are under intense pressure from the Russian pollock industry. Through massive government subsidies, the Russians have modernized their catcher processor fleet, and they've built shoreside surimi plants, and have, as a result of that, have really put a significant amount of more product into the global market. And this is really the problem. And frankly, competition itself is not the problem. Competition is healthy. The problem is we're not competing on a level playing field. The Russian processors can produce the same products we produce at roughly half the cost. And that allows them to, dump, I shouldn't use the word dump, but allows them to put product in the marketplace at prices that are lower than those markets that have traditionally supported the Alaska industry. The result of that is the margins that were already thin at the beginning are now razor thin, and it's difficult for us to make those up. And I see that I'm running out of time already. I'll just conclude, Madam Chair, by saying that we support Alternative 4. So we basically support the AP motion. We think that that is the most, we feel like that is the alternative that's going to meet the purpose and need of this action and cause the least harm to participants, particularly the shoreside participants that the processors, fishermen, and communities that depend on pollock rely on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Enmo. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Oliver.
Hey, Tom. Just curious, Tom, when you say they can produce Russian at half the cost, is that predominantly the labor cost difference? Or are there other factors?
Through the chair, Mr. Oliver, thank you for the question. I think a lot of it is labor. There's further subsidies. I mean, the cost structure is just really different than ours. I mean, there's even been, and I don't want to have a conspiracy theory going on here, but there's rumors that there's been forced labor on some of these factory trawlers. And so I think that they can bring in people to work in these plants on shoreside to produce surimi for a fraction of the cost of it, that we can do that. And it's just very difficult to compete under those circumstances.
Thank you. And Mr. Sukano?
Thank you very much for your testimony. Here we are talking about things like caps and other things which often refer to volume, and certainly the prospect of having uncertainty in volume would be a negative for a shoreside plant. But could you describe a little bit more how disruptions as boats maybe get capped out or have certain limits, your concern over any scheduling issues? I know that oftentimes vessels are fighting for, trying to get in at the right time, and I think that is a large part of the efficiency of an operation. I was wondering if you could maybe talk on that a little bit.
Sure. Thank you for the questions, and to the chair, Rudy. So let's use this past bee season as an example. I mean, roughly 45,000 tons were left in the water, and that happened primarily because of bycatch avoidance, and severe weather like we've never seen in late August and early September, and that's a lot of fish. Now, roughly only 7,000 tons of that was out of the Unicy co-op, but that deficiency was enough to push our entire pollock operations into the red for the year. And so under a hard cap, moving forward, we could expect to see 2 to 3 times that every single bee season. But I think that your question is more about disruptions in operations. I think that, I mean, how I would see it, and I'm not a harvester, so I can't really speak for them, but I would imagine that if they're getting close to their cap, that maybe they would come in and tie up and maybe send the crew home and wait it out 3 or 4 weeks. We can't do that. We bring up hundreds of processors, and our whole economics is based on throughput and how many pounds we can get to the plant in the least amount of time. So any kind of hard cap that would reduce or delay the processing would make it just economically unviable for our operations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Enlow, for your testimony. And this may be somewhat related, but to Mr. Sukata's question, but maybe a little more general. And our analysis has a lot of good information about the importance of the bee season, bee pollock season in general to shoreside processors. And it's, you know, the larger allocation compared to the A season. And so can you just put in perspective, I know you said, you know, pollock is fundamental, but for your particular operation, where does the pollock bee season fit in with all of the other things that you do? Can you just give me a general context?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the busiest time of year is the A season because we're doing pollock. We have people who are, you know, it's the pollock roe season. We have all kinds of cod seasons going on from different sectors, and on top of that, crab. And I'll just say that, you know, Unice is one of only 2 active crab processors now, and so it's very busy time. And bee season is a little bit more relaxed in terms of what's going on. It's primarily pollock. We might get some deliveries of small deliveries of halibut and sablefish, the odd golden king crab delivery. We can pull, you know, processors from the pollock line to do those, but it's all. I guess if your question, Ms. Baker, is if we weren't doing pollock, could we be doing something else? The answer is no. And what I would fear is, you know, we still have all these people on our campus. We're feeding them, we're housing them, we're trying to keep them busy any way we can. But what happens is when they stop processing and lose hours, to them they just get on a plane and go home and collect unemployment. We would not be able to retain a crew if there was a delay, say mid-season in the bee season.
Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Enlow, just to be clear, I think you pretty much answered it, but the dependence upon your fish plant on pollock, you touched on it. If the economics is not working on the pollock side, then it jeopardizes your ability to process other species. And I think you mentioned crab as one of them, and was it halibut, black cod? How about these other species? Peacod. There's other species that might be impacted by that as well?
Oh, yeah. To the chair, Mr. Mueller, absolutely. You know, the reason we're able to do these other species is because of pollock. And frankly, and I mentioned that the margins have gotten razor thin. In some cases, they're not even there. And but pollock at least can, you know, pay the bills, keep the overhead, and if we make money on any given year, it's going to be because we're processing cod and crab, which the markets have been pretty strong in recently. Without pollock, we're not processing any of those species. I mean, I think that that's true for the other shoreside processors in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. We are alive because of pollock. We depend on it greatly, and it allows us to be open to take all of these other species as well, including halibut, bycatch. So the concern would be with pollock closures, we really risk pollock industry, you know, not being viable, and who's going to be there to process these other species.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Enlow, for your testimony. I think I heard you say that pollock operations for 2025 were in the red for Unice, and I'm curious if maybe you could, I hope this isn't too far, but if you could expand on if that affects the prices that fishermen that deliver to you might get. I guess I'm just curious to understand a little more.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. Absolutely, not going into it too deeply, the way that are structured with our harvesters is based on revenue share. So when our revenues go down because prices go down, the ex-vessel price goes down with it. And Madam Chair, if I might just take one more comment here, I think that the cruelest irony that could come out of this would be that if somehow the shoreside processors are able to take the very tall order of achieving the kinds of operational efficiencies and economies of scale that we can compete directly with the Russians, only to have us shut down because because our harvesting partners are encountering repeated lightning strikes of Russian chum, Russian hatchery chum. I mean, to me, that would, if I were the Russians and I wanted to put the shoreside processors out of business, I would be paying close attention to what's happening here, because I would just release 2 to 3 times more chums from my hatcheries and sit back and let the lightning strikes hit. And that's how close we are to really, we're hanging on by the skin of our teeth here. And if we lose volumes of pollock because people have hit caps, hard caps, then I really worry about us being able to survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sure. So next up is Paul Cleveland, followed by Martin Nikolai.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'll be very brief, and for a reminder, I won't be taking any questions. Chum salmon are critical for traditional ways of life on the Kuskokwim as key sources of human, especially elder and dog team food and nutrition, cultural practices, marine-derived nutrients in the ecosystem, and economic livelihood. There may have once been some salmon runs numbering 1 million fish each year, feeding the Kuskokwim fishing communities from the coast to the headwaters. Since 2020, chum run sizes have declined 75%. Subsistence harvests have declined 80%. And commercial fishery, as y'all know, has shut down. So we're not making any money for most of us as we try to survive for the winter. The pollock trout fishing industry is responsible for 99% of annual chum bycatch in the Bering Sea. On average, 19% of all chum caught each year are from Western Alaska interior genetic groups, including Kuskokwim stocks. These are known as WAC chum salmon. From 1991 to 2023, the pollock fleet has caught an average of 186,000 chum each year. Using available genetic data and bycatch reports, we estimate the pollock trout fishery has caught 615,000 WAC chum as bycatch since 2011. There is currently no cap on chum bycatch in the Bering Sea. Chum salmon avoidance measures are left with the pollock industries internally. Voluntary incentive plan agreements and rolling hotspot system closures. IPAs and RHSs are industry designed and industry managed. The federal government does not enforce closures in real time, and IPAs have not prevented repeated high bycatch years. After evaluating the alternatives, the draft ESI indicates that the strongest, most enforceable, most salmon conservation-focused package would be alternative 2 at 100,000 cap. Alternative 4 in its entirety, Alternative 5, Option 1 at 50,000 cap. I would recommend supporting this alternative combination because it would apply a low focused cap in the entirety of the primary Chum migratory corridor in genetic clusters 1 and 2 under Alternative 5, Option 1. Apply a low backstop cap across the Bering Sea under Alternative 2 so that if the corridor was triggered by meeting the cap, there would still be a cap on Chum salmon bycatch occurring in trawling outside of the corridor. Additionally, any Chum salmon bycatch caught within the corridor under Alternative 5, Option 1 would accumulate to the overall cap under Alternative 2. Make the industry's voluntary self-managed avoidance measures regulatory requirements and be unlikely to violate any of the federal national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Martin Nikolai, followed by Anthony Olick.
Thank you very much. I am Father Martin Nikolai from Kwiktuk, Alaska, just outside of Bethel. I am a retired Orthodox priest, but I am also a subsistence gatherer and hunter for most of my life. I am here for my corporation, my village of Kwiktuk, my family and relatives in the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers. I remember the days when we used to fish without restrictions and would like them back. I remember when we used to spend time at our fish camps, smoking our fish for later use, and would like to see them again. I remember limited commercial fishing for salmon in our areas just to make a little bit of money, and I wish we would again. For years now, we have been heavily restricted in fishing for salmon in the Kuskokwim. And in the Yukon, our relatives are prohibited from fishing for salmon. And in that respect, our lives have changed and not for the better. One way of getting back some of our salmon, besides doing our part in Alaska in being in conservation mode, is to start restricting the amounts of salmon caught and destroyed by the trawl industry in the Bering Sea. We've been saying this for many years now, and the answer is always that there should be more tests, more examinations, and more research. You know, the bill that is currently brought forth by our Alaskan delegation is calling yet for more research and more money to give to the trawl industry to do that. And it's not helping the people of Alaska at all. And in this, we are very disappointed in them. It's time for a change. And it's time for you to be the change. It's time to place a cap on the destruction of salmon that's been going on for many, many years now. And it's time for the salmon to start coming back to our rivers in larger numbers. So we ask you, be in conservation mode, just as we are in Alaska. Be under restriction, just as we are here in Alaska. Trawling is allowed in the Bering Sea for most of the year for making money. But even if the trawlers are shut down early because of bycatch, most of the trawlers will still make money. After all, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Personally, if it was up to me, I'd place a 7-year moratorium, a complete stop of trawling in the Bering Sea in order for our sea life to rebound, that will possibly help get our salmon back in our rivers. But it's just my fantasy. It's the salmon moratorium. It'll probably become not true as long as the status quo is unchanged. A limit on the chum salmon destruction needs to be in place, so I support number 2 and Guyana for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Nikolai. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. So Anthony Olick is next, and then we'll go to Jack Fagerstrom, who has a conflict.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the council. I'm Anthony Olick. I'm from the village of Guislik, and I'm here for my corporation and for the people that have no say because they're not here to talk. When I was young, my parents were elderly already, and they used to fish seasonally, whether it be springtime, then summertime, then fall time. And if they were alive right now, hearing about the bycatchers, they would be disappointed and say, they are wasting. We don't waste. The chum salmon are critically a way of life all around the Kuskokwim area when it's their season to come in and spawn. And the people rely on it for smoking and for putting away. And during fall time, they would use it for fermented fish for the winter. And I am asking the council if they can consider the alternative 5 option 1. To me, it would be better to give the salmon, the chum salmon that are going up to the tributaries to spawn, give them a chance to spawn, and then in later years would have more stock for the people to use for subsistence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. We're gonna go to Jack Fagerstrom. He's in the room. Okay, he has to testify out of order, I guess. Oh. Thanks, Simon.
Sorry about that. Just got this, and that was 170. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jack Fagerstrom from Norton Sound, native village of Galvin. Excuse me. I grew up helping my grandmother in the fish camp, harvesting food, not only fish, but greens, eggs, from the birds. And that's in the spring. We would leave when school was out. And it was, every year, get out of school, boy, no more school. And go to camp, do our activities. My grandmother, 3 aunts, and their children, and a couple other families. Even back then, there were haves and have-nots, people who could afford to collect materials for their fish camps over generations. Can remember going home with all the dry fish we put away, and that would last us all winter. Extended family, people with nothing had no opportunity to go dry fish. Give them some. They're hungry. They got to eat. And there were a lot of other activities we learned. Hard work, sharing. Again, I say I went up there when I was big enough to pick up a bucket to go dry. That way of life is pretty much gone. We got a couple of generations of youth that have not had that wonderful experience. They're learning from elders. And technically, I'm an elder, but sure don't want to be. But that's about the extent of my testimony. I just wanted to let you know how things used to be, going back to the importance of subsistence. Freezer full of food, a big pile of wood. That's money in the bank. Everything costs like everything out there where I come from. 100-pound bottle of propane is $600 if you have an empty bottle to take to the store with you. The freight prices we pay are rather exorbitant. My niece bought a countertop for her island, roughly this big. It was like kind of plain one, $200. And by the time it got to the village, it was $1,400 just in the freight. Not having subsistence foods, our bodies, we're going through a lot of change in our health. We notice young people with diabetes. There was a flyer put out by our regional Native Health Corporation, documenting the rise in diabetes and, high blood pressure. Then you got to think of the effects not only on the youth, but the elders who do no longer have the tools necessary to keep this generational training going on. We live in a different, we live not in a hub, we live in a village. Everything costs like everything. Fortunately, we're distanced from politics, but that was my testimony, and I offer no suggestions. But we've lived through this for, a couple of decades now. And there's people hurting out there. There's even been a rise in suicides. Where youth that no longer have the guidance, we'll take them out to do our activities. But that's my testimony, and I offer no solutions. That's not my job. That's your guys' job. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit here, and I apologize for this.
Thank you for your testimony. We got some assistance from the old chair to get you in the room, so
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'll see if there are any questions. Oh, excuse me. Yep, I did not see that, but thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So Lauren Hines is next, followed by Matthew Jones.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We really appreciate the council's attention to this issue and the opportunity to be here and to listen to others and to provide our public comment. I'll keep my remarks brief to allow more time for those who have firsthand and invaluable knowledge to share. My name is Lauren Hines, and I am testifying on behalf of Oceana. We have long advocated for tools and conservation measures to monitor, cap, and control bycatch off Alaska. And I believe everyone in here understands that Western Alaska chum salmon are in a deeply depressed state. And we've heard time and time again that these fish are central to the food security, culture, and identity of many tribes and communities in Western Alaska. Yet, in the past 10 years alone, the Bering Sea pollock fishery has intercepted nearly 3 million chum salmon, including over 489,000 Western Alaska chum salmon. This has occurred while subsistence harvests in Western and Interior Alaska have declined to as much as 97% below historical averages, primarily to protect returning struggling stocks. Despite this, there are still no regulatory measures in place to limit, avoid, and reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Additionally, the 2025-26 and the 26-27 Bering Sea pollock TAC increased by nearly 6% over the 2024 TAC, with no regulatory measures to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch. And that imbalance fails to meet the council's responsibilities under National Standard 9 to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, and National Standard 8 to consider impacts on fishing communities. Oceana supports Alternative 2 to set a hard cap at 100,000 chum salmon, and Alternative 5 to establish a 50,000 fish PSC limit in the bycatch corridor that would trigger targeted closures in high-risk areas. These options are based on known migration patterns and long-term bycatch averages, rather than recent truncated time series that don't reflect the interannual variability of chum salmon bycatch in the fishery. In the last few years, the fleet has demonstrated it has the ability to stay below these levels with changes to their fishing behavior. Additionally, we support Alternative 4 to codify IPA provisions into regulation, but only alongside Alternatives 2 and 5. The current IPA program has been in place since 2016, but bycatch still surged to 546,000 chum in 2021. These voluntary efforts alone are insufficient, and a fixed and enforceable cap is needed as a backstop. And with that, I will keep it short and wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hines. I thought you were going to get there and you didn't quite get there for me. In your letter, your support for Alternative 5 is for sub-option 1. And in reading your letter, it wasn't clear to me why you thought that was better than option 2 to deal with things like interannual variability, shifting stocks due to climate change. I know those are things that have been important in previous testimony. So I wasn't clear why you thought sub-option 1 was the better choice.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Through the chair, when looking at sub-option 1 versus sub-option 2, the reason why we went with sub-option 1 was because if we are to have these rolling hotspots implemented into the IPA agreements that are codified, we believed that those rolling hotspots alongside genetic data would still meet that goal, while still in the sub-option 1, which I believe was created last February by the advisory panel as kind of a means to meet in the middle, which is what we have been honestly failing to do at this meeting, especially at the last AP meeting. And so we were trying to find that happy medium where the fleet could still avoid the probability of running into Chinook salmon while also avoiding chum salmon. So it still gives really critical pollock fishing grounds where they usually are not catching Western Alaska chum salmon.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Matthew Jones, followed by Jolene Nanouk. Is Matthew Jones online? Okay, we will circle back to Matthew at the end of the day. About Jolene Nanouk. Following Jolene will be Scott Adams.
Bubluluotak, wanga atiga mayugak suli sagarmin, ungalaklik mungurunga, inunaktunga ungalaklik. Uiga wasak, Dillingham munguruk, wivilat kaktuk sitamanik. My name is Jolene Nanouk, and I am from the people of Unalakleet. I live in Unalakleet. I am a member of the native village of Unalakleet. My husband is Wes Jones. He is from Dillingham, and together we have 4 adult children, who we raised to live a subsistence and commercial lifestyle. I grew up living off of the foods we harvest and gather from a very young age because it has always been a part of my life. Our own children learned to drive a boat, set a net, cut fish, and process fish before they were even out of diapers. To this day, our children travel long distances by boat to subsist due to closures in Unalakleet at a time when fish are running. During this time, we watch the weather because our weather is changing so fast. In 2017, I lost 2 of my brothers who were trying to set a net in the next sub-district for subsistence because the weather changed drastically without a notice, and they did not survive, but luckily their bodies were found after the storm passed. Even though we traveled to a sub-district below ours, and at first it was hard knowing that my brothers died going there. We still go. The ride to where we set our nets is maybe a 2-hour boat drive back and forth in a 115 horsepower motor in a 24-foot ocean boat. We do this because our fish is our life. It's in our DNA. We come home and process the fish, share the first of the year with community as we were raised to, and we still wake up the next day to go to work because we live in a world where we need to work in order to subsist. And we do this for like 5 to 7 days, depending on how the weather is. We baby our fish, even if it's raining. We adapted to processing fish through climate change. We can't stop the rain from falling to take care of our fish. And we use fans, learned how to make our direct smaller so that we could fish, so that our fish could dry faster. We continue to persevere as our ancestors have taught us to do and have done for years on end. My husband works for industry. When I testified a few years ago, our marriage was affected by the fight over salmon. I told him, is it the salmon that is going to divide our marriage? But no, our children have grown up on salmon. It is a part of our life. I was there to voice for the future of our salmon. I am here today to continue to voice for our people, our future, and our resources. And yes, we are still married, thank God. And we work together to put our fish away every year. There are alternatives that I support and in favor of these options because we, as subsistence users in Unalakleet, have been abiding by closures that allow our fish to pass to our rivers and have the ability to reproduce. I believe that industry needs to have closures and limitations in order to help with this effort, and they should be accountable as we have been accountable as traditional users because it is a part of our life. We limit ourselves to how much we take and show respect for what we have obtained. What efforts are you going to make to ensure that we will have salmon for our future generations and for our great state because the fish have always come back to our rivers? We not only worry about bycatch, but we are fighting against climate change along with the warming of the waters and diseases in the fish. I believe industry can learn to adapt to changes, use the information regarding what is being caught through genetic testing to identify Western Alaskan chum, and figure out ways to make our Alaska salmon sustainable to return to our rivers by using the alternatives stated. And although I shouldn't I support these alternatives that were I shouldn't have a say. You know, it shouldn't be up to us to decide what alternatives to choose. And it's basically up to you who's going to be choosing what's best for us. And I just hope that you go with a lower cap, you allow industry to, someone talked about lightning strikes. Have those lightning strikes be based on genetic testing of Western Alaska salmon chum, not just on chum altogether, but on what goes into our rivers, and be accountable for what's being used, the genetic testing, and focus on those Western Alaska chum. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Nanouk. I'll see if there are any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Scott Adams is next, followed by Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zorski. Is Scott online? Okay, we will circle back to Scott Adams at the end of the day. So Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zagorski, followed by Raymond Watson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Andrea Kaikala. I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and with me today is Susie Zagorski, the AFA Catcher Vessel Interco-op Manager and Inshore IPA Manager at UCB. UCB represents the majority of catcher vessels in the Bering Sea inshore pollock fishery, and we have submitted written comments to both the council and NOAA, and I encourage you to reference those letters as part of the process. We all share concerns about Western Alaska chum salmon, but concerns alone cannot be the basis for management decisions. Science must be. We are proud of the role that this fleet has played in sharing the burden of conservation, investing heavily, and delivering results. When the council provided direction in 2022, the fleet responded. The IPAs incorporated genetic data, Western Alaska chum-focused bycatch measures, mandatory salmon excluders, and measures aimed at mitigating high bycatch years, all at our own cost. Many of the excluder styles currently in use are the result of substantial investment by the pollock industry. They took multiple trips to the flume tank, at least 5 EFPs, and more than a decade of testing various designs at a significant cost in both time and money. And the work is not finished. The fleet continues to innovate and invest in new excluder designs and is looking forward to being back on the water again this upcoming bee season testing a chum salmon excluder. That record matters. And that is why we support Alternative 4, as it is the most scientifically grounded, operationally viable, and legally defensible option. Alternative 4 fully meets the purpose and need. It strengthens what is already working in the IPAs by codifying proven vessel-level performance tools as federally required elements. And the results are not theoretical. According to the BBSRI report, the inshore fleet reduced total chum bycatch from 341,433 fish in 2021 down to just over 21,710 in 2024. Recent estimates from catch counting data accessed by Seastate indicate that 71,291 chum were caught as bycatch by the inshore sector in 2025 bee season. More importantly, genetic data for the inshore sector show Western Alaska chum proportions dropped from 28% in 2022 to 6.4% in 2025, the lowest proportional record. Even in 2025, a high encounter year, targeted Western avoidance worked. Total chum encounters increased, yet Western Alaska proportion was reduced. That is exactly why precise in-season management is designed to do.
Specifically in 2025, the measurable reduction in WAC chum proportions can partially be attributed to the weekly in-season genetic data afforded to the inshore sector by BBSRI. I want to similarly address an argument that a hard cap is needed as a backstop similar to Chinook or herring. Scientifically, this is not a comparable situation. Chinook and herring caps are based on stocks where the majority of the fish encountered are wild. The majority of chum bycatch in the pollock fishery is not. Caps that do not distinguish stock origin are a blunt, ineffective instrument. The DIS makes clear that the pollock fleet's AEQ contribution to coastal Western Alaska chum removals is just 1.75%. However, the loss of revenue from measures that will catch majority hatchery fish could be up to $330 million in annual lost revenue. That harm does not stop at the pollock fishery. It cascades to Alaska's processors, coastal communities, small state fisheries, and the broader Alaska economy. This is a profound mismatch between cost and conservation benefit and is exactly what science-based management is meant to avoid. Alternatives 2, 3, and 5 risk shutting down the world's largest sustainable whitefish fishery for a fractional biological benefit. Quarter-based closures under Alternative 5 might appear to be a compromise, but relying on a one-size-fits-all cap risks shifting efforts into higher Chinook bycatch times and areas and undermines the cooperative salmon avoidance framework this council deliberately developed under Amendments 91 and 110. Actually, we've been down this road before under Amendments 91 and 110 with static salmon saving areas or SSAs for Chinook and chum. However, it eventually became clear that the SSAs were intensifying salmon bycatch by inadvertently driving the fleet to move into areas of higher rates. The rolling hotspot program was developed to reduce bycatch of Chinook and chum in order to avoid triggering the closures themselves. The IPA system does what caps and static closures cannot. It targets avoidance of the stock of concern, adapts in real time, and improves over time through innovation. It preserves cooperation and incentivizes long-term avoidance behavior, and the industry's record demonstrates that these tools work. We are encouraged that the advisory panel supported Alternative 4 only. We urge the Council to recommend Alternative 4 only and continue leading the world in sustainable fisheries management through science and cooperative solutions. Thank you, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My question is, I appreciate you focusing on a little bit of the history of the incentive plan agreements and recent performance. And my question relates to, I think, some council members and maybe members of the public are remembering back to, I'll start with Amendment 110, and essentially with respect to chum salmon bycatch in Amendment 110, the outcome was the fleet needed to incorporate chum salmon bycatch avoidance measures into the IPAs. And as we've seen in the analysis and has pointed out to us in testimony, in most years after implementation of Amendment 110, chum salmon PSC did increase until 2021, like you mentioned. And so I'm not being critical. My question is, what do you see the difference between your current advocacy for Alternative 4 only compared to Amendment 110, which you could almost say was an Alternative 4 only type of outcome? Can you help me with that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, Susie Zagorski for the record. So I think one of the main differences comparing 110 to now, and many of our fishermen that have been fishing in the pollock fishery can attest to this, is that around that time, Chinook was heavily prioritized. And so Amendment 110 did implement rolling hotspot closures within the IPA system. But again, Chinook was prioritized, and so the fleet was heavily moving away from any amounts of Chinook that they were encountering within the B season. And so the difference this time is we've been
in all of the years that we've been implementing the IPA, and again, we've had a full membership in there, we've been learning from all of the previous years and being able to adapt and evolve our IPAs and how they respond to those changing in-season conditions. And that's one of the features of the IPA, is that it was developed to adapt to and respond to the interannual variability. So throughout the year, we never necessarily know exactly when certain bycatch will show up on the grounds or exactly where at what time, but it's developed so that we can respond in all conditions and in all abundances. Additionally, in the last couple of years, you've heard from the BBSRI report, we've been able to really focus in on learning how we can use additional data besides just catch and bycatch data to inform how we use those tools within our IPAs. So before the BBSRI data was available, we were able to figure out how to incorporate NOAA annual genetic data. This was just a couple of years really before the in-season data. And we were able to kind of run a likelihood test for certain areas. But in order to understand a likelihood of a certain area at a certain time, you need some history of data to be able to inform that likelihood. So as we continue to add data, as we continue to add tools and improve these tools, we're continuing and building that data stream that's going into these tools. So our fleet, our managers, we are all understanding more about what's going on in the Bering Sea in various points of the bee season and how our responses to different PSCs or trade-offs like that, how they result, I guess, at the end of the year.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a question about, thank you for your testimony, about the lightning strike scenarios and like how you see the BBSRI project working into the future to help you address those. You mentioned it, so I think it's appropriate for your testimony on, we're clear it's not truly yet a predictive tool, but is the plan going forward once there is a lightning strike? What happens? Do vessels stand down? Do we analyze that and make sure that's all Russian hatchery chum? What's the plan, like even absent these alternatives? What's the plan under status quo?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you. So I guess to describe the lightning strike and the most recent use of the in-season genetic data from BBSRI and a recent lightning strike in 2025, the fleet was being moved around to avoid multiple PSC species, including chum. We had herring, chum, and Chinook that we were avoiding. Some of the fleet had moved to a different area, thought the sign was good. The few vessels that were there first fishing had all deployed their net around the same time and very quickly realized that this was a lightning strike event and immediately made calls to myself, other IPA managers, and we got a hold of BBSRI. That turnaround time was a 48-hour turnaround time for our fleet to understand that not only this was a lightning strike, but then to understand what the genetic proportions were within that lightning strike. And the fleet immediately moved away from that. So our lightning strike events have reduced over the last few years because we're starting to understand those likelihoods of total numbers and proportions in differing areas. So from 21 to 22, we understood that the lightning strikes out on the shelf edge are more likely going to be non-Western Alaska chum. All of this information, again, this tool is learning and we're learning along with it to understand. I don't think it's quite at the predictive level yet because of the interannual variability that does occur in the season and how chum show up in pulses, unlike Chinook. So we'll continue to use this tool in the most responsive and fastest way that we can while we continue to maintain that partnership with them. But I don't think it's quite yet at a predictive capacity.
Thank you, and Ms. Gunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate hearing the significant investments the Pollock fleet has made since 2022, trying to keep these chum numbers down. During your testimony, you mentioned that caps for overall chum is a blunt tool. And my question is whether if you had a cap on just Western Alaska chum, if that's something that the fleet could operate under.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think it would be fantastic to analyze something like that in a hypothetical. Unfortunately, that was not something we were analyzing moving into this. But it would be a much better tool if it was to be for Western Alaska chum instead of the 3 to 3.5 billion chum, hatchery chum that are being put onto our grounds annually. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you. And a second question, and tell me if this is not fair to ask, but thinking about operational flexibility for your fleet as an inshore fleet and looking at table 316 in the analysis where roughly 80% of the fleet operates in the corridor area, but there's another 20% that's operating out in cluster 3 and cluster 4. And I'm curious the business decisions on those vessels that can go out further versus ones that are restricted to the corridor.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thanks for that question. I, as the IPA and inter-co-op manager, can't necessarily speak to the exact business decisions that are being made, but I think we'll hear from some of our individual vessel owners that may be able to speak to the business decision a little bit more. But there is a difference. We have the inshore fleet is made up of approximately 70 vessels, and all of those vessels are of different size and capacity. And a lot of those shore-based vessels, I would say just under about 50, are fairly small in the sense of capacity or fuel use and able to get out further past the grounds. So it's an unsafe condition to put those small vessels and push them out further into clusters 3 and 4. We also have to think about the leash to the shoreside plants that these vessels have. So it's not only the individual vessel risk that you have to think about, but you also have to think about a rotation and what is the capacity and the throughput of the plant that is needed to enable to continue operating and to continue taking shoreside deliveries. If all of the vessels are out fishing way out west, it's going to create a longer lag time between deliveries. You need vessels that are fishing inshore to have those quick turnaround on those small capacity vessels to deliver to the plant and keep the plant running, even if you have a larger vessel that can fish slightly further out. There needs to be able to have we need to be able to have a continued throughput of deliveries to the plant in order to maintain operations at the plant.
Thank you. I have a question as well. I appreciate you drawing the distinction between herring and Chinook being wild fisheries and the distinctions in the alternatives that we're looking here with an overall cap and the large hatchery composition. In your letter, you really broke down a lot of the vessel level impacts and concerns that you have, and we had a lot of information about that in the analysis. When I think of some of the alternatives, particularly alternative 5 and sub-option 1 and 2, and how we manage herring on a spatial closure, I guess my question is whether or not we are to, whether or not you see any similarities or flexibilities there as far as you manage down to a vessel level basis, or would there be any flexibility to kind of bring that up to the cooperative level? I guess I just want to make sure that our assumptions moving forward are correct, that that is what your reality would look like under a cap scenario. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Strebnicka, I guess to the chair. So I guess there's multiple answers to this. First being that chum, as Andrea mentioned in her testimony, are very different in how they show up in the Bering Sea than herring and Chinook. And part of that is that they're very episodic in large pulses at varying times and areas. So that's the first part to kind of grapple with. And then moving into thinking about how at the cooperative and vessel level is that all of our management system is based on cooperative management. It's built into AFA. And so a co-op manager would have to understand the risk that they're sending each and every one of their vessels out with. And so the only way to truly understand the risk of the full cooperative and therefore that vessel that they're sending out to go fish, they have to understand the risk at that vessel level. It definitely plays into a lot of the decisions as to what vessels they can send out and where's the fishing and what's the weather like and what rotation, how much time do we have before we need fish at the plant. So with such a variable, with Chum being so variable on the grounds, it increases the risk of potentially hitting a PSC limit for that co-op or for that vessel. But it's also a lot of additional risk just thinking about the dynamics that a co-op manager would have to think about. So the only true way to really make those smart decisions would be at the vessel level.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think Scott Adams actually is online. We had some technical difficulties, so we'll circle back very quickly to him. He was just the last testifier that I called. And then we will go to Raymond Watson. Okay, no longer online. We will again call him at the end of the day. Raymond Watson, followed by Chris Garbrick. No, not yet.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board here. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all your public service. I've been there and done that, and I know it's a lot of work listening to testimonies and people's and emotions and things like that. So I completely understand. My name is Ray Watson, and I'm representing the Uwat-Sagamute Native Council in Bethel, the largest regional tribe in Western Alaska, and not part of any CDQ group. I was born in 1960, not too long ago, and I speak for past generations because I remember those. But I speak also for the generation to follow, the younger people who are not here. I'm a service-connected veteran. I served as the crew chief on the F-4E aircraft, an aircraft that is obsolete now. And at that time, I was a very young man. I took an oath to protect our country and everything it stands for, the culture, the lifestyle. And I still believe that. So I respect veterans and those who choose to protect the country and also the life we have. Admiral, I don't know if it's Admiral or if it's Commander. First of all, from our area, I'd like to thank the Coast Guard for coming out and promptly responding to the Halon typhoon. You guys saved a lot of lives out in those villages. One of the things that I did back then was I spoke with Senator Murkowski. She came out for a listening session out in Bethel, and she knows me, And I said, Senator, true leaders deliver. What are you going to bring back to our region? And she said, Ray, That's a good question. I can't promise you anything. And that stuck with me then, because at that time, it just seemed that it was just listening. So she was honest with me. She couldn't promise anything. So I respect her. You know, she's actually a good lady. Mr. Chair, Ms. Chairman, I'm here to talk about our shared responsibility to ensure the sustainability of these resources that I know you understand to our survival and the continued survival of all species of fish. As a child, my summers were spent at fish camps in the early 60s. On the Kuskokwim with my parents and my siblings, as many others along the river lived for generations. I'm one of the last generations that grew up in a fish camp, and that was my home from May to August when school started again. My older sister, my late sister now, she called it Alcatraz, because we were never allowed to go back to Bethel until unless for the 4th of July. That's how it was. That was our lifestyle. But it was a very cultural lifestyle. We all had jobs. I was washing fish every day. We had 2 racks, 2 nets out. Family of 12, you had to do what you had to do. I'm from a generation where everybody on the river had wooden boats and fished using oarlocks. I have memories of me and my brother oaring while drifting down the river while my dad told us which way to go. It was very silent. But those memories are still there. My children and grandchildren who visit that same fish camp through the summer have not had the same kind of opportunity that I and my peers did. They don't believe me when I tell them about my life. This life that I knew would change dramatically over the decades to what it is today. In a way, I am grateful my parents and other ancestors didn't have to endure the hardship that this generation faces in terms of salmon deprivation on both the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Those days, I was a very strong man. I would fish using a full shackle. That's 300 feet by myself. And sometimes my net was full of kings. It would take 2 days to process, and I was done for the summer. Those days are gone until I get to the great fishing grounds in the next life. I was the generation who witnessed the Japanese ships in the 1970s that parked in front of Bethel, primarily to buy salmon roe. Bethel used to have a private commercial fishery. Our fish plant was a major employer for the region, and our fishery products were exported to Japan. Through my years, I've listened to others speak of the decline, but I have not yet pinned it on anything. I just know that we all share in the responsibility to act accordingly within the law to protect the resource so that it is a renewable and not declining as it now stands. The Native people, and many who are not here, cannot speak for the fact that they bear the weight of the opportunity cost of bycatch and the trawl fleet. In June 2015, I was the Association of Village Council chairman. As I sat on that beach that day, frustrated because the river was closed, out of frustration, I called then President Myron Nanning, and I called a special meeting. There was a special meeting, a 3-day meeting in which all 56 villages came in and discussed this. Out of that meeting came the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. And I thought at that time that we had at least moved forward with a solution. I thought, 10 years ago, I thought we had come to a solution. And still I am here today. I'm testifying about the decline and the decline and the decline. Councilman, the issue still exists, as we all know, until we do something about it. When chums are low, that they close the river. In fact, they're probably meeting today to close the river. Close it even before the first run. It's closed. They'll cite you for doing it. One of the things that I support is the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission's recommendations. I believe that we all must come to a solution. We have to think this over and think it over deeply. One of the things that my son's, my son, he's 45, and he talks to me. We talk. Dad and son talks. And one time we were talking. He said, I told him, he said, Dad, you're still fishing out there by yourself. And I said, yeah. He said, how come you do that? And I said, because I need to eat. He said, I said like this, it's my culture. And he said, Dad, it's more like an art. And I don't know why, but something didn't feel right here. I didn't say nothing back to him. And then later on, I figured it out. He was right. It is an art. Nowadays, it is an art when somebody tells you when to fish, what size net to fish. It is an art. It's something. It's not something cultural you practice when somebody else tells you to do it. It's an art. And then in closing, I just wanted to bring this prop here to show you exactly. My wife, she says, "What the heck are you bringing that for?" And I said, "Well, I got to bring it to show somebody because we're like this. We're people who are very visual. So this is what represents the industry. By the way, it's $14.99 in Bethel. That's why she asked, "What you bringing that for over there?" I checked at Walmart. It's $9 here for the same fish sticks. And the first thing it says on it is pollock. And this thing right here is the fish that she made. That's why she asked me, "What are you doing to bring?" And I wanted to demonstrate that if you, out of these two, the native people in this room, what do you think they'd prefer? Of these two, what do you think they would prefer? The answer is very simple. Their traditional and an ancestral right to their food, their connection to the past. And so I pray that all of you will make the right decision and think of this, because I realize the decision is very hard. And the weight is upon you. There's no real answer because we're living in a world that is changing all the time. And so with that, Madam Chair, I close my presentation and God bless you all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Maybe see you next year.
We'll see you for at least the next couple of days.
Yeah.
So, thanks again.
Yeah.
Chris Garbrick is next, followed by James Mites.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the council. My name is Chris Garbrick, and I'm here representing our family businesses, Great West Seafoods and Mark One. We are a 4-generation strong fishing family, and our 2 sons are on the water fishing right now. We currently have boats fishing pollock in the mothership and shoreside sectors. Our vessels are not large industrial ships. They're the size of an average crab boat, 98 to 130 feet, and have crews of 3 to 5 on each vessel. We can only support alternative 4. Any of the chum hard cap options would have disproportionate and damaging effects on the smaller pollock catcher vessels and the processors they deliver to. Most chums caught in the summer are hatchery fish competing with wild fish for food. The analysis says the pollock fishery has about a 2% impact on the returns of chum to the Western Alaska rivers. Alternatives 2, 3, and 5 cause so much economic pain for the smaller catcher vessels with almost no gain for the rivers. With alternative 5, the cap would be allocated to the individual boat level, and that's mandated through the co-ops. Under a 250,000 fish cap, our smallest vessel would only receive 473 chums, leaving them with 2 bad choices: travel beyond their realistic range or stand down until September. A stand down would likely mean they wouldn't catch their quota, and the days from July and August would be shifted to October, where the weather can be horrible and Chinook rates get much higher. For the processors that are already struggling to have enough capacity to keep the plants running, that will be very damaging. The processing sector has been very fragile with low or no margins, and they can't absorb days or weeks without consistent fish or no fish at all. Alternatives 2 and 3 are even worse and will pretty much put our fate in the hands of the Russians while they figure out how many invasive hatchery fish they want to send to the Bering Sea to compete for food. Please consider the generational investments that families like ours have made, the communities that rely on pollock, and the thousands of good jobs. Consider the impact on all the crew and families that have worked so long and with so much respect for the fisheries in Alaska. And finally, my wife and I are proud supporters of our 2 sons' fishing lifestyle. Our oldest son is a skilled captain and started fishing with me when he was only 10 years old, and that was a heck of a negotiation with my wife. Please think about our family and other families like ours when you make this very critical decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garbrick, for all your testimony. I've got a question. We heard earlier testimony relative to the dependence fish plants, shore-based plants have on pollock. So I'm assuming that your vessels are multi-species, and I'm just curious in terms of your fleet's dependence upon pollock relative to the overall portfolio you might have for your vessels.
Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, that's a great question. I think they're probably very much aligned. We also catch cod on just like 2 boats, and we have crab quota, and so we're dependent on those. Those things are like part of our business, but without pollock, those things don't really matter. They're not enough to sustain our businesses, similar to the shoreside processors.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is James Mize, followed by Philip Powell.
Good afternoon, members of the council, through the chair. My name is James Mize. I'm the president of Golden Alaska Seafoods. Golden Alaska Seafoods is a mothership processing company, majority owned by Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. Not only do we process fish in the mothership sector, but also we provide management services for the catcher vessels that Yukon Delta owns as well. I'm fortunate to have the privilege of looking out for Yukon Delta's fishing interests in the pollock space, and they made it clear when giving me this privilege that they want me to think about the long term. They want me to think about where's the company going to be in 50 years. They want me to think about future generations. We manage the company with a triple bottom line for sustainability. We look at environmental sustainability. We are very sensitive to our impacts on the environment. Through that, we've participated in experimental fishing permits, trying out different chum salmon excluder models. You've heard that BBSRI only has inshore data. We're in talks with them to see how we can provide samples from the Golden Alaska So we're hoping to do that this year. We're always looking for ways to innovate, to improve upon our environmental footprint. But it's the triple bottom line, it's a three-legged stool. Another leg of that stool is social sustainability. Very important part of it is the jobs that we provide for the kids in the region. It's a very young district. The average age is 21. There's a lot of young people who are looking for opportunity, and I'm very pleased that we're able to provide them that opportunity, give them jobs, give them dignity, give them hope for the future. Take that part of the job really seriously. But there's a third leg of the stool, and that's economic sustainability. I have an obligation to turn a profit because net income distributions going back to Yukon Delta provide for their program funds, provide for their needs in the community, needs that are really important, particularly as they are faced with the lack of salmon in their region. So this is a challenge. It's a challenging position, and I see I'm running out of time, so I'll get to my point. My point is that, well, I was here last year. I took exception with the analysis. I think the analysts have done a very good job of responding to my concerns. I think that the parts about how taking some of these alternatives may change behavior in the fleet, they've done a good job of recognizing that there will be changed behavior, but it is difficult to predict. I can tell you, though, from my experience as manager of Golden Alaska and participation in the mothership sector as the IPA representative, that change of behavior when faced with any kind of numeric limitation, cap, or triggered threshold will cause us to respond, to avoid hitting that cap. It will slow us down. We will stand down if necessary to keep our grounds open. It will push our fishing later into the year, and it will come at extreme cost. We're a small processor. Our fish hold is only 920 metric tons. We can't do much about that. People think, oh, well, you're a mothership, you can go all over the Bering Sea. I have proven it to my owners that if I go beyond the Pribilofs, I lose money. And if I lose money, I'm failing in my responsibility of providing program funds for Yukon Delta. So I see I'm out of time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mize. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mize, for your testimony. I just wanted to see if you could expand on that last point on kind of the reliance of areas in which the catcher vessels that deliver to Yukon Delta's mothership operate. Is cluster 1 and cluster 2 of importance every year? Is it important just in some years based on dynamics? I think the mothership sector is a little bit more of an unknown to folks, and if you could expand on that reliance on that area, that'd be great.
Yes, actually, we're heavily dependent upon cluster 1, cluster 2. It's where we make our living, and it's important all year. It's pretty much where we get our fish. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One I already mentioned was the size of the boat, size of the fish hold. We fill up our fish hold in 5 days. And so if we're running up further from town, we could spend more time steaming than we spend fishing. You know, if we're only fishing for 5 days, but we have to do 4 days of running and a day of offload, we're basically doubling the length of our season to do that running. So we need to have the economy when we're fishing close in the cluster 1, cluster 2. The time it takes to clean the boat up after a trip is enough time to get in. We end up 4.5 days to fill the boat and half day running in, cleaning the boat, a day to offload, and then we're back out on the grounds. But if we're up past the Pribilofs, we've got 3 days of running. If we're up by Navarin Basin, it's 4 or 5 days of running, and it just doesn't work. It prolongs the season incredibly. But the second part is also the dependency that we have, being that we are a smaller boat. The owners made a strategic decision about 20 years ago to convert to be a fillet boat specifically. It is not like other at-sea processors in the Bering Sea that shift between surimi and fillet. We are dedicated fillet boat. The only surimi production that we have is from off-cuts, waste cuts, recovery grade. So for the fillet markets, they need a larger size fish in order to get through and to fill the market orders. And when you get up past the Pribilofs, you find yourself in 450, 550 gram fish. The product mix that I get is substantially lower. So not only do I have costs in time in going farther away from town outside of cluster 1 and cluster 2, I also have significant reduction in revenues and market shortfalls.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I think I missed it in your testimony. You said that it's a smaller boat that you guys are operating. I'm just wondering what the length was of the vessel.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, smaller can be measured in many different ways. The length is 305 feet, but the hold capacity is 920 tons. However, it can also be measured in terms of how many people you have on board. And one of the things about being a fillet-specific boat is that there's no substitute yet for the human eyeball. It requires a lot more fillet inspectors. And so we want to run with a crew of 148 people on board.
Thank you.
About 10% of them are from the Yukon region, 10 to 12%.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. A quick question, 920 metric tons, and you say fish hold, is that freezer hold or your fish hold? Like frozen product hold or?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, yes, that's the freezer hold. We take our deliveries in 50-ton bags and we process them in about 2 hours and every 2 hours and put them through the processing line and plate freezers before we drop them into the freezer hold.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Philip Powell, followed by Peter Angasan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Philip Powell. I'm General Counsel for Global Seas, a family-owned company with CDQ partners operating catcher vessels in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, AFA pollock fishery. Our vessels do not operate in isolation. They are operationally dependent on shore-based processors and shoreside infrastructure that sustains jobs and economic activity in Alaska communities. I want to explain how broad corridors and rigid hard caps set off a chain of impacts from vessels to shore-based processors to logistics systems. Those impacts impose concentrated harm for biological gains the DEIS itself characterizes as modest and uncertain, and they predictably cascade into second and third order effects well beyond the fishery. The impacts are not evenly distributed across sectors either. At-sea processors can follow fish and process on board. Shore-based processors cannot move. They're fixed at ports, labor pools, cold storage, and utilities in specific communities. And shore catcher vessels are tethered to those plants. Whether corridors or hard caps force vessels to fish further from port, the impact begins on the vessel, as that's where it would be managed, but it's transmitted directly to shore-based processors that depend on timely and predictable deliveries. Longer trips lead to delayed landings. Delayed landings degrade product quality, disrupt labor scheduling, reduce throughput, and lower value. The DEIS acknowledges this asymmetry. Under Alternative 5, it identifies the inshore sector and smaller catcher vessels as particularly impacted and recognizes displacement in certain years, with revenue at risk unless recovered later, without specifying how and when that recovery would take place. Layered on top of those impacts is operational uncertainty. In-season corridor closures tied to mixed genetic chum salmon bycatch levels can force vessel stand-downs or trigger early plant shutdowns. Once a shore-based plant closes prematurely, it's often unclear whether it can economically reopen within the season or at all. That risk is especially acute given the U.S. shoreside processors already operate at a structural cost disadvantage to Russia, Alaska's primary competitor in the international pollock market. This matters because pollock is the volume that keeps shore plants open. By virtue of its volume, pollock covers fixed overhead costs and sustains the processing capacity that allows plants to operate for cod, crab, halibut, sablefish, or any of the other fisheries. The DEIS warns that unpredictable harvests or early closures can destabilize shore-based processing with wider consequences. If pollock becomes unreliable, that processing capacity may not exist for other fisheries at all. The impacts don't stop at the waterfront either. Of the general purpose, non-bulk, non-tanker marine freight network that supplies Alaskan communities with consumer goods and other perishables, seafood is the comprises the gross majority of outbound cargo. Based on the best available, that outbound volume supports sailing frequency and spreads voyage costs. When pollock volume becomes unreliable, services become less predictable and more expensive, and those costs flow directly into grocery prices and household goods across Alaska. There's also a third-order international incentive effect. Pollock is a global commodity, and Russia is our primary competitor. This is a public regulatory process. Once numerical caps are set, foreign competitors can anticipate the U.S. fishery will be constrained. Russia, which also produces the majority of hatchery chum fish, has now both the incentive and the ability to increase production in ways that could trigger U.S. caps and closures. This creates a risk of permanent competitive displacement, not just temporary economic harm. Finally, I want to be clear about my recommendation. My company supports Alternative 4 and strengthened incentive plan agreements. IPAs have delivered meaningful bycatch reductions while preserving operational flexibility and economic stability. Hard cap approaches reflected in Alternatives 2 and 3 are unworkable because they fail to account for hatchery origin fish. Alternative 5, seemingly a political compromise, disregards the best available science by continuing to ignore the impacts of foreign hatchery fish and climate change. It would also result in first, second, and third order consequences. I'm not asking that we abandon chum salmon conservation. Rather, I'm asking that we calibrate it to be consistent with the DEIS's own findings. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Powell, for your testimony. You mentioned CDQ partners. Who are they?
BBEDC.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Peter Eningowuk, and then after Peter, we'll take our mid-afternoon break.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the council, I am Peter Eningowuk, a BBEDC board member from King Salmon. I have netted since the age of 5 and now participate in the Bristol Bay drift fishery. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. This is my first time in front of the council. After several flights, I am grateful to be here today. I want to see the runs on the Yukon, the Kuskokwim, and their tributaries return. I live in a salmon community that depends heavily on salmon. I am fortunate that our runs in Bristol Bay are strong. I want all of the Western Alaskan communities to have what we have in Bristol Bay. As I understand it, caps will not get us there. At BBEDC, we founded BBSRI almost 30 years ago to help Bristol Bay fishermen and support the escapement. Keeping the run strong and healthy, that same organization has worked to develop tools to do the same for our neighbors. Using genetics will support the Western Alaska chum stocks. It is the only way to help those stocks. Saving foreign hatcheries will not work. It will probably make it worse. that is what I want. You know, too, that we all want, and I hope you will all make, I'm getting overwhelmed. I hope you will make the choice that supports the Western Alaska Chum. As a CDQ group board member, I see benefits that CDQ program brings to my community and our neighboring communities. We are fortunate to have this program. The impacts are meaningful through the Community Block Grant program supported by BBEDC. Each community receives an annual grant to help the government address its own community needs. These grants come with plenty of accountability, but unlike many other federal, state, and tribal agencies, we decide where the funds to be spent. We get to address the needs we determine the most important. To this, the economic empowerment. As I understand it, the trawl industry accounts for 2% of total Western Alaska chum mortality. Shutting down trawlers will only slightly increase seed in unfertile soil. Mother Nature must cooperate. There are many reasons for the decline for chum salmon. We need to focus on those. Harming the CDQ program not only brings back chum salmon stocks, it'll only take down from the people and the program that it's working to improve the lives of 65 Western Alaskan communities. At BBDC, we support science. We started BBSRI to help Bristol Bay sockeye fishery, and now it is helping to conserve the chum. As I understand it, caps will not save the Western Alaska chum. Madam Chair, council members, thank you, and I appreciate you having me here.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Agneson, for your testimony. You mentioned many of the reasons you believe that contribute to the decline in Western Alaska chum salmon. What are those other, if you don't mind, reasons in your mind that you think maybe we may want to pay attention to?
I'm not actually the one to talk about this because I'm not a scientist or I don't have a biology degree, but I could say that maybe just what's happening with Mother Nature itself has some impact on it. But I think science, the people who do the science will probably answer that question better.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a mid-morning or second time I've done that this week. No windows in here, so I have no idea what time it is. Mid-afternoon break. We'll come back at 3:35. When we come back, I will do a second call for those we missed this morning. So that'll be Mike Jones, Elizabeth Akivak, Carrie Harris, Richard Peterson, William Ikaruk, Matthew Jones, and Scott Adams. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order.
One's thing was just changing it, which is sounds like I'm not. I deleted it. It's not.
Okay. Okay, we are continuing on with our public testimony on agenda item C2. I'm going to call back those that we missed this morning, and this will be the final call for these individuals. So if they are not with us or online right now, then they will be removed from the testimony list. So Mike Jones is next. Okay, Mike's online. After we hear from Mike, we'll call Elizabeth Akivak. I think Mike is online, so please unmute yourself, Mike. Can you try *6, please? Mike, we're still not hearing you. Please stay online and try to communicate with our staff, and I will circle back with you since we see we have a connection after I go to Elizabeth Akivak. Is Elizabeth online? Okay. What about Carrie Harris? Okay. And Richard Peterson? William Ikuruk? Okay. Matthew Jones? No. And we heard from Scott Adams, right? Oh, we couldn't get him again. So Scott Adams, is he online? Okay. So we'll go to, can we get Mike back online? So we had connection with him and now we don't. Okay, can you try to contact him? Okay. So Elizabeth, can we make?
Yes. Good afternoon. Chair, members of the council, Qianukbuk. My name is Elizabeth Akivuk. I am an Inupiaq from Witkalvik. I grew up in a whaling family. I'm here in solidarity of the Salmon people in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Alaska Native people are of the land and waterways. We are all connected. In the spring of 1961, the seasonal bird hunts in Witkalvik came under threat. I'm reminded of the seminal protests that influenced subsistence regulation and native claims in Alaska. As chief of Akutchuk of Koktovik powerfully stated, hunger knows no law. That sentiment continues to reverberate today, underscoring that survival must take precedence over regulation. Around much of the world, food security is legally recognized human right under international law. In Alaska, this is not the case, as there is excessive and rigid regulations that disregard tribal sovereignty and self-determination. When federal regulations systematically threaten our livelihood and rights to food security, we are called to unify our voices. Chum salmon are not incidental to our people. They are not a rounding error. They are food security, our heritage, and continuity. When chum are caught as bycatch, the impact is not abstract. It is immediate and personal. For over a decade, the Kuzuguk census area, particularly of the child population, has experienced food insecurity by a rate of 40% for over a decade. It is unacceptable that the future leaders of our state do not have access to fulfill their most basic physiological needs of Maslow's hierarchy. Today, I ask you to consider the most basic needs of our children, families, and communities and culture. There should be zero bycatch. I respectfully ask you to weigh alternatives 2, 4, and 5, or a mix of these three, as ideal solutions that would feed Alaska Native chum salmon from hand to mouth. Tavra.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. So, Mike Jones, still no connection. Is he still online? He's just not unmuted. Do we have his contact? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm reluctant to take him off the list if we have connection, so I will call him one last time right before we break for the day. So next up we're going back to our regular list, Sven Paukan, followed by Rose Fosdick.
Madam Chair, council members, thank you for allowing me to give my testimony here today. Just for introduction, my name is Sven Paukan. I'm from the community of St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon. My father was the late Stanislaus Paukan, and my mother is Flora Paukan. She currently lives in St. Mary's. I was the second oldest of 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Now, after the death of 2 of my brothers, I'm the eldest of my remaining siblings. My grandparents were the late Jimmy and Agnes Paukan and the late Patrick Bean Sr. and Irene Beans. I was born and raised in St. Mary's and grew up in our summer fish camp, which was my dad's native allotment on the Yukon, with my extended family, including my grandparents Jimmy and Agnes Paukan, Uncle Pat Beans Jr. and Sophie Beans and their 4 children, Uncle Moses Paukan Sr. and Martha Paukan and their 7 children, my Uncle Andy and Mary Paukan and their 7 children, my Uncle Charles and Maggie Paukan and their 5 children, my Uncle Peter and Esther Tyson and their 7 children, and uncles that helped at camp but did not live there all summer included my uncles Louis Paukan, John Paukan, and Cornelius Paukan. We had a large family. I signed up to testify on behalf of the City of St. Mary's. I am the mayor of the City of St. Mary's for at least 10 years now, but I was also a city council member for some time and also worked as a city clerk and treasurer. Other hats I wear include the tribal administrator for the Alachik tribal government. I've also been a president and a tribal council member of the tribe in the past. I'm currently also the vice president of the St. Mary's Native Corporation, and I've been a board member before that. And full disclosure, I am currently an alternate panel member of the Yukon River Panel, a treaty organization between the U.S. and Canada whose main focus is Canadian origin Chinook and Canadian origin Chum. Today, I do not speak on behalf of or for the panel. I only give my observations as a participant to the panel. Due to the low returns of Chinook and Chum within the Yukon River, as well as the Kuskokwim and Norton Sound rivers, communities on the lower Yukon in Y1, Y2, and Y3 fishing districts haven't been able to fish commercially for some time now, and are now being restricted from fishing for subsistence to feed their families. As the mayor, the loss of salmon for the city of St. Mary's, we haven't seen any fish tax revenues for quite some time. Additionally, with the loss of commercial fishing, our dock revenues have ceased as well when the one local fish buyer pulled out. We do have other sources of income, but not as great as before. The city does operate a gravel pit, but the major projects that are happening downriver with new school construction and new runways are done, so that we don't have that income sources as we did. We do have a city sales tax ordinance, but it generates some revenue, but that's been lost. Part of it's been lost with the closure of one of our schools. We've seen a drop in our population as well. The younger generation is moving out due to a lack of jobs. Our older folks are moving to Anchorage or other urban areas due to health reasons, and whole families are moving out as the older generation passes on and there are no more family ties left for them in a village. From a tribal standpoint, with the loss of salmon, our tribal members have suffered increased health issues, as well as a significant loss of cultural identity. On the health side, members are having to purchase more store-bought foods that are highly processed and highly refined, instead of getting their nutrition from the salmon and other subsistence resources we have survived on for generations. Increases in diabetes, cancer, obesity, and other health-related issues are becoming more frequent. Prior to the 7-year moratorium, we weren't able to fish for Chinook, but now with the 7-year moratorium, we can't fish for Chinook even if we wanted to. The Department of Fish and Game has also closed subsistence chum fishing past several years due to the poor returns. Families are no longer moving to their summer fish camps, where multiple generations of families would gather and traditional practices are taught, including life teachings. These fish camps are now vacant, and smokehouses, drying racks, and cabins and tent frames are falling into disrepair. Loss of cultural identity and traditional knowledge that are being lost include watching the weather signs in the winter months to determine if the salmon might return early or late, watching the winds to determine which mouths of the Yukon the salmon would come back into the river, north mouth, middle mouth, south mouth. Sharing the first catch of salmon. Teaching the younger generations how and where to place their set nets or drifting areas and places to avoid. Preparing the salmon for nuknuk, gamakhluk, and chulunuk or other preservation techniques. Where and what types of wood to gather for smoking of our dried fish, jakidak, buyukak, or cottonwood, or other driftwood. It all depends on what the family preferences are. I can personally attest to these facts I've stated. When I was growing up, my family moved to our fish camp in late May after breakup to get the camp ready, and we stayed there until August, just before school started. We would put away enough salmon to last through the winter and ate dried fish before dinner every night, and when we went out camping and hunting. Now with the closures, we don't even use our camp anymore, other than to have a cookout if the weather's nice. My children aren't able to eat the amounts of salmon I did as a kid because we can't fish for these natural foods anymore. For the community, St. Mary's has been hit 3 times with disasters. One is a salmon loss, the second is from competition from outside hunters for our moose, and the third is the Andrewski East Fork fire, which happened in 2022. The loss of salmon I've explained already. Local competition from outside trophy moose hunters have begun showing up about 5 years ago and have been increasing in numbers each year since. This past fall, a local person working at the cargo airlines reported at least 300 sets of moon lanterns being flown out in the month of September. I've talked with other communities and they report similar instances. The trophy hunters are going after the biggest moose and now decimating the genetics needed for a healthy moose population. Locals are having to travel further away or for longer periods to get their subsistence smooths. Further travel or for longer periods requires more gas, oil, food, and time away from home. Lastly, the Andrewski East Fork wildfire burned over 163,000 acres and came within 1 mile of St. Mary's in 2022. The area burned held prime berry picking areas that locals have utilized for many, many years, mainly bog blueberries, but also blackberries, low bush cranberries, and cloudberries, which we call salmon berries because of their flesh is similar to the salmon flesh. We've been told it takes at least 5 years for berries to come back after a wildfire. Sadly, we are now in a natural berry moratorium for probably another 2 more years. I've been on the Yukon River panel for a number of years, and I can report that the First Nations in the Yukon Territory haven't fished for salmon going on 20 years. The last panel meeting was held late last month, and from that, I can tell you First Nations are asking about the bycatch issue in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska and how it's affecting the return of the Canadian Origin salmon. The Western Alaskan stocks that are discussed, they also include these Canadian Origin species. Just kind of a side, if you think about it, what's happening out there with the bycatch is affecting a treaty with Canada. So that has a potential, I don't know, to become some sort of an international epidemic, international incident. The St. Mary's City Council is aware of the alternatives and options being discussed here at this meeting. The council has heard from different sources, including AVCP, YRDFA, TCC, Yukon River Tribal Fish Commission, have explained what the alternatives and options means in terms we can understand. The council is in favor of alternative 5 and option 1, $5,000 cap with an in-season quota from June to August. We believe this provides the best option to protect the Western Alaskan salmon stocks currently being affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mayor Paukan. I wondered if you could characterize how the importance of chum in all the subsistence foods and harvests that you mentioned, just briefly, if possible.
Thank you. Through the chair, the chum salmon is the major food income that we relied on. You could think of it as the king salmon as the prime rib steak. Chum salmon would be, everyday food. So we rely more on the chum for a lot of our intake. So it's very important.
Yes, and Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Paukan, for your testimony. I missed the your city's preferred alternative. Can you repeat that, please? Alternative 5, and I missed the rest.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, it's alternative 5, option 1. That's what was discussed at a council meeting. That's what we would prefer to happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Rose Fosdick, followed by Johnson Eningowuk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Onga ungat, inupia gurunga, asin sitnaswang mu gurunga tok. Atataga, etak, akakaga, eona, king mu gurut. I am Rose Fosdick. I'm Inupiaq. My dad is Atuk. Mom is Aona. Both are of Wales, as are their parents. I'm a tribal member of Nome Eskimo community. I'm retired from Coaric Division of Natural Resources. Madam Chair and council members, Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the agenda item C2, final action on chum salmon bycatch. For over 15 years, bycatch of chum salmon has been a topic on the council's agenda, and prior to that, the council considered bycatch of Chinook. When the council met in Nome in June 2011, one topic was the review of draft environmental assessment on chum salmon bycatch management. At that time, many people from Western Alaska made comments, some about bycatch of Chinook and many on the topic of growing numbers of bycatch of chum in our region, and the fact that local escapement numbers for chum was dwindling. Numbers were down so much that we in our region agreed to self-regulate the harvest of chum. Our people are dependent on returning chum, Chinook, and pinks that return to Seward Peninsula each summer. The processed harvest of salmon makes up a large percentage of the food we put away. Studies have shown that harvested and processed food can make up 75% of local people's annual diet. To understand that, you have to think about eating a regular breakfast every day and then eating harvested food that you put away for the rest of the day, every day. So naturally, it's a hardship on the diet when we cut out harvest of our own food, such as chum, so that we could help future returns. People from Stebbins, St. Michael, Unalakleet, Shaktoolik, Koyuk, Elam, Golovin, White Mountain, Nome, Teller, Brevig Mission voluntarily did not attempt to harvest chum for a length of time, years, until the runs improved. When the council met in Nome in June 2011, the council passed a motion on Bering Sea non-Chinook salmon prohibited species catch. It requested the staff to revise an analysis for adding options to alternatives to apply hard caps to vessels participating in the directed pollock fishery during June and July. It contained language to add an alternate on the rolling hotspot program. It also asked for revisions to a draft and environmental assessment to include qualitative discussion of the impacts on salmon fisheries. For example, impacts of fishing restrictions on drying fish, lower CPUEs, gas costs, increased travel time, fish camps, and culture. And I believe that topic is still important and should be considered. Now, we Western Alaska people are here again to ask that you make the right decision to pressure commercial harvest in the EEZ to reduce harvest of prohibited species catch or bycatch of chum. My recommendation is to use the lowest number of bycatch of chum that would initiate closures of pollock fishing in any alternative chosen. My preferences for alternatives you should select are as follows. I suggest you choose alternative 2 at 100,000 hard cap for the B season, in addition to alternative 5, which selects corridors that are monitored and caps pollock fishing after 50,000 PSC caught in the corridor. We have done our part to try to save our salmon returns. I think it's time for large commercial harvest to be reduced when bycatch reaches certain numbers that will help return of salmon to our rivers. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fosdick, for your testimony. And we have displayed here in the room the photo that you attached to your testimony. And I just wanted to ask if you could identify who is in that photo for us.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for that question. I wanted to speak on that question. It's a 30-year-old photo. I was looking for my personal collection, trying to find a photo that would show our fish rack at Nanouk, which is mile 18 or so on the council road. And I couldn't find any other than number of us standing together in front of the fish rack. So that's what I showed. It's my 30 years ago. It's myself, my mother, Virginia Atuk, my niece, Clara, and my nephew, Walter Buster. And the fish rack is no longer there. It's been washed away in storms. And so is the smoke house that's standing right behind us.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any other questions.
Thank you.
So next up is Johnson Eningowuk, followed by Karen Tocktoo. Is Johnson online?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. I've been listening to all of you all morning and yesterday and ever since you started. But good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity for you to hear my testimony. I am testifying on my behalf, but I'm also a member of the native village of Shishmaref, which is located on the southern coast of the Chukchi Sea. And however, much of our chum come through the Bering Straits and come from the Bering Straits. My name is Johnson Inungwak. I'm a Inupiaq. I'm 78 years old. I feel young. I've been fishing every year since my grandfather and my aunts and uncles and grandmothers taught me how to and where to set the nets. I grew up here when we had no electricity, so a lot of our fish were dried on the fish racks, like we said, because we had no way to save salmon for the winter. And so a lot of it was dried. But I went back to school. I graduated from Monaghan, went to Kansas, and come back to Anchorage, got hired as a mechanic and lived in Anchorage for a short period of time. However, on one of my vacation trips, I ended up back in Shishmaref. And it seemed like ever since then I've fished, and I'm always being the first one to set the net out by the ocean. I set it with a little scow, or we call it skawngwak. It's only about 6 feet long at the most, about 2 feet wide, and about 16 inches on the side. And I oar out there and set the net with this. Lately my nephew's been giving me a life vest because I've never used a life vest to never be afraid of fishing out there. But we catch a lot of chum. But last year I didn't catch very much chum, and a few and also a few pink salmon for some reason. I don't know why that was, but I did catch a lot more reds than I catch chum. Maybe I catch during the summer. Our fishing usually starts at 4th of July. The ice leaves by then, and that becomes ice-free out in the ocean. And then we fish through July and August, and then they're up the river. I think we need to you need to combine maybe 2, 3, and 4 alternatives. 2 to reduce the bycatch of the chum, and 4 make a plan of how to make our fish come back to the spawning grounds. And number 5, I think, is to help again protect our salmon. I think I run out of time, but I would like to thank you for the opportunity to hear. And good luck on your determination on how best you could help us have our chum return.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was just curious. You mentioned catching more reds than maybe you normally did. Is this something, a new phenomenon, or have you always had a red run out of Shishmaref?
This last summer, I would set my net, and maybe in about 2 hours later, I check it and it would be empty. And then again, I check 2 hours later, and maybe I catch 1 or 2 salmon, and they were reds. They were chums. For some reason, the chums were not running, and usually when we set the net on the beach, we send about 100 feet out into the and anchor it to the shore with a line, and it's held by a rock or a few rocks that are maybe 25 pounds each, and it stays there and catches fish for it. We check it every 2 hours or so, and again right before evening, and again early in the morning. And behind that, I set a pink salmon net and a whitefish net along that line. And pink salmon I like to, because they're dry. They're dry. They're smaller fish and they dry faster. And they could you could half dry them and eat them, and half dried after you boil them. And the whitefish is there to catch other fish, such as whitefish and the Arctic char. But yes, chums are usually the fish that are traveling most. And in the past, I've caught a few reds, maybe, real few. But I always catch a lot of chum. But last year, it was just the other way around. I don't know if that's going to happen again. I hope it doesn't. I'm hoping that it'll be a normal run this summer. This global warming and the storms and the typhoons, Japanese typhoons, makes it hard for us to fish throughout the summer.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks again for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
So next up is Karen Tocktoo, followed by Dorothy Barr.
Did it turn on? Okay, I'm Karen Tocktoo. I'm also from Shishmaref. I belong to the Shishmaref Native Corporation. I'm also a tribal member from Shishmaref. Overviewing everything that I've heard so far, we've always heard about this bycatch. We've always heard about where's our salmon? We've always fished, we always did subsistence. And then over the years, it's like declining. Where did it go? I too lived a subsistence lifestyle to where after school, me and my family would leave to our camp. And we would leave until July, come back to Shishmaref, and then go up the river and do our fishing and berry picking and moose hunting. Now, when we go up there, we don't rarely get fish, even in the ocean. When I hear about like the guy from Alaska, they're fishing, they're getting the bycatch, how it would affect them if we lowered. But in the meantime, the people that live in the villages, the people that live in Alaska, not only the villages, but everywhere in Alaska, they are all being affected because of subsistence. And so thinking about it, people that live in the village don't have much jobs. They rely on subsistence. That's their way they make their food for the winter, for their survival. They make sure they teach their children, their grandchildren, this is what you have to do to survive, because you will have to rely on it really heavily later, like we did when we were young. And it's coming to that point. We can't buy everything that the store provides. We can't buy steaks there often. When you look in the store, you're going to go there and there's maybe, if you wanted a steak, you're going to pay $45 to $60 a steak. And you can't afford to buy 7, 8 of them for your family. You can't afford to buy a gallon of fresh milk, which is probably $17 a gallon. And so there's stuff you have to do to survive. You have to put that food away. And then you the guy talking from Eagle, where's the salmon going? How come it's not going into the rivers to spawn? And you look at the bycatch again. Is it getting caught there to where it's not coming up to spawn? So I think even though we don't want to attack everyone in all this, but we have to come together. We have to try to make these sources survive, just like we have to survive too. I would go with alternative 2. That way I know my children, my grandchildren will at least be able to survive. And thank you for having me come up and speak to you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Dorothy Barr. Followed by Frieda Eningowuk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. I am testifying today on behalf of my tribal government native village of White Mountain. My name is Dorothy K. I have traveled from the community of White Mountain to provide testimony. I am a tribal member of the Ivanoff tribe. Because Chum salmon is critical important to our subsistence, my tribal government urges the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to decrease chum salmon and select alternatives 2, 4, and 5 from the draft environmental impact statement. These alternatives place a hard cap of 100,000, which is much needed, put the incentive plan agreement into regulation, and establish a time and area closure once a maximum of 50,000 chum is caught as bycatch. Chum salmons are critical for our traditional way of life in our community and region. Chum salmon are key parts of our nutrition, food security, cultural practices, and subsistence economies for years and years, and we would like it to continue to do so. Subsistence users have limits, while trawlers have no limits. We need salmon to survive. There are no tribal seats in this council. Tribes need seats on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. Food purchases are expensive to buy at the store, so we mostly eat food off the land and waters. There are limited jobs in the community as well, so subsistence is important to us for our survival. Wasting fish, it is done through bycatch, is a major spiritual offense to fish that contributes to their decline according to traditional knowledge. We were taught by our ancestors not to waste food, but to share our catch. Again, because chum salmon is critically important to our subsistence lives, my tribal government urges NPFMC to decrease bycatch and select alternatives 2, 4, and 5 from the draft environmental impact statement. These alternatives place a hard cap of 100,000, which is much needed, put an incentive plan agreement into regulation, and establish a time area closure once a maximum of 50,000 chum is caught as bycatch. I would like to thank you for hearing my testimony on behalf of the Native Village of White Mountain.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Bluhavdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony, Ms. Barr. You submitted pictures with your testimony, right? And
yes, I did.
I'm looking at those. Is that there in White Mountain? And they're beautiful pictures. But that river that's depicted there, is it historically a chum river? And
we have all sorts of, thank you for the question. We have all kinds of salmon, whitefish, trout, all kinds of, it's called the Fish River.
Okay. If I'm just going to ask one more thing, and that is, how has it changed? If it was historically, I mean, you've got many different fish species, but has it changed?
Yeah, we used to go out fishing, ice fishing like 30 years ago and catch a lot of trout, and now we don't get very many, and there's a decrease in fish there.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you.
much. So Frieda Eningowuk, followed by Leonard Kuzuguk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Frieda Eningowuk from the native village of Gigiktuk, which is Shishmara. I'm also a member of our Shishmara Native Corporation, a tribal member of the native village of Shishmara. I wanted to make a comment on the trawlers that are going out and catching all these chums, which are affecting how much fish we are getting. The trawlers are scraping the bottom of the ocean for their fish. There's algae bloom at the bottom of on the bottom of the water, and the sand that's increasing, which is about 70 miles away from our village. So using trawlers is a big concern. I'm wondering if it causes cancer or any kind of other health problems because of that. And then the number of fish, bycatch fish that you're catching, their trawlers are catching, we could be having that fish, but there's no way for us to get it to our village because we live in a remote village. And I mentioned the algae bloom. It's also involves Saxy toxins too, I think. So that algae bloom is really growing not too far from our village. I'm wondering if the trawlers are the cause of it getting bigger and having less fish. We hardly got any fish for the past 2 years, hardly put any fish in our freezers, not enough to feed us through the whole year. And we haven't seen any dog salmon. We've seen some more chums, hardly any silvers in the past 2 years, so it's affecting us. And we live a subsistence lifestyle, so we have to subsist every season of the year, and we depend on those subsistence food to survive because it's too expensive in our stores. You see all the health problems that everybody is getting is because they're buying processed foods from the stores. We're used to living off of subsistence. Those were my main concerns. I would go with alternative 2 or 5. The lowest quantity of bycatch would probably help us get more fish throughout the year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. So Leonard Kuzuguk, Senior, followed by Stanley Tocktoo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and you others. My name is Leonard Kuzuguk, Senior. I am also from Shishmar, and I lived a lifestyle all my life for a little over 60 years. And the past few years, we've seen a great depletion of fish in our area also. We start out with fishing in the ocean with nets, then we move upriver to where we stay for until we get done drying fish. And then also, everybody, just like everybody else, we're hunting something every season, something else different, but mainly our fish is which we mainly depend on to feed ourselves. Then we move on to other things like the sea mammals, which we live off the ocean and the land also, and do a lot of subsistence. That's who we are, a small community of subsistent people. And all this bycatch that has depleted our salmon, it's hurting us, like they all said. I'm not trying to repeat what they're doing, but we always got to go someplace else and check someplace else, like upriver, but that's mainly what we live off. Like our elders always say, you got to respect each other, respect the land and the sea. Without it, you won't survive. And that's what we believed in. So we still believe in that. And that's why I'm supporting our alternatives 2, 4, and 5, option 1 on behalf of my village. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Thanks. Stanley Tocktoo is next, followed by Kimberly Takak.
Hello, Madam Chair, Council. Good afternoon. It's been a long process waiting for all this good information from all the community members from different states of the whole Alaska. So thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Stanley Tocktoo of Shishmar, Alaska, or known as Kirktuk by its Eskimo name, which means a little island. It is inhabited by approximately 300 or 600 people, and the island is only 3 miles long by 1/4 mile wide. Sandberry Island, the sand is the same grain as the salt and pepper, it's a real fine grain. We have erosion problems, but we have all the resources there. We have the fish, many fish, but we start noticing the fish is gone. Many types of fish. we use a fish as one of our main staple of diet. For, first thing we do is springtime. We go out to the Chukchi Sea, hunt the bearded seal, get the bearded seal, cut it up, dry it into strips like you make beef jerky. The blubber is rendered or spread apart on with the whole skin and the blubber to the sunshine. And when it's ready to be processed, the meat is cut up and then, either the whole animal is used, guts are braided up and meat is cut up, cut it dry like jerky. And then you start spitting up the blubber and it renders into oil. And the way we use that oil, we use it as a dip for all the fish. It could be dried, it could be half dried, it could be used for caribou meat, moose meat. So without seal oil, it's real hard to, depend on the fish or the native foods we eat. It's who we are. 95% of our community is 95% of them is Inupiaq. They did a survey to our students. Most of them decided not to move out to relocate different communities. There's a reason why. They like to hunt in the ocean and hunt and fish for survival. They like the land and the rivers that give us all the food that we need. But I'm a tribal member of Native Village Shishmanab and president of our Shishmanab Native Corporation. I'm here representing my family and my community, and I would like to share both traditional knowledge and my lived experience with Shishmanab. Chum salmon has been very important to us. We have been and have been a staple of our diet in Shishmanab for many centuries. We depend on the salmon. We prepare the salmon by drying it under the sun, or we also have it half dried. After we boil it and then store it, and we eat it. We rely on the chum, red humpies, and king salmon during the summer and fall. And we also store it away for winter use. We were taught to have respect for what we harvest by taking care of our catch properly and checking on our drying fish and the meat every day. Our elders have taught us to prepare the salmon in many ways, like salted or dried. And we also store the dry salmon in seal oil as a preservative in pokes or containers for, from having it from spoiling. We use all the natural subsistence food yearly, all 4 seasons. So we also are taught by elders that it is important to take care of your fishing nets and your equipment. Take care and take only what you need. If you get enough for your family or your visitors or somebody, relative that come in. We are not buying more store-bought food because of the decline of all species of salmon and other fish and trout and whitefish. We are not used to so much store-bought food because it's unhealthy. Like one of our colleagues say, or board of members said earlier, it causes a lot of health problems. The fat from different processed food gives us cancer. All our native foods are healthy. You could eat much as blubber. There's no cholesterol buildup in there, for your heart condition or in the body. So everything all our Inupiaq food is healthy. This is affecting our health and ability passed down tradition knowledge to a younger generation. We recently have seen species of fish that are not normally found in Shishmanab. For example, we have seen salmon sharks lately, and we have even large skatefish or stingray fish that wash up on our beach. It never decomposed, it died off and washed up. It was about 4 feet long. And then the elderly man and John Eningowuk, he's the one that caught our salmon shark. These are natural to us. These are the first time we ever saw them. We respectfully asking the council to look into finding of the EIS and think about us and value our lives and the lives of our children. We have to consider the knowledge we are sharing with you and adopt alternative 2, 4, and 5, option 1. Choosing this is a combination of alternatives will restore the balance of the salmon for communities, including mine. Our community depend on the chum and other salmon for food. If the council fails to make these changes, it will be devastating to our lives and our future generations. We have to also think about other animals that depend on the chum salmon for survival. Please select alternatives 2, 4, and 5. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm willing to any questions you may have. Quiana, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I think I might have missed when you say you would normally harvest chum if they were around. Did you say July and August or when?
We start harvest them during spring, like Johnson said, when the spring, the Chukchi sea, ice washes out. We set the nets because, during the spring, there's hardly no rain for the, to dry the fish right, because during the summer, there's lots of rain there. Doesn't dry right or doesn't smoke. So most everything we try to do in the springtime or sea mammal preparation for the oil and the fish, many different fish. We try to dry them. We try to dry them before summertime, before rains a lot and fog. So every season they have a different ways of preserving and preparing all our foods. So. And the fall time, we can do that too during hunting. We set our net just where, half dried and then boil them and then have them again with our seal oil. These are healthy foods that, kept our ancestors alive for many thousands of years. Like I say, our island was inhabited for 4,000 years when the scientists carbon dated our ancestors' hunting tools.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Kimberly Takak, and we'll circle back to Scott Adams after Kimberly.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I am testifying on behalf of my family and in unity with our people all over Alaska. My name is Kimberly Takak. My traditional name is Kaganak. I'm a tribal member of Native Village of Ilam, a village on the Norton Sound. We are Inupiaq and Yupik and have relied on salmon and other subsistence food since time immemorial. My husband and I hunt and gather from our land, sea, and air. We came last year to give our testimony. We have 5 children. I shared the pictures of them with the files sent to, and they're pictures of them learning our ways of putting our food away. My oldest daughter is 14. Lately, she's been telling me she cannot wait to cut fish and pick berries and gather herring. Chum are the first salmon we put away. We look forward to when the ice leaves and it gets warm because we know the fish are returning. As you have heard, store food is expensive, as is fuel. Sometimes we have to choose between buying fuel or trying to get food from the store, but it's getting higher and higher prices. Our children are always helping us, and they're learning a whole lot about putting our food away. our youngest is almost 9 or almost 10. And in the pictures, he's always helping his dad put the net into the boat so we can go set it. And we always enjoy our first salmon because a long winter of frozen fish is not all that appeasable sometimes. But my daughter, she started cutting just past 2 years and she's gotten pretty good at it. She's with us all the time when we go pick berries, and she looks forward to summer. I'm testifying on their behalf because I want them to continue with our culture and continue with the healthy foods that we have on our land, sea, and air. And I ask that you please help us with our chum because they are important to us. A fixed cap of 100,000 from alternative 2, along with alternative 4, with mandatory avoidance of accountability, and alternative 5 sub option 1 is what I would recommend. And I thank you guys for hearing my testimony. I'm not taking questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are no questions right now. Testimony. We'll go to Scott Adams online. And then we'll go back to Marvin Takak. Did we lose him?
This is Scott Adams.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it. I'm a commercial fisherman for 46 years. I've fished from Cook Inlet all the way out to the Bering Sea, halibut, salmon, herring, and crab. And I'd like to see with the chum numbers I'd like to see the most restricted what you are allowed to put on the trawl fishery, due to the fact that since 1994, they have been giving bycatch to sea share. And so this is a way of them being able to continue fishing, but yet processing halibut and salmon and allowing to give it out. Great PR, but it doesn't help with the other fisheries. And with the salmon in Western Alaska that is almost down to nothing and they haven't been able to fish for years, Indian people have been here for 10,000 years. And so I stand with them to where they should be able to have their resource, their culture, and their livelihood. And I hate to see one industry hit so many fisheries, and I've seen it because I've seen it on the grounds myself. So I hope that you folks take a look at options, alternative 2 and hard cap 100,000. And I hope that you look at option alternative 5, option 1. This industry's had their chances well over 30 years to curtail their bycatch, and instead they've been able to get increases in number of bycatch numbers and quota. And you see the size of the vessels that are now hitting our waters of the Bering Sea and Kodiak and Shelikoff and the Gulf. And sooner or later, there won't be any more direct fisheries for salmon, halibut, or crab. It's all going to be caught by the trawlers by way of bycatch. All of our quotas, halibut and crab, are down to bare minimum. I'm really surprised that we have some fisheries in the crab, because when we had less than 6 million pounds of king crab back in the day, we didn't fish on that. And so it really concerns me the way things are going. So as you as a board, a commission, a council, I hope you look at the broader picture, because I was hoping my kids would be able to follow my footsteps and fish, but it's not likely. And my grandkids, they have yet to hook a king salmon because of the restrictions. And so I'd like to see policy to where the numbers grow instead of keeping decline. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you for allowing me to come back and to speak. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So Marvin Takak next, followed by Louisa Paniptchuk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I am testifying on behalf of myself and my family. My name is Marvin Takak. My Eskimo name is Eningowuk. I have traveled here from the community of Elam to provide this testimony. I am also a tribal member of the native village of Elam. Because chum salmon are critically important to our subsistence lives in rural Alaska, I urge the NPFMC to decrease chum bycatch and select alternatives 2, 4, and 5 from the EIS. These alternatives place a hard cap of 100,000, which is much needed, put the IPAs into regulation, and establishes a time and area closure once a maximum of 50,000 chum are caught as bycatch. I am a commercial fisherman taught by my dad, Oscar Takak Sr. I'm also very dependent on subsistence fishing and hunting. For generations, our people have relied on subsistence chum salmon being vital for the health and well-being of the people. Putting chum salmon away for loved ones takes time, takes teamwork by everyone. Grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, brothers, sisters, and sons and their daughters. It brings us together when we are fishing for the chum salmon. It gives purpose, at least it used to. I have to say that now because there are no more hardly any chums, or chum returns are very low. Return numbers are just getting lower and lower. The bycatch being caught is really affecting our chum salmon returns. In a 6-year span, the Ivanoff River counting tower the chum counts have gone down in numbers every year but one. In 2019, there were 17,790 chum. 2020, 4,953 chum. 2021, 3,681 chum. 2022, 9,467 chum. 2023, 3,600 chum. And 2024 was 1,380 chum being counted in Moses Point River. Because of these declines, our region's commercial fishermen have not been able to make any money. A lot of the people are left with limited amount of subsistence chum salmon either. Based on our lived experience, traditional knowledge, and the findings of the EIS, I urge the council to adopt alternatives 2, 4, and 5. This choice is necessary to protect vulnerable stocks and reduce bycatch and to ensure chum salmon return available for our children. And
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
I won't be taking questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So next up is Louisa Paniptchuk. Paniptchuk, followed by Ron Pitka Sr.
Good afternoon. My name is Louisa Paniptchuk from the village of Unalakleet. I am sitting before you all for my third consecutive year to impose the Chum bycatch cap for all trawlers. I feel the lowest bycatch cap would be purposeful for our salmon returns to Norton Sound areas where I am from and do all my subsistence activities. I am particularly speaking for my family that eats from the land, sea, and air, which are very critical to our food security. Rarely do we eat any kinds of store-bought foods. Eating salmon helps a great deal with our mental and physical well-being and also helps offset the high cost of living in our villages. Since time immemorial, we have known what our examples of sustainability mean to us and what it looks like. How can you call the trawler fishery sustainable? While the trawlers are wasting hundreds of thousands of salmon in it, and in addition to other creatures we call bycatch. If you look at the big picture, we as Alaskans cannot stop trawling, but yet Fish and Game can regulate us, living right at or along the rivers and oceans. Why are we regulated when the trawlers are not or nowhere near regulated? If we are found in regulation of violating their rules and regulations, we have a fine to pay. They confiscate our boat, motor, nets, fish, all that was caught. Keep in mind, we are not the problem here. We don't and didn't ever overfish. We don't throw away what creatures or fishes they call bycatch. I think I read somewhere that subsistence has to or must take a precedence, but this isn't carried out. I don't know why that is. We as subsistence providers do not practice wanton waste, but yet the trawlers are allowed to and not anywhere near regulated as us, the villagers, the very users of all specimens of salmon, who have learned to provide as each season allows us since time immemorial. That is how we survive. In closing, I'd like to say, together we can protect our salmon, our culture, and our sovereignty. And I support, me personally, my opinion is I support alternatives 2 and 5.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Ron Pitka Sr. Is next, followed by Henry Hunter Sr., and Henry Hunter will be our last testifier of the day. And there will be no questions after this testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony on Chum bycatch today. My name is Morris Nakark, representing the native village of Ilam as Vice President of the board. I am honored to represent the sovereign interest of our people. Our tribal government is committed to exercising our inherent rights to protect our land and sea. We live in the Quirk region on the southern side of the Seward Peninsula. Today, my goal as a tribal leader is to give you a clear and transparent perception of what chum salmon mean to our tribe. Besides the nutritional value of chum salmon, it also has cultural significance of sustaining life and passing down our values of endurance. Chum salmon has always been with our tribe for generations and has been a staple on the dinner table along with sea oil and fresh local greens.
We still rely on the native foods we gather because of its rich nutritional value. We, the native village of Ilum, have been dealing with multiple problems with our chum salmon returning to our rivers to spawn and reproduce. Chums are faced with climate change, bycatch, intercept fisheries, poor spawning conditions such as high water. Some of these problems we cannot do anything about because we have no control over nature. But our fisheries managers can control how much intercept fishery they can take. We are supporting alternatives 2, 4, and 5 with a hard cap of 100,000 and 50,000 because chum salmon are critically important to our subsistence lives. Before the pollock fishery began in the Bering Sea, we had abundance of chum salmon returning back to our rivers to spawn. The chum salmon always have its ups and downs in escaping back then, but it always rebounded back in numbers. One of the spawning habitats near our village, the Quinnahook River, have one of the oldest state-run fish counting towers in the state. They have been operating annually for over 60 years, with over 60 years of data since 1965. The data clearly shows that before heavy fishing of pollock fishing began in the Bering Sea, our chum salmon returning back on a 4-year cycle came back with predictable results. The State Fish and Game used these fish return numbers to regulate the chum fishery. Since heavy pollock fishing in the Bering Sea, our chum stocks went into a steady decline over the last 2 decades and was not able to rebound back to numbers they once were. In 2019, native village of Ilum, Nome Eskimo Community, Quirk, and Bering Sea Fishermen's Association sued the state for chum bycatch, but sadly, we lost the case. Even after we lost the case, the bycatch continued to climb up and our chum salmon continued its steady decline. The data what Fish and Game collect from the Quinnahook fish counting towers dictates what days we fish and how many hours we fish. We have to live by what Fish and Game says when we fish and how long to fish. On a personal note, chum salmon gave me a high school diploma. When I started commercial fishing during my high school years for commercial chum fishing at a young age, it paid for my high school tuition, books, room and board, and tuition. I graduated from high school because of chum salmon. Back then, we used to sell chum salmon by the boatload, but today it's not the case. In the end, we, the native village of Ilum, support our regional tribal organization, Quirk, along with Tanana Chief Conference and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission on their recommendations on alternatives 2, 4, and 5 with a hard cap of 100,000 and 50,000 because chum salmon are critically important to our subsistence lives. Once again, thank you for hearing my plea to reduce the bycatch of chum salmon. Respectfully, Morris Nakar, native village of Ilum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Henry Hunter Sr. is next, and there will be no questions during this testimony. And then we'll take Amber Cunningham as our last testifier. Good afternoon.
Hey, Madam Chair, thank you. And also council. My name is Henry Hunt Senior. I'm an elder from Bethel on the Kuskokwim River. I've been a subsistence fisherman all my life on the Kuskokwim. My father and grandfather were also subsistence fishermen. Conservation has always been a part of our life. The reason I say that, because the people who subsistence fish always catch only what they need, enough to get them through the winter. That was conservation. Now we have the burden of conservation put on our shoulders on the subsistence users on the YK Delta. On the Yukon and the Bering Sea, it's the same thing. We carry the burden. And yet the commercial fishing in the area and the Bering Sea don't carry any conservation. I believe that the Bering Sea pollock fish industry needs to participate in the salmon conservation. I believe the people of Alaska and the North Pacific Council and the State Fish and Game Board need to get together and come to a common ground where it benefits everyone because of the decline of salmon. Is there a decline of salmon? We need to put our heads together and come up with a plan to ensure that salmon come back to Alaska in our rivers. I want to note that, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, I think, was introduced in 1975 or 76, maybe 76. They had two, I believe, when I was read that act, there was two parts to it. What it did was promote commercial fishing 200 miles off the coast of Alaska. It protected the U.S. fisheries from foreign fleets. There was probably no discussion on bycatch. I don't know if there was or not. The other part that I understand when I was reading it, it also states that it has to protect the ecosystem or the habitat of the salmon. And it also states that it has to let the salmon reproduce. And I'm seeing that the salmon is not being reproduced because they're part of the bycatch. Something needs to be done. I'm in support of putting regulations for salmon conservation on both subsistence fishermen and the commercial industry, because I believe our salmon stock in the future will slowly deplete. I remember a few years ago, I testified on this council, and we asked that put regulations on the commercial industry because the subsistence fishermen were already doing conservation. I'd like to see some kind of regulations to benefit all Alaskans. not only the commercial fishing. I've been told by one of the commercial fishermen that they said, well, we got to make a living. Well, we do too. We've been eating salmon for years. That's our staple, especially in the way the economy is now. Inflation is so bad in Bethel. And it's probably worse up in the villages too, where they pay $10, $12 a gallon for gas, $10 for eggs, $6 for bread. We can't afford some of those prices, but we can live on salmon. We can live on smelts that come up the river. Everybody, I believe, needs to do their part to ensure, to restore our chum salmon. We need to have regulations so that our children and their children in the future enjoy what we used to have on salmon fishing in the past. I remember when we used to go fishing, we'd throw the net out. In about 3 minutes, that net was so full of fish. You don't see that anymore. I think about when I was a kid, of pictures of the fishers down in Washington and Oregon. They used to have so much salmon. They used to catch them on the trawlers, so much salmon. Now it's depleted. But slowly the salmon's coming back on the Columbia River. So what happens? They move up here to Alaska. We see those trawlers on the Bering Sea. There's got to be some kind of cap on the chum salmon, bycatch. I'd like to see the combination of, on the alternates for final action, alternate 2 at the cap of 100,000 chum salmon, plus alternate 5. Option 1 at the cap of 50,000 chum salmon, and alternate 4 in its entirety. I believe this will provide the most comprehensive management program to protect and restore our salmon in the Kuskokwim River and all rivers in Western Alaska. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. No questions on this testimony. Thank you. We accidentally skipped over Ron Pitka. I apologize. Is Ron Pitka here? Would you like to testify? And then we'll go to Amber, and Cassidy will be our last testifiers of the day. And there'll be no questions after this testimony.
I apologize about the name mix-up here. There's quite a few people here that's seniors, so I had a senior elder go ahead and take my spot. I don't respect my elders. Madam Chair and the board, my name is Ron Pitka. I'm originally born and raised on the Yukon in the village of Caltech, and I'm presently living in Unalakleet now. And shucks. And Unalakleet, okay. I don't have my glasses, so today I want to ask a few questions for you all to think about. Number one,
How much salmon is $1 billion? That amount of salmon would be more than enough to take care of and feed all of us Alaskan residents along every river, coast, and ocean inland in Alaska for the winter. Why is all the salmon not reaching the Yukon or Kuskokwim? Why are the river counts so low each year? Excuse me, interruption. Are the trawlers intercepting an important percentage of the salmon bound for Western Alaska and the Yukon and Kuskokwim area rivers? Yes, they are. It's called bycatch. Are these trawlers catching these salmon born and raised in all the set rivers? Why don't these trawlers get regulated like the people who have to live in the villages? We are told when we can set our nets, seine, rod and reel. We get caught, everything is confiscated, might I make a statement? Many of these trawlers and companies operating in Alaska are not even Alaskans or from Alaska. It doesn't feel like the Polak fleet cares enough about our way of living, subsistence rights, and our sovereignty. It's all I have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, Amber Cunningham and Cassidy Cunningham? Or do you want to come up separately? I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
we're all. That's it.
Waka. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Amber Cunningham. My Yupik name is Gabuchak. I'm a tribal member of the native village of Yunlakleet. My parents are Carol and Wayne Wilson. My late maternal grandparents were Terese and Roger Nanouk of Yunlakleet. My late paternal grandparents were James and Betty Wilson of Abilene, Texas. My maternal ancestors made Yunlakleet and surrounding villages their homelands for many generations. I have 3 children who I raised in Yunlakleet, where I was blessed to be raised by part of my childhood by my late grandma, Terese. My family and I lived with my late grandparents in Anchorage up until my grandpa's tragic passing when I was 5 years old. Then my gram moved back to Yunlakleet to heal. I moved to her when I was 13. My late grandma was a widow, and yet she never failed to feed a family of 11 every single day. In my upbringing with my late grandma, I became very connected to the land and our surroundings. She taught me many important traditional values like sharing and respect that I try my best to pass on to my children in hopes that they will pass them on to their future children. Thank you for the introductions. Salmon is crucial for my family and I's livelihood. It is one of the only reasons why I remain in my community. It's been a huge part of my life ever since I was a young child. I fill my freezer by rod and reel, one by one, as I was taught by my gram. Growing up, salmon pulled the family together under the fish rack, out in the country, and at the kitchen table. I often would listen to my late gram talking to her guests in Inupiaq while they snacked on dried chum and seal oil along with hot tea and coffee. I can go back in time to the fish rack, hanging the salmon that my gram and aunt cut, wishing that I knew how to cut fish so that I didn't have to get the slime on my hair and face. I'd go back to the tundra where as a kid, we picked berries for hours, anxiously waiting for Gram to pull out all the good snacks, fish strips, dried fish, Sailor Boy cracker with cheese, and most importantly, the Pepsi that you only got on special occasions like berry picking and fishing. Now I fast forward to being the adult in charge, watching my 10-year-old daughter and her friends excited with salmon on their hook as they cheer each other on and help reel in their fish. I have pictures that I've included in a PowerPoint. They don't get to fish for chums and kings because we're not allowed to keep those because they're low in numbers. It makes me so sad to see that we lost our kings, now our chums, and with climate change and no action on bycatch, I fear our silvers will be next. I am here to speak up on behalf of all people who rely on salmon for their social, economic, physical, and mental health, as well as Mother Earth. Carrie Stevens brought tears to my eyes, expressing her frustration that her people turn into beggars without their subsistence way of life. Look around, so many people are suffering without Chum and Chinook, and Mother Nature is crying out, lashing out at innocent people because of those exploiting her resources. Why do you think there are so many natural disasters occurring? Mother Nature is reminding us who is in charge. To conclude my part, I'd like to just say I want to urge the council to select the alternatives that allow the least Chum bycatch. I'm in support of combinations of alternatives 2, 4, and 5. Option 1, with a cap of 50,000 on Chum, in addition to a hard cap, identify areas with high bycatch rates and close those during those times. And my daughter's testimony, she'll just give a brief introduction and a little story, and we're going to perform a song. We have my cousin, Stanislaus Shepherd from Mountain Village. Yep.
Good evening,
Madam.
Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for letting me testimony today. My name is My name is Casty, and
You're okay. Keep going. You don't have to be rushed. Cassidy Cunningham. Tell me your Nubiak names.
my Nubiak names are Nukata, Kinagak, and Kinnigan. I am 10 years old and I'm from Unalakleet, where I grew up all my life.
Tell me your parents.
My parents are Reuben and Amber Cunningham. My grandparents are Carol and Wayne Wilson, and Annabelle and Dave Cunningham. And I have been fishing since before I started walking. Last year, my mom told you about my first salmon. I caught it when I was 2 years old. The fish that I tried to steal my fishing rod. I was a little too understanding what was going on, and as a tug a little too strong for me, pulled my fishing rod. Thankfully, I didn't go into the river with it. My mom caught my line 40 minutes later and pulled my rod with the fishing rod still on the hook. That fish was meant every day for the summer and for us. My mom and Gram take me and my friends out fishing almost every day in the summer and show us how to cut our fish. Sometimes she lets us head and gut the fish. Please let our fish swim by and come to us. We deserve to eat our fish. My mom, cousin, and I will be performing a song now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy.
Panikwa ayaguna kataktukut ala huskumta tanga siwiakuna. We're gonna get started. If we make mistakes, don't feel bad.
And if you know this song, it's Sealed by Osti. You can stand up and dance.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. That was beautiful. What a privilege to share that with us. Thank you. Would you be willing to take questions? Thanks. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both you and your daughter for testifying and for doing the dance for us. That was very nice. My question is, you described getting to cut the salmon and not wanting to get the oil in your hair, the slime in your hair. And seeing some of the other pictures that folks have provided, it looks very technical how you cut the salmon for it to dry where it's still connected at the tail. And just wondering if you can describe that a little bit, what that process is.
Oh yeah, we have a fish slime process line. The little kids, they get to clean the fish and hang them. But once you graduate that, you get to be a header and gutter. And then you pass it on to auntie or your older sister or gram. And they, fillet it, but they keep the tail on. And they fillet it on either side. And then they do the slits on either side. And then you take your ulu and pull it from the collar to separate the slits so that they don't get rotten when they hang dry. And you just hang them from there. And for a long time, I was a hanger. So when the wind blew, I got a lot of slime on me.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Cunningham, thank you for being here. And Cassidy did a great job in her testimony as well. And I was curious about the middle photo, and kind of what you said in your testimony was that you traditionally had done rod and reel fishing. And then that's a picture, I guess, of Cassidy also fishing in the boat there.
Yeah, that my aunt had taken us out fishing. My gram kind of forced her to take us everywhere with her whenever my gram was alive. And that was when we still had quite a few chums. I think that tote was full with chums. And now we don't fill totes with chums. At least I don't, not by rod and reel. And I rod and reel every day for hours. I go out in the morning. I go home just to cook and eat and go back out. And this last summer, I only got a few chums. But luckily, we still have the silvers. So,
thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and for sharing that dance. I'm just looking at this picture here on the one on the right there. Is that your gram in the middle?
yeah, that is.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, may I quickly tell you what the song Seal Boy is?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. So Seal Boy is a song written by Aussie. It is about a young boy who works hard and is respectful. In the song, you can see him shoveling snow and clearing a path. One can conclude that this boy has listened to his parents, grandparents, and other elders in his community and has learned important traditional values and lives by them. This is why at the end of the song, the seal sees the boy's respectful ways and it offers itself to him. And you see him throwing the harpoon and successfully pulling in a big fat seal to feed his loved ones. The same is true with our salmon and all our animals. We're all connected. Thank you.
Thank you again. So we will break for the evening and come back at 8 a.m. and resume public testimony on our C2 agenda item. We'll begin with Mike Jones and Darlene Trigg. And then we will resume our list here. So thank you.